Chapter 14:14. That night, when Hong Yu returned home and saw Duan Ling Tian, he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Ling Tian, we brothers haven't seen each other in a while. I heard that you've become the city governor's disciple. As your brother, congratulations. Tonight, we brothers won't go home until we're drunk." Hong Yu's face was full of smiles as he pulled Duan Ling Tian to drink until they were drunk. Of course, it was Hong Yu who was drunk. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body, his current physique was stronger than a five-clawed divine dragon of the same level. It was difficult for him to get drunk. The next day, Duan Ling Tian handed over the 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was sober. However, Hong Yu's face darkened. "Brother Ling Tian, what do you mean by this?" "Brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and sister-in-law for taking care of Shirshir all this time. Treat these Saint Stones as Shirshir's living expenses," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Brother Ling Tian, who do you think I am? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally treat Shirshir as my sister. Quickly take back the Saint Stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." Hong Yu's face darkened. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. "Brother Hong, please calm down. I said the wrong thing." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Hong Yu to have such a big reaction. He smiled awkwardly. "How about this? I'll leave these 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones as my two nephews and Shirshir's cultivation expenses. Brother Hong, your monthly salary is not much. After deducting your and sister-in-law's cultivation expenses and daily expenses, as a beast tamer, you still have to use a large amount of Saint Stones to tame ferocious beasts," Duan Ling Tian said with a serious face. "Brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but it's time for the children to lay down their foundation. They can't slack off." Hong Yu fell silent after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. That was right. It wouldn't be long before his two children could start cultivating as well. If he had an endless supply of holy stones, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. He wouldn't be like back then, when he didn't have any holy stones to cultivate and could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade Saint Stones. If he wasn't a beast tamer, perhaps it would be enough for his family. However, he was a beast tamer. Every month, he had to pay a high price for the food he gave the ferocious beasts. "Big brother Hong, keep it. You and I are brothers, why do you need to be so calculative? Moreover, you know that I'm not only one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp, but I've also become the governor's disciple. I don't lack Saint Stones at all." Seeing Hong Yu's silence, Duan Ling Tian knew that Hong Yu's heart was wavering, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. When Hong Yu heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Ling Tian, as your elder brother, I won't refuse you. However, this is the only time. There won't be a next time." As he spoke, Hong Yu's face stiffened. All right. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian agreed. It was fine as long as Hong Yu was willing to accept it. At most, he would give the Saint Stones to Shirshir next time so that she could give them to his two little nephews. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu began to talk about Shirshir's background. "Brother Ling Tian, if we can't find out about Shirshir's background, just let her stay at my place. Both my wife and I like her very much. Moreover, my two little brats can't leave her now," Hong Yu said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right, Duan Ling Tian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best choice. The little girl, Shirshir, could not always follow him. If she stayed at Hong Yu's place, she would have a home to return to. In the future, when she grew up and got married, she could have a complete life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, but she would also have to go through many dangers. After all, his goal was to become a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Who knew how many dangers awaited him along the way? It was impossible for him to let Shirshir take the risk with him. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian did not go anywhere and stayed at Hong Yu's place. During the day, he would accompany the little girl, Shirshir, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. "I'll have to leave Mount Hill City and head to the Moon Illumination sect in 6 months. Once I go to the Moon Illumination sect, I don't know when I'll be back. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to spend more time with the little girl. Sure. This night, Duan Lingtian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had turned into a speck of dust and was lying quietly on the bed. I've succeeded. Although Duan Lingtian only cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at night for the past 6 days since he arrived at Hong Yu's place, he had cultivated there for a total of 9 days. In these 9 days, he finally cultivated the body and arrow synchronization in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was comparable to the 5th stage of the human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the impeccable stage. Now that my speed has caught up, I'm confident I can kill a native of the Dao Martial Saint Land who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as his eyes shone brightly. Boom! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence, the entire 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he was blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After being blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort spread all over his body, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. What do you mean? There was no need for him to think about it. He knew something must have affected the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not have blasted him out. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, he's Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically and killing intent flashed in his eyes, a deep voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Jian. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was Zhang Jian who was thrown into the septic tank by him and was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion for accidentally killing Wuxia. The person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters was a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw the other 2 people. One was a middle-aged man while the other was an old man. Both of them were obviously Zhang Jian's helpers. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye right away. With just a glance, he saw through their cultivation base. One was on Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, while the other was on Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems to be unstable. Did he just break through to Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that. If he had just broken through to Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, he would still be able to fight him. Duan Lingtian, you caused me to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined my future. You must die today. Zhang Jian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were suffused with scarlet red, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to forcefully swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Looking at the rising anger in his eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian had killed his father and snatched his wife away from him. I caused you to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined your future? After confirming the other 2 people's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian calmed down. When he heard Zhang Jian's words, he smirked. It seems like you were the one who killed your distant cousin. That's why you were expelled from the latent dragon camp, right? How can you blame this on me? What a joke. Duan Lingtian smirked as he looked at Zhang Jian mockingly. If you didn't, I wouldn't have failed. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth even more when he recalled what happened in the past. However, he was too ashamed to tell Duan Lingtian about what had happened to him because it was too embarrassing. If I didn't throw you into the septic tank, you wouldn't have failed? However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of cooperating with Zhang Jian when he wanted to gloss over it. Septic tank? Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Zheng Jian in unison. Although they were from New Southtown's Zhang clan, they knew Zheng Jian was expelled from the Leighton Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City because of this purple-clad young man. However, they had never heard Zheng Jian mention anything about a septic tank. Zheng Jian had been thrown into a septic tank before? Just the thought of it made them feel disgusted, as though they had swallowed a fly. They could not help but sympathize with Zheng Jian when they looked at him. Naturally, it was an instinctive reaction. Why don't you think about it? If you didn't provoke me time and time again, and even made me challenge you, would you have been thrown into the septic tank by me? Would you have accidentally killed Hu Jie? Duan Lingtian continued smirking when Zheng Jian was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, kill him, kill him. Zheng Jian roared with bloodshot eyes. Zheng Chong. He caused the number one person among the younger generation of our New Southtown's Zheng clan to be expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. His sin is unforgivable. If you kill him, it can be considered as venting for the family. The old man said calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with his cold eyes. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not plan to kill Zheng Jian. Perhaps, in his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not worth his time. Yes, Elder Lin. The middle-aged man, Zheng Chong, nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Boy, repent on your way to hell. Not everyone can afford to offend our New Southtown's Zheng clan. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will annihilate your Zheng clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zheng Chong, Zheng Lin, and Zheng Jian with a piercing gaze. Duan Lingtian, as long as you die here, who'll know our Zheng clan killed you? Aren't you powerful? I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Uncle Chong, a powerhouse on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Chapter 14-15. Does that mean the Zheng clan is looking for death? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression had not changed since the beginning. Even when he found out that the person who wanted to kill him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he was still calm. Zheng Lin's heart sank when he saw that. For a moment, he even thought that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. That was why Duan Lingtian dared to do that. However, he quickly denied that thought. According to Zheng Jian, there was no one following Duan Lingtian since he left the city governor's estate. Moreover, they had been observing him for a few days before they made a move. They only decided to make a move after confirming that there was no one secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. After all, if news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City spread out, it would bring disaster to the Zheng clan of New Southtown. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy a 9th-rated force like the Zheng clan. Unless there's a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse hiding in the air to protect him, that's why we won't notice him. However, that's impossible. Zheng Lin was relieved when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses even in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was impossible for the city governor of Mound Hill City to send a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to protect him secretly. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. No matter how calm you pretend to be today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Zheng Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your fate has been sealed. You'll definitely die. This won't change even if you become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Zheng Jian's eyes were filled with jealousy when he reached the end of his sentence. He was jealous that Duan Lingtian could become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, not only did he fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, but he was also expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian dead. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart and balance his mind. So what if he's the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Aren't you still going to die in the hands of my New Southtown's Zheng family? Zhang Jian looked at Duanling Tian, and his eyes revealed slight disdain. Despise me? Seeing Zhang Jian's gaze, Duanling Tian smiled brightly. Zhang Jian, you're just a loser. How dare you look at me like that? Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The moment his words left his mouth, Duanling Tian had already pounced toward Zhang Jian before Zhang Chong could even react. Zhang Jian did not expect that Duanling Tian would attack him, and his face immediately changed. You are courting death, Zhang Chong shouted coldly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Duanling Tian. His speed was even faster than Duanling Tian's. With Duanling Tian's current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zhang Chong would be able to make it in time. He would definitely be able to stop Duanling Tian in time. Due to this, Zhang Lin, a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not plan to make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from afar. Is he really only an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? His speed is not inferior to most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. However, he's still too inexperienced to kill someone in front of Zhang Chong. Zhang Lin sneered in his heart as he watched coldly from the sidelines. When Duanling Tian arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zhang Chong had indeed made it. He cut the queue and landed between Duanling Tian and Zhang Jian, blocking the Duanling Tian. Uncle Chong, kill him! Zhang Jian, who was drenched in cold sweat, roared hysterically. Idiot! Seeing Zhang Chong appearing in front of Zhang Jian, Duanling Tian smirked. It was a smirk of a scheme succeeding. Zhang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smirk. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Just when he was about to suppress the ominous feeling, he noticed Duanling Tian, who was standing in front of him, had taken out an old bow with a raise of his hand. Sound of death, accompanied by a loud and unpleasant clang. A solidified true energy light blade that seemed to have transformed into a death god's scythe swept across the sky and cut off Zhang Chong's head. Zhang Chong's eyes widened as he looked at the other half of his body. His consciousness gradually faded. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to make a move. However, all of this was not over yet. After the true energy light blade that was like a death god's scythe cut off Zhang Chong's head, it continued to sweep across the sky and cut off Zhang Jian's head as well, causing him to follow in Zhang Chong's footsteps. In just one move, 2 people were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Zhang Lin did not even have time to react. In Zhang Lin's field of vision, Zhang Chong had just appeared in front of Duanling Tian when his head was severed from his body in just a blink of an eye. Zhang Jian's fate was the same as his. At this moment, he also realized that Duanling Tian had been concealing his strength earlier. He had purposely unleashed his speed to make him lower his guard. You're seeking death, brat, Zhang Lin shouted when he regained his senses. His robe fluttered, and his long hair fluttered like pythons even though there was no wind. At the same time, a powerful aura exuded from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged toward Duanling Tian. You've just broken through not too long ago, and your foundation is still unstable at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just nice for me to practice. In the face of Zhang Lin, who was charging toward him like a madman, Duanling Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his chi-si to cover his entire body as he cast the silver shirt. At that moment, Duanling Tian seemed to have put on a silver shirt as his aura changed. In the face of Zhang Lin, who was charging toward him menacingly with a punch, Duanling Tian did not plan to take advantage of him. Just in time, Duanling Tian charged forward excitedly and threw out a punch. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball that was surrounded by true energy as it collided with Zhang Lin's fist violently. This punch contained all of Duanling Tian's strength without any reservation. After casting the silver shirt, his physical strength had become even more terrifying. The true energy that was transported by the 52 saint veins had completely erupted at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before their fists collided, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air like thunder. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's fist finally collided with Zhang Lin's fist. Do you think you can fight me just because you killed Zhang Chong? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment their fists collided, a disdainful smile appeared on Zhang Lin's face. However, the smile on Zhang Lin's face soon froze. As the two fists collided, a loud sound rang out in the air. A vast wave of air swept out, shaking the various furnishings in the room into powder. Even the doors and windows were blown open. Brother Ling Tian. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Hong Yu. Hong Yu rushed over at the first moment. When he arrived, he saw Duan Lingtian confronting an old man. Compared to Duan Lingtian's pale face, the old man was in an even worse state as he spat out blood. No! Impossible! Impossible! Zhang Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not use a saint weapon, and neither did his opponent. However, it was under such circumstances that his preemptive and aggressive punch was still blocked by the other party. Not only that, after he was severely injured, he realized his opponent was only slightly injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Lingtian not a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Was his ability not on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Why did he not only kill Zhang Chong, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but also suppress him? Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. He did not expect that he could defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage with his full strength. Although his opponent had clearly broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, a paramount mortal shedding stage was still a paramount mortal shedding stage. His ability was not something a peak perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. Don't be too smug. I didn't use a saint weapon earlier. Zhang Lin, who had recovered slightly from his injuries after consuming a healing pill, raised his hand and took out a full moon scimitar. As soon as the scimitar was in his hand, his entire aura changed. He exuded a sharp aura from head to toe. You didn't use a saint weapon? Don't tell me I'm going to use it? Duan Lingtian sneered and raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A person who was defeated by him without using a saint weapon. How could he defeat him with a saint weapon? Did he really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was useless? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhang Lin's expression was extremely grave. He recalled that his opponent had not used a saint weapon earlier as well. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Duan Lingtian, you're fine now, and 2 people from my new South Town's Zhang clan have died. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and mind our own business from now on? After realizing that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, Zhang Lin's expression changed abruptly as he gave in. Let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was bright and sarcastic. Do you think that's possible? If my ability was slightly weaker today, would you be willing to let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Bang! In the blink of an eye, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhang Lin would stomp on the ground and use the force to fly out. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to him when he had not made a breakthrough in his previous technique. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Zhang Lin had already flown out of the window. His figure was about to disappear into the night. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot an arrow. He was prepared to cast his movement technique, body and arrow synchronization, to chase after Zhang Lin. He was confident he could catch up to Zhang Lin with his body and arrow synchronization after he had made a breakthrough. However, when an afterimage appeared in his left eye's field of vision and flew into the room, his attention was diverted. When the person revealed himself, Duan Lingtian finally saw that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 14:16. Who are you? Zhang Lin, who was being held in the middle-aged man's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not manage to run far before he was captured by this person without any ability to fight back. This person's strength was far stronger than his. He was at least at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave him to you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he tossed Zheng Lin toward Duan Lingtian. Zheng Lin was freed from the restraints after being tossed out by the middle-aged man. He wanted to use the same trick to escape again. However, could he escape? Whoosh! As an unpleasant sound reverberated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zheng Lin's neck effortlessly, cutting his head off. The paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago was now dead without any chance of turning the tables. Zheng Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood along the way. He stood by the wall with his eyes wide open. There was only horror in his eyes. Gasp! Hong Yu, who had rushed over, gasped when he saw this. At the same time, he also noticed the other two severed bodies. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Hong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled at Hong Yu. He then looked at the middle-aged man who was smiling at him. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I know who you are? No wonder Lord City Governor values you so much. You're indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled. Why, you're teacher's man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked curiously, Senior, are you one of teacher's 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of the middle-aged man. This was because he felt like he was facing his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, they were both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked second among the 36 personal guards under the city lord. Heavenly Dipper guards. Duan Lingtian gasped. He didn't expect that he'd really guessed correctly. This person really was one of the 36 personal guards under his teacher's command, and he was the second-ranked Heavenly Strength Guard. Of the 36 Big Dipper stars, Big Dipper was ranked first, and Big Dipper was ranked second. I've already sent a message to the city lord about what happened here. No one from the Zheng family of New Southtown can escape. The Heavenly Strength Guard said indifferently, as if he was talking about something unimportant. As far as he was concerned, annihilating the Zheng clan couldn't be any easier. He only needed to make a move, and he would be able to topple the entire Zheng clan and make it so that the Zheng clan would never be able to rise again. To be able to force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to flee. I'm afraid even Lord City Governor doesn't know you have this ability, right? The Heavenly Strength Guard sized up Duan Lingtian with great interest. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, he had already heard about Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he did not think much of him, but he had no choice but to take him seriously in the end. A few days ago, when Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, the city lord had personally ordered him to protect Duan Lingtian secretly. At that moment, he finally realized how important Duan Lingtian was to the city lord city governor. From the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Strength Guard who was hiding in the air to protect Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Initially, he thought he would have to make a move. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill two people from the Zhang clan on his own and force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from the Zhang clan to flee. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to catch up with Zheng Lin. The reason he made a move was because he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian face to face. This young genius who would take the initiative to join the Moon Illumination sect in half a year's time was even more dazzling than Su Chi's paramount mortal shedding stage? Upon hearing the Heavenly Strength Guard's words, Hong Yu, who was stunned by the Heavenly Strength Guard's identity, could not help but exclaim out loud. His gaze then landed on Zheng Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage? Hong Yu's heart was filled with shock. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, disbelief was written all over his face. He's just a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. His foundation is not stable yet. If it weren't for that, I might not be a match for him, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Naturally, Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guard saw his words as humble. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Strength Guard. I'm Hong Yu, the City Guard's captain. At that moment, Hong Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed at the Heavenly Strength Guard. You're Hong Yu from the City Guard? I've heard of you. You're really not bad. After secretly protecting Duan Lingtian for a few days, the Heavenly Strength Guard also knew that Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were close. Therefore, he was very polite to Hong Yu. He knew that Duan Lingtian was destined to leave Mound Hill City. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the Master City Governor. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's friend. Whoosh! As the Heavenly Strength Guard waved his hand, the three bodies on the ground were put away by him. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Hong Yu before he left. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu were the only ones left in the room that was filled with blood, and the doors and windows were destroyed. Hong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was a rare genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Even a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage was no match for him. Big brother Hong, I'll have to trouble you to clean up here. Duan Lingtian glanced at the room and said a little awkwardly. It's all right. I'll bring you to another guest room first. As for this place, I'll get the servant to clean it up later. Hong Yu returned to his senses and shook his head. Subsequently, he helped Duan Lingtian to another guest room. His feelings were very complicated from the beginning until the end. What did Hong Yu do to deserve such a brother? At that moment, a ridiculous thought rose in his mind. Should I go to his family's ancestral grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it? Otherwise, how could he, Hong Yu, have such a great opportunity? What happened tonight was just a small episode to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Zheng family of New Southtown intended to kill him. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they did not, it would mean that they would be annihilated. Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. This was the law of the world where the strong ruled. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest survived. Since he was a rat, he should stay in his rat's nest obediently. If he tried to pull the whiskers of a cat, he was destined to die. In the middle of the night, two figures appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. After leaving the city governor's mansion, they flew all the way. Half an hour later, they stood still in the sky above a vast town. New South Town. As the two figures descended from the sky, a huge mansion at the foot of the town stirred up a storm of blood. The Zheng family of New South Town was annihilated just like that. Before dawn, everyone in New South Town had woken up from their sleep. More than half of New South Town was filled with the thick smell of blood. Oh my God! Who did the Zheng family offend? Their entire family was annihilated overnight. The people of New South Town gasped when they found out that no one from the Zheng family was left alive. After staying in Hong Yu's house for a few more days, Duan Lingtian left and returned to the city governor's mansion directly. After returning to the city governor's mansion, he did not return to the mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City stayed. Instead, he returned to the Leighton Dragon Camp to inform Guoli. He planned to stay at the city governor's place to cultivate for a period of time until the day of the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Leighton Dragon Camp, he heard someone calling out to him. Zhu Lang. The person who called out to him was Zhu Lang. Haha. Duan Lingtian, have you heard? The Zheng family of New South Town has been annihilated. How delightful. Zhu Lang was beaming. He seemed to be in a good mood. New South Town's Zheng family? Zheng Jian's family? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he knew what was going on, he could not help but feel shocked. His teacher's actions were too fast, right? Duan Lingtian had no idea. His teacher was enraged when he found out that the Zheng family of New South Town wanted to kill him. He immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and a Saint Rudiment revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the Zheng family. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, how could he swallow his anger when he was provoked by someone from a ninth-rate clan in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City? Duan Ling Tian, with your innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder when we'll meet again after you leave. Guali could not help but sigh when she was called out by Duan Ling Tian and found out that Duan Ling Tian would not be staying in the latent dragon camp for the next 6 months. She had entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she still had to stay in this 8th-rate force. I'll come back to visit you and my teacher when I'm free. Moreover, you might be able to enter the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled. This time, he also had the intention of saying goodbye to Guali. After all, it would be a rush if he left in half a year. He did not know if Guali would be in closed-door cultivation at that time. Therefore, it was better to bid farewell in advance. Even today, Duan Ling Tian only wanted to try his luck. If Guali was in closed-door cultivation, he could only look for her next time. After all, he was not here to challenge Guali. If he was here to challenge Guali, naturally, it did not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Guali's gaze was extremely complicated as she watched Duan Ling Tian's silhouette leaving. She muttered to herself, Guali, a man like him is not someone you're worthy of. It was apparent that Guali had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian, whom she had only known for a few months. However, this feeling was hidden by her. She could tell that Duan Ling Tian only treated her as a good friend and did not have any other intentions. If she rashly broke the ice, they might not be able to be friends in the future. Chapter 14-17. In the following days, apart from occasionally listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City talk about martial Dao, Duan Ling Tian spent the rest of his time cultivating in his room. Of course, he entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate and did not waste any time. It was worth mentioning that Su Qi had also moved into the courtyard of the city governor of Mound Hill City. As soon as Su Qi entered, Xiong, who wanted to stir up trouble, he wanted the Duan Ling Tian and Su Qi to fight to see who would be the eldest senior brother. However, his plan was ruined by the intervention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Among all of you, Su Qi is the oldest, and he was the first to follow me. Theoretically speaking, he's the eldest senior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City did this because he was worried that Su Qi would not be able to recover after being defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Su Qi had been with him for many years. Naturally, he knew Su Qi's character. He was unruly and unruly. Among his peers, he had an unimaginable sense of superiority. Sometimes, standing high might not be a good thing, because once he fell down, he would be smashed to pieces. The reason he was worried Su Qi would be defeated by Duan Ling Tian was because he learned that Duan Ling Tian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhang clan. However, although the city governor of Mound Hill City had concealed his intentions, Su Qi still managed to catch some clues. Duan Ling Tian. When Su Qi found out that his master had the intention of stopping him from competing with Duan Ling Tian and even discussed it with the Duan Ling Tian in private, his pride was greatly provoked. Therefore, he went straight to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Su Qi, what's the matter? Duan Ling Tian opened the door and walked out, only to find Su Qi standing there with a gloomy face. He couldn't help but look puzzled. I don't remember offending Su Qi, right? Duan Ling Tian, I know Master looked for you and told you not to spar with me, so I want to challenge you today and prove that I'm worthy of my title as the eldest senior brother. Su Qi said with a gloomy expression. When he first met the Duan Ling Tian, he did not think much of the Duan Ling Tian. It was not until recently that he found out Duan Ling Tian had defeated Ling Yun in just one blow. Moreover, his master thought he might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian even though he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He couldn't stand it. His opponent was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage while he was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Su Qi was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Senior brother Su Qi, is there a misunderstanding? Teacher didn't say anything to me. I admit that I'm not as good as you, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Naturally, he would not tell them that the city governor of Mound Hill City had looked for him. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, he could tell that Su Qi was a proud and arrogant person who might not be able to withstand the blow of being defeated by him. After all, he was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in Su Qi's eyes. No matter what, you and I must fight today. Su Qi's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, it even alerted the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao. Duan Lingtian, you'll fight him. He'll have to face what he has to face. The city governor of Mount Hill City sighed and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Remember, don't show any mercy. He knew very well. If Duan Lingtian showed mercy and Su Qi saw through his weakness, he would definitely have a heart demon even if he won. Although inner demons were illusory, they were real. Once the heart demon was formed, it would be difficult for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. Yes, teacher. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had spoken, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful Su Qi was. Although he could defeat the paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from New South Town's Zhang clan, that was because he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and was a native of the Dao martial saint land. However, he could see Su Qi's cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage through his divine eye. Although it had not completely stabilized, it was still stronger than Zheng Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. His foundation was solid. Since they were going to fight, naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show any mercy. Even if the city governor of Mound Hill City did not say anything, he would still go all out. Xiong, who was the most excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi. Haha, senior brother Su Qi and senior brother Duan Lingtian are finally going to fight. This is going to be a fierce battle. It'll definitely be exciting. Although Ling Yun and Jin Yuan Bao did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stood at the side. Let's begin. Standing at the side of the spacious front yard, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two people who were facing each other and said, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were standing in the middle of the field, made their moves almost at the same time. Both of them were like two cheetahs as they shot out like lightning and collided head-on. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air when Duan Lingtian's fist collided with Su Qi's fist. A thunderous explosion rang in the air. A rolling airwave swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was only because the gravity in the Dao martial saint land was strong and the space was stable. Otherwise, the collision between the two of them was enough to set off a vast shockwave. If the shockwave was placed on Cloud Continent, it would have swept out at least a few hundred meters away. Even so, the shockwave that swept out still caused the flowers and trees in the front yard to sway and flutter, as expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch, had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Su Qi, who only took 5 steps back. The punch earlier was the full force of his silver shirt. He did not hold back at all. In just a blink of an eye, his 52 saint veins had activated his true energy and his brute strength. However, even then, he was still at a disadvantage when he faced Su Qi, who did not use any saint-grade martial tactic. Although it wasn't obvious, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and that was that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Su Qi was indeed not simple as a disciple whom the city governor of Mount Hill City had put in all his effort to cultivate. At the very least, he was not on the same level as the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Qi's ability, but Su Qi was even more shocked. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? How can a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage be so powerful? If I hadn't broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. Su Qi was so emotional that he could not calm down for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Under the premise that both of them did not use any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactic, his punch that he did not hold back only managed to gain a slight advantage. One must know he was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the person standing in front of him was only a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you have a bow that's as powerful as a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out. Use the saint-grade martial tactic. Let's fight with all our might. A narrow saber suddenly appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was the saint weapon that he always carried around with him. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was only natural that he would not be shabby. His saint weapon, the narrow saber, was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Light swirled around it like a bright moon. Of course, Duan Lingtian also took out his sun-shooting bow immediately. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed completely. He was like a ferocious tiger that bared its fangs. Come on! Su Qi's eyes narrowed. The narrow saber pierced through the air. Layers of blue waves seemed to appear in the air as it passed by, pushing and blasting toward Duan Lingtian. The saber seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. If this saber is a move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could see the extraordinariness of Su Qi's saber move. It was simple and clean. It seemed to be able to destroy the void. A move from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement, was so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Although the aerolite strike had only been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, as a move from a human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic, not only was it more difficult to cultivate, but it was also more powerful. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with Su Qi's preemptive saber move, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He shot an arrow through the air. It was as though he was riding a bird as he soared rapidly in the air. Whoosh! 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 However, Su Qi was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who had dodged his attack, he quickly chased after him. The saber ray that shone from the saber in his hand even split into 3. It was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Each saber contained an extremely sharp aura. Ha! Just as Su Qi smirked, thinking that he could suppress Duan Lingtian with these 3 saber moves, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had suddenly come to a halt. He was staring blankly at the sky in the distance. What are you doing? Su Qi's expression changed drastically. His expression was extremely grave as he withdrew his saber force. Was Duan Lingtian trying to lose to him on purpose? This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Su Qi. This was because he could see a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a terrifying speed through the strange pupil. He's coming with ill intentions. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He could smell danger. The second person who noticed that something was amiss was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, by the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared above the city governor's mansion and arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Trespassing on the city governor's mansion is a capital offense. At this moment, 2 figures rose into the sky from both sides of the mansion. They charged toward the intruders like 2 bolts of lightning. Be careful! The city governor of Mound Hill City had a drastic change of expression. In the next moment, the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others changed as well. Chapter 14:18. They're dead. Duan Lingtian gasped when he saw the 2 bodies on the ground. One of them was no stranger to him. He was the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other person was an old man. Although he did not know him, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The fact that he could fly in Mound Hill City was enough to prove his cultivation base. However, these two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were instantly killed by this newcomer in just a single blow. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the newcomer again, his eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, he also saw the newcomer clearly. It was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. However, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at them condescendingly. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao regained their senses and gasped. When they looked at the white-robed young man again, they were filled with dread as well. The two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were not even a match for this person. Just how strong was this person's strength? They did not even see any trace of his attack earlier. It was as though a powerful force had appeared out of thin air and suppressed and killed the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Naturally, they knew that things were not that simple. He must have made a move. However, since their cultivation base was too low, they could not see any trace of his attack. Zhou Qi! At this moment, a thunderous roar snapped Duan Ling Tian and the other four back to their senses. Then they saw it. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a ferocious look on his face as he stomped on the ground and flew up with a bang. The ground where he was standing earlier had cracks that looked like a spider web. The cracks even extended to the feet of Duan Ling Tian and the other three. Before they regained their senses, they realized the city governor of Mound Hill City was already fighting with Zhou Qi. However, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they could not see their movements at all. Even when Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages crossing each other. What's that? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that when his teacher and Zhou Qi were fighting with their saint weapons, True Qi had spread out above Zhou Qi's head and turned into a huge hammer. This was a giant hammer that was completely condensed from true energy. Just as Duan Ling Tian was wondering why the other party had the mind to spare a portion of his Jinqi to do this, the giant hammer came crashing down on his teacher. At that moment, the sky shook. Accompanied by a dull thud, the city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky in a wretched state. Teacher! Master! Immediately, Duan Ling Tian and the other four moved to catch the falling city governor of Mound Hill City. One could see that the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. True energy condensed weapon, you broke through to the Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhou Qi with fear in his eyes. Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned Duan Ling Tian and the other four. This white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually a powerful person at the Saint Realm Mastery stage? Fang Hui, you're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. It seems like you'll only be like this for the rest of your life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and blatant disdain. You! Zhou Qi had severely injured the city governor of Mound Hill City and even humiliated him. This caused Duan Ling Tian and the other four to turn pale. Although they knew the other party was powerful, they could not bear it. The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the other four were about to attack, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Hui, stopped them anxiously. You're no match for him. Fang Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid that I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to show off your prowess? If that's the case, you can leave now. You've achieved your goal. Fang Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice, in terms of seniority, I should call you junior uncle. However, based on the difference between our cultivation bases, I think you'll be embarrassed if I call you junior uncle. The smile on Zhou Qi's face grew wider as he insulted Fang Hui to his heart's content. Junior uncle? Duan Ling Tian and the other four were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi's words. Why? Are you surprised? Zhou Qi smiled when he saw the expression on Duan Ling Tian and the other four's faces. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is much more useless. He's already so old, but he's still an outer court deacon who's sent to manage this small Mound Hill city. Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My good junior uncle, if I remember correctly, you were at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage when I first met you 10 years ago, and I was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Now, I've broken through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, but you're still at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The contempt in Zhou Qi's eyes grew as he spoke. Are you here to humiliate me? Feng Hui asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Qi with a piercing gaze. There was an extremely cold gleam in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that he was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight, Feng Hui would have attacked again. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored his gaze and said indifferently, I heard that martial uncle Feng Hui has a disciple who came from the mortal continent. He's quite impressive. I think his name is Su Qi. May I know who he is? Zhou Qi asked curiously as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other four. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Lingtian and the other four could not help but look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi who came with ill intentions was actually looking for Su Qi? What was going on? Humph! Su Qi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him immediately. You're Su Qi? Not bad, you're good-looking. No wonder Master likes you so much. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, he nodded in satisfaction. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, it seemed like he was here to poach him? Zhou Qi, what do you mean by that? Feng Hui asked with a grave expression. However, Zhou Qi ignored Feng Hui directly and looked at Su Qi with a smile. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, intends to take you in as his direct disciple so that you can enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll be able to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Moon Illumination sect. Inner court disciple. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, it was no different from a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other four. They would be heading to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment in 5 months. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the other four knew a little about the Moon Illumination sect's rules. Those who had just passed the entrance assessment and entered the Moon Illumination sect were only outer court disciples of the sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, one must pass a certain test. It was said that one must have a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at the very least. Naturally, there were exceptions. It was said that some young geniuses who were chosen by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials could directly enter the inner court and become inner court disciples regardless of their cultivation base, as long as they were recommended by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. Naturally, it had to be the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who had real power. For example, an outer court deacon like Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, who was sent out, although he was considered a high-ranking official in the Moon Illumination sect to a certain extent, he did not have any status in the sect, let alone real power. In the Moon Illumination sect, his status was even lower than many of the inner court disciples. However, Zhou Qi had just said that his master, Elder Lu Huan, intended to take Su Qi in as his direct disciple. Moreover, he would allow Su Qi to enter the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao immediately looked at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what he would choose. Would he betray the sect and join another sect? Or would he reject the offer? However, if he rejected the offer, it would not end well for him. Based on the fact that Zhou Qi had killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses as soon as he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, it was easy to tell that Zhou Qi was not a kind person. Did that scoundrel, Lu Huan, send you here? Feng Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were wide open as his body began to tremble violently. He was so angry that he was on the verge of breaking down. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. It was Zhou Qi who had struck at lightning speed and slapped Feng Hui, leaving a clear palm print on half of Feng Hui's face. Master! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. True energy shot out of his right hand and consolidated into an arrow. He wanted to attack Zhou Qi with the arrow light strike. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about whether he was a match for Zhou Qi or not. He had long regarded Feng Hui as his master. As his disciple, he could not just stand by and watch his master being humiliated. Humph! However, as soon as he knocked the arrow on the bowstring and before he could pull the string, a cold snort resonated in his ears. The sound contained a terrifying sound wave that caused his body to tremble. Before Duan Lingtian could even react, he felt a huge force attack him, and it fiercely slapped his body, blasting him away. Barf! Duan Lingtian felt something sweet in his throat when he fell heavily on the ground. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard 3 people spitting out blood beside him. He noticed that Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were sent flying with him. They were holding saint weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to avenge Feng Hui just like him. How dare 4 little ants act so presumptuously in front of me? Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not seem to have done anything. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 3 in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with his nose in the air. Oh no! Chapter 14:19. How shabby. I'm afraid such a lousy bow isn't even a human rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like Feng Hui doesn't think highly of you. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Zhou Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain as he sneered. He did not bother with Duan Lingtian and the other 2 anymore. He turned around and looked at Su Qi. Su Qi, what do you think? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly. At that moment, he thought Zhou Qi had seen how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow in his hand was and wanted to snatch it away. At that moment, his heart also hung in the air. It was only now that he felt relieved. It was a close call. A Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator is actually so powerful? I feel like a child in front of him. I don't even have the strength to fight back. Even if I activate my strange pupil, I'm still no match for him. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Zhou Qi was definitely the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. However, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to Su Qi. Apart from him, even Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao, and Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, were looking at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what choice he would make. Su Qi, a wise man submits to circumstances. I believe you're a smart man. Zhou Qi seemed to have noticed Su Qi's hesitation, so he continued to say, moreover, water flows to the lower places while people walk to the higher places. This is the truth no matter where you go. You're destined to have no future if you follow Feng Hui. Feng Hui's cultivation base is even lower than mine, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's only half a step away from the Saint stage. Zhou Qi finished his sentence in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Qi's master to be at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. An elder with such strength must have a high position even in the Moon Illumination sect. Although the Moon Illumination sect was a 7th-rate force, there were only a few Saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered to be in the 2nd echelon of the Moon Illumination sect. The 1st echelon was none other than the few Saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally made up his mind. Haha, good. From now on, I'll call you Junior Brother Su Qi. Zhou Qi immediately laughed out loud when he heard Su Qi's reply. His laughter was filled with joy. Junior Brother Su Qi, congratulations. You've made the best choice. Senior Brother Zhou Qi. Su Qi bowed respectfully at Zhou Qi. Su Qi, you ingrate, you ungrateful bastard. Xiong, who was enraged when he saw that Su Qi had actually agreed to it. Hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face immediately disappeared. He looked at Xiong, who with a murderous look in his eyes, and the true energy on his body was faintly discernible. He's just an ant. Why do you have to care about him, senior brother Zhou Qi? Su Qi glanced at Xiong, who indifferently, and said to Zhou Qi with a smile, "That's right, he's just an ant." Zhou Qi smiled as well. "You?" When Xiong, who heard Su Qi's words, he became even more enraged. He still wanted to say something, but Jin Yuanbao, who was standing next to him, covered his mouth. "Xiong Hu, if you're seeking death, don't drag us down with you." Jin Yuanbao glared at Xiong Hu and shouted in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Qi with a slightly gloomy expression. He knew very well how much his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, loved Su Qi. For Su Qi's sake, his master had even secretly asked him not to spar with Su Qi. Yet now, Su Qi had actually betrayed his master. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt that his heart was filled with rage that was about to burst out. "Senior brother Zhou Qi, let's return to the sect. I'd like to go back and meet master as soon as possible," Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was respectful, and Zhou Qi enjoyed it. "There's no hurry." Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. At this moment, Fang Hui was looking at Su Qi in disbelief. It was as though he did not expect Su Qi to betray him. A hint of anger could be seen on his face. However, his anger soon disappeared. He sighed as though he had aged a few years in an instant. "Fang Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago." Zhou Qi glanced at Fang Hui coldly and said mockingly, "It's one thing if you have poor innate talent, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple you've trained wholeheartedly has betrayed you." Every word Zhou Qi said was heart-wrenching. After he finished speaking, Fang Hui was so angry that his body trembled violently. His eyes were bulging, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely wretched. "However, I still have to thank you on behalf of my master, your senior brother, Elder Lu Huan. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him." Zhou Qi continued. Fang Hui was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. "Trash!" Zhou Qi spat before he looked at Su Qi and said with a smile, "Junior brother Su Qi, let's go. We'll go back to the sect to meet master and perform the ceremony. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou Qi's arrangement." Su Qi glanced at Fang Hui, who had fainted unwillingly, before he looked at Zhou Qi and said respectfully, "Let's go." Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice. He lifted his arm and grabbed Su Qi's shoulder. He flew away with Su Qi and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye, returning to the Moon Illumination sect. Master City Governor. Big Brother. Elder Huang. Not long after Zhou Qi left, people came one after another. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and some revered elders. As for the servants and maids who came after hearing the news, they were blocked outside. After all, it was not something to be proud of. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the healing medicinal pill gradually took effect. Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao could finally stand up. After they stood up, they immediately ran to Fang Hui, who was unconscious. The three of them had a worried expression on their faces. What's going on? More than 10 people from the 36 guardians and a few revered elders came. All of them looked grave as they questioned Duan Lingtian and the other two. They rushed over when they heard the commotion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and a revered elder lying on the ground. This scene scared them to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies. In fact, the three of them who were lying on the ground were all at the St. Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City, especially, was at the intermediate St. Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastering the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon was a technique that could only be mastered by a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon to attack the enemy by surprise would have a miraculous effect. For example, the technique Zhou Qi used to defeat Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was the True Energy Consolidated Weapon. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon. His divine weapon phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the gigantic hammer fell, it was as though Mount Tai was crashing down. His power was unstoppable. Su Qi, that ingrate, Xiong who gnashed his teeth in hatred. The moment he thought of Su Qi's betrayal, he was filled with rage. Jin Yuan Bao recounted what had happened earlier with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing how powerful Zhou Qi was and how powerful the Moon Illumination Sect's elder, Lu Huan, was, everyone fell silent. Whether it was the dozens of people from the 36 guardians or the remaining revered elders, the anger on their faces turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well that they would not be able to avenge themselves. Their opponent was an inner court disciple of the seventh-rate force, the Moon Illumination Sect, that was above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Put aside the fact that the inner court disciple was more powerful than their city governor. Moreover, the Moon Illumination Sect's elder behind the inner court disciple made them unable to resist at all. Soon after, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, regained consciousness. His expression was terrifyingly grave. After consuming a healing medicinal pill and recovering slightly, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao, the rest of you are dismissed." Following Fang Hui's order, only 4 people were left in the huge mansion. "I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, right?" Fang Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, they had questions in their minds. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, he seemed to be picking on Fang Hui, as though he had a death feud with Fang Hui. "Do all of you see anything?" Fang Hui asked again. "Master, Zhou Qi must have a feud with you, right?" Jin Yuan Bao asked. "Zhou Qi?" Fang Hui shook his head before a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "I have no feud with Zhou Qi. He's just a dog that Lu Huan raised to bite people everywhere. Lu Huan is the one who has a feud with me." Lu Huan. Before Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 did not know who the owner of this name was even if they heard it. However, after Zhou Qi's arrival, they knew who he was. Lu Huan was an elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. His cultivation base was so powerful that he had even entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. "Master, Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Why do you have a feud with him?" Xiong Hu asked. "I'll have to start from when I was young," Fang Hui said slowly. Fang Hui slowly told Duan Lingtian and the other 2 about the things that happened when he was young. As it turned out, Fang Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination Sect in the same year. In the beginning, both of them minded their own business, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them died. As for the reason for this, it was because of Fang Hui's wife. Fang Hui's wife had entered the Moon Illumination Sect a few years later. Both Fang Hui and Lu Huan had taken a liking to her. In the end, Fang Hui had married the beauty. At that time, Lu Huan, who had already become an inner court disciple, took advantage of the fact that he had been taken in as a disciple by an elder in the sect. He was so bold that he kidnapped Fang Hui's wife on their wedding night. After Fang Hui's wife was defiled by him, she chose to commit suicide. Since then, Fang Hui and Lu Huan had a death feud. They would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Fang Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan's, and his backer was not as good as Lu Huan's. In his despair, the heart demon grew in him, causing his cultivation base to progress slowly. Chapter 1420. Later on, Fang Hui knew there was no hope for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he sought the position of an outer court deacon to take charge of Mound Hill City and became the city governor of Mound Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here. He had once again recalled his dusty memories, causing him to be filled with grief and indignation. However, what could he do? He could not defeat Lu Huan. In terms of status, he was far inferior to Lu Huan. Due to this reason, he could only endure the humiliation until today. I know there's no hope for me to seek revenge on my own, and I've thought of committing suicide. However, I decided to live on in the end. I'm destined to be inferior to Lu Huan in this life, but it doesn't mean the disciple I train is inferior to the disciple he trains. Fang Hui said through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Naturally, there was something he did not say. He hoped the disciple he trained would avenge him one day. Even if he did not kill Lu Huan, he would die without regrets if he could teach Lu Huan a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out an ignoble existence until today. One must admit that when Fang Hui's words entered the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the other three, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. It did not cross their minds at all. To think that their teacher and master actually had such an unbearable past. They could feel pain, anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and other emotions in Fang Hui's tone. They could understand it. The reason I'm telling all of you this is mainly because I want to tell all of you one thing. Even if all of you enter the Moon Illumination sect in a few months' time and become outer court disciples, you'll still have to face suppression from Lu Huan's people. Fang Hui looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other three solemnly. Now you can consider, do you still want to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and enter the sect? The moment Fang Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian and the other three could not help but frown. Don't tell me they dare to kill us? Duan Ling Tian asked. They won't dare to kill anyone in the sect even if they have 100 guts. Even if it's a remote place, it's still covered by the divine consciousness of a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Whoever kills will be severely punished by the sect. Fang Hui enunciated each word clearly. Of course, if there's an irreconcilable feud between the people in the sect, you can apply for a life and death duel. That way, you won't be breaking the sect's rules, and you won't be punished for killing. In other words, if we enter the Moon Illumination sect, they'll at most make things difficult for us, but they won't dare to kill us? Xiong Hu asked. Something like that. Fang Hui nodded. Teacher, what is divine sense? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Divine consciousness can only be formed by Saint Realm experts. It's a type of spiritual energy. The divine consciousness of a Saint Realm expert can cover a wide area and monitor that area. Fang Hui said, You'll find out about this when you break through to the Saint stage in the future. Saint Realm? Duan Ling Tian did not think much of what Fang Hui said. But Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were shocked. Based on what their master said, this senior brother Duan actually had a chance to break through to the Saint stage. With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the Saint stage as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Fang Hui seemed to have noticed the shock on Ling Yun and the other two's faces. Based on his words, he was very confident in Duan Ling Tian. I'll give all of you a month to think about it. I won't blame you even if you don't enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, once you enter, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Fang Hui continued. After all, I'm the one who recommended all of you to enter the Moon Illumination sect. That's equivalent to being branded with Mound Hill City's label, my label. Fang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao nodded solemnly. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had already made up his mind when he heard Fang Hui say Lu Huan and his disciple would not kill anyone in the sect's estate. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be suppressed, it would not be a life and death situation. There was only motivation when there was pressure. Duan Ling Tian had always believed in this. I'll let Lu Huan and his disciple be my touchstone then. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Sigh. Fang Hui seemed to have recalled something as he let out a long sigh before he turned around and left the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian glanced at him and realized Fang Hui's silhouette was a little desolate. It seems like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a huge blow to teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was also out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, in his opinion, Su Qi was not a coward who would live an ignoble life. I've misjudged him this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll let you know. Even if you're on Lu Huan's side, I'll still step on you. Since Duan Lingtian truly regarded Fang Hui as his teacher, he could empathize with Fang Hui's humiliation. And Lu Huan and his disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, the coldness in his eyes intensified. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was less than half a year before he would join the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll have successfully broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage by the time I join the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After cultivating in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 days, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a knock on the door. Only a day had passed in the outside world. Teacher. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Fang Hui. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, have you thought about it? Do you want to join the Moon Illumination sect? Fang Hui asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he could not help but feel a little surprised when Fang Hui came to ask him about it after only a day. Did he not say he would give him a month to think about it? Since there's no danger of death, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, he made it clear that he still intended to join the Moon Illumination sect. There's no danger of death in the sect's estate. Fang Hui's face turned serious as he said, however, there's no guarantee of safety outside the sect's estate. You must know this. Even if someone was killed outside the sect's estate, they might not be able to find out who killed him. If I'm killed outside the sect's estate, I can only say that I'm useless. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he smiled faintly. I didn't misjudge you. Fang Hui took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before taking out a spatial ring and passing it to Duan Lingtian. Cultivate well before you head to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment. This is? Upon seeing Fang Hui's action, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. There's a Saint Grade pill, the sensory pill, and some Saint stones inside. They'll be helpful to your cultivation. After Fang Hui finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and directly stuffed it into Duan Lingtian's hand. Then, he turned around and left, no longer disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Teacher, I'll seek justice for you one day, Duan Lingtian promised as he watched Fang Hui's desolate silhouette leaving. He did not know why, but he felt a fire burning in his heart. This was his promise to Fang Hui. His voice was not loud, but it entered Fang Hui's ears clearly. Justice. Fang Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you. Fang Hui's voice became a little hoarse. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. The reason he, Fang Hui, had dragged out an ignoble existence until today was to seek justice. Back then, Lu Huan had kidnapped and forced his newlywed wife to death, but he did not seek justice. Until today, he still could not seek justice. The reason he recruited so many young geniuses was because he had pinned his hopes on those young geniuses. He hoped they would seek justice for him. Now that someone had promised to seek justice for him, and this person had a high chance of fulfilling his promise, how could he not be excited? However, Fang Hui's feelings were still complicated. Back then, when he took Su Qi as his disciple, he had pinned all his hopes on Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi's rapid growth, he saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's innate talent, he would definitely be able to fulfill his unfulfilled wish, as long as he grew stronger after joining the Moon Illumination sect. He would seek justice for him and allow his wife to die happily. However, Who would have thought the person he had pinned all his hopes on would betray him? Fortunately, he still had Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was like a ray of light in the darkness that guided him forward. To put it simply, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his last hope. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint him. Don't tell me I can't have my cake and eat it too? Fang Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Qi, both of them were people who could seek justice for him after they grew stronger. However, just like how he could not have his cake and eat it too, he had lost Su Qi. Duan Lingtian closed the door and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Sensory Pill. He did not lack Saint Stones among the things Fang Hui had given him. However, he lacked the Saint Grade Sensory Pill. This is a 2-star sensory pill. This is a 3-star sensory pill? Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him. When he was about to take out the sensory pill to assist his cultivation, he realized there were not only 2-star sensory pills in the spatial ring, but there was also a small portion of 3-star sensory pills. They were all Saint Grade sensory pills. The effect of the 3-star sensory pill was undoubtedly much better than the 2-star sensory pill. It's time to change my spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian recalled his spatial ring was refined by himself, he decided to use the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him. Currently, he could not raise the grade of his spatial ring because he could not produce a weapon flame. However, the spatial ring Fang Hui had given him was of a higher grade than all the spatial rings he had. It was a human rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed it without hesitation. The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective. The 3-star sensory pill must be even more powerful. Chapter 14:21. After today's incident, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressured. The law of the jungle in the Dao Martial Saint Land was even more exaggerated compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City alone and killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the city governor's estate before severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao did not even have the strength to fight back against the arrogant Zhou Qi. All of this was because Zhou Qi was too powerful. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth that applied no matter where one went. Today, Zhou Qi had further explained this concept to Duan Lingtian. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'm more confident of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. Unknowingly, a saint stone had appeared in his hand. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the saint stone surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. They were transported by the 9 dragons and circulated in his body. After completing the circulation, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true energy and merged into the basketball-sized Qi-Si between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy in his Qi-Si was increasing every second. It's so fast. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill took effect, the heaven and earth spirit energy he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had become faster as well. Under such a cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose rapidly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not keep cultivating like this. Occasionally, he would leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his room to relax. A month's time passed very quickly. At this moment, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao had also replied one after another. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu had decided to join the Moon Illumination sect. Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, chose to give up. Master, I'm sorry. I can't join the Moon Illumination sect. I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will attack my family. Under the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao bitterly smiled as he explained the reason why he gave up. Although Jin Yuan Bao chose to give up, Fang Hui did not blame him. It was undoubtedly normal for Jin Yuan Bao to be wary of Lu Huan and his disciple. Master, I'll definitely teach that traitor Su Qi a lesson for you in the future. As for that Zhou Qi, I will definitely catch up to him and even surpass him in the future. Xiong Hu said solemnly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Fang Hui was naturally moved by this. Even though Ling Yun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze was enough to explain everything. Duan Lingtian would occasionally leave the city governor's mansion and go out to relax. However, most of the time he would go to Hong Yu's house to see the little girl, Shi, and play with her. Compared to the past, the little girl, Shi, was like a completely different person. She had become even more cheerful. Brother, Shi will perform for you. The little girl waved her fists excitedly as she blinked her big eyes and said to Duan Lingtian, "What's the performance?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. As the little girl whistled, a few figures appeared in all directions of the courtyard. In just a blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Duan Lingtian stared at them and saw they were animals like cats and dogs. However, due to the different environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the cats and dogs here were different from the ones on the mortal continent. The cats here were as big as adult dogs on the mortal continent. The dogs here were as big as tigers on the mortal continent. However, the cats and dogs surrounding the little girl were unusually docile. They lay there and allowed the little girl to ride on them. They even ran around happily with the little girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Shi's innate talent as a beast tamer far surpasses mine. Hong Yu suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated expression as he looked at the little girl who was riding a big dog around the courtyard. As it turns out, she has an innate talent as a beast tamer. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He was wondering how a little girl like Shi could make these cats and dogs so docile. As it turned out, she had an innate talent as a beast tamer. In the beginning, he even thought these were the cats and dogs that Hong Yu reared at home. Only now did he realize they were stray cats and dogs. Brother Lingtian, I want Shi to become a beast tamer, Hong Yu said seriously. Hong Yu said to Duan Lingtian seriously, she really has this innate talent. I don't want this talent of hers to be buried. Big brother Hong, I don't have any objections as long as Shi is happy. Duan Lingtian said, I only hope that she can always be carefree. Everything else is not important. All right. Hong Yu nodded. Big brother Hong, I'll be leaving in 3 months. I'll come to see all of you and bid farewell before I leave Mount Hill City. I'm going to focus on cultivating during this period of time. Duan Lingtian greeted Hong Yu, and Hong Yu expressed his understanding of the situation. He knew Duan Lingtian would be leaving Mount Hill City in 3 months to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. As Duan Lingtian's brother, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. After returning to the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating even more. I've underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through from the mastery mortal shedding stage to the perfection mortal shedding stage is more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Initially, Duan Lingtian planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before joining the Moon Illumination Sect. Soon, he realized it was not easy to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time went by, he had cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a whole year, but he still had not broken through. Moreover, only 2/3 of the true energy in the Qi Sea in between his brows had been accumulated. He was still 1/3 away from filling his Qi Sea with true energy. A year on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 4 months outside. At this moment, there was only a month left before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect would begin. The time was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. The day for Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu to depart to the Moon Illumination Sect had arrived. Get ready. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. In the morning, Fang Hui called Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu to greet them. Duan Lingtian did not have much to prepare. They would depart the next day. He left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house to accompany the little girl, Shi, for the entire day. He was only ready to leave in the evening. Shi, I'm going somewhere far tomorrow. I'll come back to see you after a while. Duan Lingtian said to the little girl. Come back soon, brother. The little girl was much more sensible now. If she was still the old her, she would have cried a long time ago. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After patting Shi's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave Shi in your care. Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, take care of yourself. I believe with your innate talent, it won't take long for you to make a name for yourself in the Moon Illumination sect. Hong Yu said. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu were brought out of Mound Hill City by Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian and the other two could fly on their own without the flight prohibiting formation. They followed Fang Hui to the Moon Illumination sect. Xiong Hu, YUV broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized Xiong Hu could still keep up with him and Ling Yun even though he was flying with his physical strength and the true energy in his body. I just broke through a month ago. Xiong Hu grinned and smiled brightly. However, Fang Hui and Ling Yun did not seem surprised. It was obvious they had known about it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you and I could have exchanged some pointers. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan. I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you. Xiong Hu said with a teary face. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Lingtian had become the eldest senior brother. Naturally, even if Su Qi did not leave, Duan Lingtian was still the eldest senior brother in Ling Yun and Xiong Hu's eyes. They knew a little about Fang Hui forbidding Duan Lingtian from sparring with Su Qi. They knew their master was worried Su Qi would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui slowed down on purpose since he had to take care of Duan Lingtian and the other two. They only arrived near the Moon Illumination sect after 2 days. We'll see the Moon Illumination sect after we pass the mountain range in front. Fang Hui said to Duan Lingtian and the other two while looking at the mountain range that looked like a long dragon. The three of them shuddered and snapped back to their senses. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he focused his eyes and looked forward. He could not see anything with just a glance. However, as he activated the strange pupil in his left eye, he soon saw a huge mountain gate not far behind the mountain range. It looked majestic. Above the mountain gate, there were 3 large words carved in a flamboyant style. Moon Illumination Sect. I did it! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a surprised voice resonated in his ears. He could tell it was Hualao's voice. Hualao, what did you do? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I've successfully refined the dragon blood of the little devil dragon. Hualao replied. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened due to his excitement. Hualao, did you really refine it? Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to contain slight excitement mixed within. He could not help but feel excited. Hualao had told him what refining the dragon blood of a 5-clawed devil dragon meant 3 months ago. Divine Dragon Phenomenon. Chapter 1422. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had purposely asked Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, about Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal and Dao cultivators. According to Fang Hui, the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was just an elevation of true energy. It was the real transformation when one reached the mastery stage. A mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could cast the true energy consolidated weapon technique. They could use part of their true energy to consolidate a divine weapon phenomenon to attack their opponent when they were fighting. For example, Zhou Qi, the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciple who came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City half a year ago, had consolidated a gigantic hammer with his true energy. It was a divine weapon phenomenon. If he did not cast the divine weapon phenomenon, Feng Hui, who was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, might have been able to hold on for a while. However, Feng Hui had no way of fighting back when he cast the divine weapon phenomenon. Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of that scene. When the gigantic hammer divine weapon phenomenon slammed down, it was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. It was as though it could suppress everything. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Once one entered the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, one would master a new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. As long as a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast and had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would be able to consolidate a fierce beast or a saint beast's phenomenon with his true energy. That kind of phenomenon was called the variant beast phenomenon. The more powerful the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast was merged with, the more powerful the variant beast phenomenon would be. Fierce beasts and saint beasts would only have blood essence when they were alive. If they were dead, the blood essence would evaporate and disappear without a trace. When Duan Lingtian killed the five-clawed devil dragon, he did not know about this when he entered the Saint Rudiment stage. Therefore, he did not think about taking its blood essence. Naturally, he might not be able to take it even if he wanted to. After all, he had relied on the Devil Seal Tablet to kill the five-clawed devil dragon. It was a close call, so he did not have the chance to take the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Fortunately, Hualao has a way to refine the ordinary blood in the five-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Duan Lingtian, S. Saint Rudiment stage. Although Elder Hua was the three-legged golden crow, the divine sun bird in the ancient myths in Duan Lingtian's past life, he did not know that there was a true energy consolidated beast technique here due to the different cultivation laws in every mundane planet. After learning about this, he told Duan Lingtian that he could refine the ordinary blood of a five-clawed divine dragon into blood essence. After all, Duan Lingtian had just learned from Feng Hui that the technique of a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of fierce beasts and saint beasts. He felt a little depressed. This was because although he had the five-clawed demonic dragon's corpse, he did not have its blood essence. Saint stage realm Saint Rudiment stage, Saint. Fortunately, Hualao had mentioned a way to remedy the situation. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been extremely depressed. And now, hearing Hualao say that the refinement was successful, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. To him, this was good news that would have a long-term impact on his future strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of him condensing the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol in the future. According to Teacher, the variant beast phenomenon formed by powerhouses above the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage not only has a form and spirit, but it also has a force. If I can condense the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol, wouldn't the Dharma idols of ordinary beasts collapse when the dragon's might is displayed? With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. Hualao, keep the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence first. I'll get it from you after I settle down in the Moon Illumination sect. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't wait to fuse with the five-clawed demon dragon's blood essence, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. No matter how anxious he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he was still far away from the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he realized he had already arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. He could see behind the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, but it was cloudy, so he couldn't see what was inside. Let's walk into the monastery gate. When they arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, Feng Hui's expression was solemn as he called out to Duan Lingtian and the other two before descending from the sky. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed suit. Under Feng Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. However, they were stopped by the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate. I'm the city governor of Mound Hill City, leading the young geniuses of Mound Hill City to participate in the entrance assessment organized by the sect's Ming Tian. Feng Hui took out a token and waved it in front of the two moon illumination sect's disciples. On the token, apart from the words City Governor of Mount Hill City and Outer Court Deacon, there was also Feng Hui's name. Oh, it's Deacon Feng. When the two moon illumination sect's disciples saw the token, they immediately welcomed Feng Hui in with a smile. Although the Outer Court Deacons did not have any real power in the sect, both of them were only Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Outer Court Deacons. The entrance assessment will begin tomorrow. All of you should rest well today. Get some sleep tonight and recharge your energy so that you'll be ready for the entrance assessment tomorrow. Feng Hui said as he led Duan Lingtian and the other two inside. With the three of your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become an Outer Court disciple. Soon after, Feng Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the outer area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. There were simple houses that were specially made for the participants of the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that looked more spacious and luxurious. However, these houses were not as simple as the simple houses. There were only 18 of them. Feng Hui registered with the person in charge and obtained the residence passes for 4 of the houses. The residence passes were hung on the doors of the houses with the words occupied written on them. It meant that the houses with the residence passes were occupied so that nobody would enter wrongly. Master, will Su Qi be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow? Xiong Hu asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. Since he's Lu Huan's disciple, naturally, he doesn't have to participate in the assessment. Not only that, but he can even enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple with Lu Huan's recommendation. Although it had been half a year since Su Qi's betrayal, one could still see some strange emotions on Feng Hui's face. Traitor, Xiong Hu said resentfully. Xiong Hu, Feng Hui said with a frown. It's fine if you say these things in private when you enter the Moon Illumination Sect. If you say these things out loud, Lu Huan's people won't let you go easily. The sect forbids killing. Do you think I, Xiong Hu, am afraid of them? Xiong Hu said with a glare. All in all, when the 3 of you enter the sect, try to keep a low profile. If Lu Huan's people think that you're stubborn, they might feel bored and won't make things difficult for you, Feng Hui said seriously. I don't want to cause too much trouble for all of you because of me. A moment of forbearance is for a better tomorrow. If we want to avenge Master, we must become stronger first. Otherwise, we're destined to be tortured, Ling Yun said. Feng Hui nodded. That's right. Feng Hui agreed with Ling Yun's words. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and did not interrupt. His eyes gleamed brightly, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Forbearance? A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian hung the residence pass with the words occupied on one of the houses. Since the people from Mound Hill City were the first to arrive, the houses were all empty. Therefore, he chose the house with the best location and the best air. The house that Master lives in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could it be that they correspond to the city governors of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 18 spacious houses opposite him and thought in his heart as he guessed. At this moment, no matter if it was Feng Hui, Ling Yun, or Xiong Hu, they entered the house one after another and closed the door. The sign that said occupied on the door told the people outside that there were already people inside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked in as well. The house was simple. Apart from a small window that he could barely lie down on, there was nothing else inside. This house was obviously much worse than the wooden house in the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. Compared to the extremely harsh environment in his past life, this place was like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the house. He realized that the house was not airtight. A gust of wind could blow in from anywhere. It's not easy to put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in this case. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the wind blew in, he would be blown out as soon as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was touched. Forget it. It's only a day. I'll just cultivate outside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect tomorrow, he would become an outer court disciple of the sect. As long as he was capable, he could stay in the independent courtyard in the outer court anytime. The reason he said, as long as he was capable, was because the living conditions of the outer court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect were also divided into different grades and grades. Feng Hui had told them about this on their way here. Only those who had a strong fist could live well. Although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, most of the true energy in my qi has been accumulated. With the 52 saint veins, I can mobilize all of my true energy in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Even those on the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be able to compare to me in this aspect. Besides, I've also cultivated the defensive technique silver shirt to the highest level, the impeccable stage. With my current ability, although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, it's enough to crush many martial and Dao cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. Bang! A loud bang sounded out and gave Duan Lingtian a fright. At the same time, a gust of wind blew in, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. His face turned extremely grave. The loud noise came from the sound of the door being kicked. The wind was caused by the door being kicked open. Someone had kicked open the door to Duan Lingtian's house. Boy, I've taken a liking to this house. Get out of here. Chapter 14:23. Duan Lingtian walked out of his house with a gloomy expression. With just a glance, he saw an arrogant young man standing at the door of his house as though he was number 2. When Duan Lingtian walked out, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xiong, who also heard the commotion and walked out of their houses respectively. At the same time, another middle-aged man and 3 other young men came out as well. The 4 of them were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on them. His eyes were on the arrogant young man in front of him. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for kicking my door open and asking me to leave? Is that right? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice as a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. So what if I am? Don't tell me you dare to go against my will? The young man who called himself Xiao Jue sneered with his nose in the air, as though he was a superior talking to a subordinate. He said in a condescending tone, "If I were you, I'd leave immediately instead of talking nonsense here. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you continue to stay." When Xiao Jue reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Xiao Jue is unwilling to be left out no matter where he goes. That's right. Senior brother Xiao Jue was like that when he was in Luojiang City. I can't believe he's still the same after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? You've underestimated senior brother Xiao Jue. He's the number 1 genius among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. He's only 38 years old, but he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The other 3 young men were whispering to each other. It was obvious they came from the same city as Xiao Jue. Luoyi. Feng Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said with a frown, "Isn't your disciple too much? My disciple didn't offend him, did he?" Luoyi was the city governor of Luojiang City. Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. It was as famous as Mount Hill City. The city lord of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that controlled an 8th-grade primordial stone mine. Feng Hui, I heard that your most outstanding direct disciple, Su Qi, has been taken in as Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple. Congratulations. With this relationship, I presume that you and Elder Lu Huan will be able to bury the hatchet, right? Luoyi said with a smile. His words were unbridled and he did not care about Feng Hui, whose expression was gradually darkening. He knew that it was impossible for Feng Hui and Lu Huan to reconcile. He only said that to provoke Feng Hui. As for Xiao Jue, he just wants to spar with your other disciples. Now only the people from our 2 cities are here. This way we can pass the time, right? Luo Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't tell me that you, Feng Hui, have no one else besides Su Qi? Sure enough, Feng Hui's face darkened even more. His gaze on Luo Yi grew even colder. Trash! I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Jue's face darkened as he asked loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Luo Yi and the other 3 young men from Luojiang City. Trash, who are you talking to? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as soon as Xiao Jue finished speaking. His tone was cold. You. Xiao Jue replied angrily. Yes, Trash is talking to me. Duan Lingtian studied Xiao Jue from head to toe for a while before he nodded in all seriousness. Haha, senior brother Ling Yun, did you hear that? This brat admitted that he's trash. Xionghu laughed out loud. His laughter was wanton and broke the silence. A smile appeared on Ling Yun's face as well. The 3 young men from Luojiang City looked at Xiao Jue with a strange expression. This brat is dead meat. However, there was pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured by Xiao Jue. Feng Hui, does your direct disciple only know how to talk? Luo Yi glanced at Feng Hui nonchalantly and mocked. Your disciple seems to be the most talkative one since the beginning, right? Feng Hui retorted. Luo Yi's face darkened. He then looked at Xiao Jue and said through true energy voice transmission, Xiao Jue, teach this brat a lesson. As far as I know, Su Qi is the only one among Feng Hui's disciples who has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he has already joined Elder Lu Huan. This brat is no match for you. Brat, you're seeking death. On the other hand, Xiao Jue finally reacted when he heard Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious and charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. At that moment, the true energy on Xiao Jue's body dissipated, as though he had put on a layer of green clothes. Wherever he passed, it seemed to have turned into a wave that crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Xiao Jue, who was charging at him menacingly. He stood still with a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Xiao Jue's face turned ferocious when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifference. He swept his palm toward Duan Lingtian like a 5-fingered mountain. Airwaves rolled out. The force of Xiao Jue's palm shook the flowers and plants more than 10 meters away. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and made his move as well. As the 52 saint veins in his body were activated, the true energy in his qi surged into his hands. He slammed his palm out as well. His palm was shining with a dazzling silver luster. You want to fight Xiao Jue, who's at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You're digging your own grave. Luo Yi smirked when he saw that. He thought the purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City was too arrogant. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian and Xiao Jue's palms collided. A rolling airwave raged out from the center of the 2 palms as though it had set off a gale. Both of them retreated in a flash at the same time. Duan Lingtian took 5 steps back while Xiao Jue took 4 steps back. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. Xiao Jue glanced at Duan Lingtian in shock. However, a look of disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll let you know that the people from Mound Hill City are destined to be stepped on by the people from Luojiang City. A sword appeared in Xiao Jue's hand out of thin air as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use his saint weapon to end the battle quickly. Eh? The 4 people from Luojiang City were surprised that Duan Lingtian was only at a slight disadvantage when he collided with Xiao Jue's palms. On the other hand, the 3 people from Mound Hill City were not surprised at all. Feng Hui, I didn't expect Mound Hill City to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator after Su Qi left. Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui. When he saw the smug look on Feng Hui's face, he poured cold water on him. However, he's still no match for Xiao Jue with this little bit of ability. Xiao Jue's most powerful skill is his sword technique. His most powerful skill is his sword technique? Fang Hui was amused. Does Luo Yi think that Duan Lingtian's most powerful skill is his palm technique? Although Xiao Jue is arrogant, he's quite capable. He's even on par with Su Qi from half a year ago. My punch with 80% of my strength is actually at a slight disadvantage. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Based on the earlier exchange of palms, he was sure that if he did not use any weapons or Saint-grade martial tactic moves, he and Xiao Jue would at most be on par. You're digging your own grave. However, he was delighted when he saw Xiao Jue taking out his Saint weapon and trying to defeat him with it. One must know that the reason why he was so confident in defeating so many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage was mainly because of his weapon. His weapon was the sun shooting bow. Although the sun shooting bow was not as glorious as it was in its prime, it was not something a human rank Saint weapon could compare to. Trash from Mound Hill City. I'll defeat you with just one strike. Xiao Jue shouted coldly and struck with his sword at lightning speed. He moved with his sword, his body was ethereal and seemed real at the same time. The sword gleam was like a blooming white flower that was dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword. Xiao Jue mumbled. The sword gleam in his hand bloomed like plum blossoms in winter as it flew toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his vital points. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He moved with the arrow like a bolt of lightning and dodged Xiao Jue's sword technique easily. Sword shadow pursuit. Xiao Jue continued to mumble. After Duan Lingtian dodged, he chased after him. The sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to a bone. It did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. However, that was just the beginning. A moment later, Duan Lingtian managed to distance himself from Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue was completely defeated in terms of speed. Oh no! Luo Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He thought nobody in Mound Hill City was a match for his disciple since Su Qi was no longer around. He did not expect Mound Hill City to have such a genius even without Su Qi. In the martial Tao of the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Speed could defeat all techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how could he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Jue is in danger. Luo Yi could not help but look at Fang Hui with jealousy in his eyes. What did Fang Hui do to deserve this? First, he had Su Qi. After Su Qi was snatched away, he had such a disciple. Was Mound Hill City's luck that great? Clang. Humph. The sound of an iron weapon colliding with a muffled grunt resonated. Luo Yi had a bad feeling about this, and his expression changed immediately. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized the disciple he was proud of, Xiao Jue, had been defeated by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had knocked the sword out of Xiao Jue's hand with an arrow. Moreover, the bowstring in the purple-clad young man's bow was placed in front of Xiao Jue's throat. As long as the purple-clad young man shook the bowstring, Xiao Jue's head would definitely be separated from his body. Don't try to act cool if you don't have the ability. Do you think you can show how powerful you are by provoking me, attracting the attention of others, and defeating me? Do you think you can satisfy your vanity? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Jue with a mocking smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking the initiative to come to me and giving me a chance to act cool. Chapter 1424. The reason Xiao Jue snatched Duan Lingtian's house was because the location of Duan Lingtian's house was really good. Secondly, his master was not on good terms with the city governor of Mound Hill City. When he found out the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who came earlier than them, he had his eyes on Duan Lingtian's house. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the Mound Hill City disciple he chose to be an iron plate. An iron plate that he, Xiao Jue, could not kick. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a deep voice and kicked Xiao Jue, whose face was turning green and pale, away. He did not show any mercy at all. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Naturally, Xiao Jue had to pay the price for provoking him. Otherwise, he would think he was a pushover. Humph. When the other 3 young men from Luojiang City had a change of expression, Luo Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward toward Duan Lingtian. Boy! How dare you hurt someone from Luojiang City? Luo Yi. Fang Hui stopped Luo Yi as soon as he took a step forward. Don't tell me the almighty city governor of Luojiang City wants to bully a junior? If I remember correctly, you said this was just a sparring session to pass the time, right? You seem to agree with that, don't you? Luo Yi was furious when he heard what Fang Hui said. He had indeed said that earlier. What? You thought the people from Mound Hill City were no match for the people from Luojiang City, so you boasted shamelessly. Now that your people are at a disadvantage, you're trying to deny it? Fang Hui smirked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Fang Hui, I can't believe you're so lucky to have picked up such a monster after losing Su Qi. I only hope he won't be like Su Qi when he joins the sect. He won't part ways with you and join Elder Lu Huan instead. Luo Yi snorted and took a good look at Duan Lingtian. I think, if Elder Lu Huan finds out you have such a disciple, he won't let him go. Luo Yi smirked when he reached the end of his sentence. Fang Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard that. To be honest, he was really worried about this. He subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian, only to discover that the Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. When he saw the determination in the Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart settled. That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Fang Hui glanced at Luo Yi and sneered. Why don't you hurry up and pick a place to stay and recuperate? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Luo Yi looked back at Fang Hui coldly. He then looked at Xiao Jue, who was in a sorry state, and said indifferently. Xiao Jue took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Only then did he find an empty house to stay in. During this process, Xiong, who took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune and shushed him twice. The geniuses of Luojiang City are only SOSO. Xiong, who chuckled. His words made the people of Luojiang City turn pale, but they were speechless. The truth was right in front of them, and they could not refute it. It was unknown if the 3 young men from Luojiang City felt embarrassed because Xiao Jue had embarrassed Luojiang City, or they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. But all of them returned to their houses one after another. Luo Yi did not stay outside for long and returned to his own house. However, before he entered, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intent in Luo Yi's eyes, but he did not care. His name is Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City. At this time, Fang Hui also told Duan Lingtian about Luo Yi's identity. When we were in the sect, he was Lu Huan's lackey. Because of Lu Huan, he has always been at odds with me. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were enlightened. It seems that Xiao Jue deliberately provoked Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he kicked an iron plate. Xiong, who chuckled, gloating over Xiao Jue's misfortune. Ling Yun did not say anything, but his face was a little solemn. Xiao Jue was a young genius from Luojiang City who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. After all, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun, you don't have to think too much. I've heard of Xiao Jue before. He's already 38 years old. You, on the other hand, are only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38 years old. Fang Hui comforted Ling Yun as though he knew what was on Ling Yun's mind. Yes. Ling Yun's expression softened after Fang Hui comforted him. That was right. Xiao Jue was already 38 years old. He, on the other hand, was only 31 years old. Given 7 years, he was confident he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the paramount mortal shedding stage. That Luo Yi thought he could let his disciples trample on Mound Hill City since Su Qi was gone. Just thinking about his expression earlier makes me happy. A rare bright smile appeared on Fang Hui's face when he recalled the scene earlier. As time went by, more and more people appeared. These people were either the city governors of the other 16 cities under the Moon Illumination sect and the young geniuses they brought along, or the young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect found outside. At once, the residential area became lively. However, although Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside, he did not intend to join in the fun. He lay on the bed quietly as his thoughts ran wild. Unknowingly, he thought of his two fiancées and the unborn child in their wombs. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were. He thought of Han Shuanai and wondered if that girl was still looking for him. At the same time, he thought of the three little fellows, the Ling Tian sect, the Overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time passed, he began to recall his past life. That bloody life seemed like a lifetime ago when he recalled it now. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought Emperor Wu was the one who stood at the peak of this world. When I arrived at the Cloud Continent, I found out that what I knew was just a joke. Emperor Wu is just an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He's nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land is very different from the mortal continent. It's really hard to imagine that these two places are on the same planet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. That night, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate, but instead had a good sleep. He slept until dawn, until he heard Xiong calling for him from outside. "Senior brother Duan, it's time for us to leave." When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Xiong standing outside waiting for him. "Where's teacher and Ling Yun?" "Teacher and Ling Yun are waiting for you in front," Xiong replied. When Duan Lingtian left the house, he noticed that many people were leaving their houses one after another. They were walking in groups toward the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. Among these people, there were middle-aged and old people. Most of them were young people. There were both men and women, but less than 1/10 of them were women. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Whether it was on the Cloud Continent or the Dao Martial Saint Land, women were weaker than men in many aspects due to their innate weakness. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who could defeat many male geniuses. However, in comparison, the number of female geniuses was far less than male geniuses. After meeting up with Fang Hui and Ling Yun, Duan Lingtian realized they were the last group. Most of the people were walking in front of them toward the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. "Teacher, why aren't all of you flying?" Xiong asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground obediently. Those young people were not at the Saint Rudiment stage and above after all. They were more or less restricted by the Moon Illumination Sex Flight Prohibiting Formation. Duan Lingtian had already noticed the Flight Prohibiting Formation yesterday. As soon as they entered the Moon Illumination Sex Monastery Gate, they entered the Flight Prohibiting Formation. The Sex Flight Prohibiting Formation is more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill City. One must be a Saint Stage powerhouse to fly in the sex sky, Fang Hui explained. "Oh, I see." Xiong finally understood. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also obtained his answer. The Flight Prohibiting Formation is really amazing. Saint Stage? There don't seem to be many Saint Stage powerhouses in the entire Moon Illumination sect. In other words, there are only a few people who can fly in the Moon Illumination sect sky. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed the flow of people and arrived at a spacious square. There was a towering stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was spacious. It was as big as a football field in Duan Lingtian's past life. Currently, there was an old man and two middle-aged men standing on it. The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man with the old man as their leader. So many people. Duan Lingtian arrived near the stone platform. When he looked around, he realized there were many people there. There were close to 200 people. Excluding the city governors of the 18 cities, there were over 180 people left. They were all young geniuses who came to participate in the Moon Illumination Sex entrance assessment. All of them were excited and high-spirited. On average, there were 10 young geniuses in each city. "Master, don't you think there are too few people from our Mound Hill City?" Also, it seems like there are only 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Xiong Hu said in confusion. Not all of these young geniuses are from the 18 cities. Fang Hui shook his head and said, more than half of them are young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the sect have recruited outside. They're really desperate to recruit so many young geniuses. Xiong Hu clicked his tongue. As long as the young geniuses they've recruited pass the assessment and become outer court disciples, they'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points based on the number of people they've recruited. How can they not be desperate? Fang Hui was not surprised at all. Merit points. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had long heard that the merit points from Mound Hill City and the merit points from Moon Illumination Sect were the same. Moreover, the things that could be exchanged and the Saint grade martial tactics that could be borrowed in the Moon Illumination Sect were of a higher grade than in Mound Hill City. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rate force. Chapter 14:25. Look, it's those fellows from Luojiang City. Xiong Quan's eyes were sharp as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 followed his gaze and saw the 5 people from Luojiang City standing in the distance with Luo Yi, the city governor, in the lead. Luo Yi seemed to have noticed their gazes as he turned around. When he realized it was them, he narrowed his eyes as a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fang Hui's heart sank when he saw the sneer on Mo Wuji's face. He knew Luo Yi very well and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He must be plotting something against his 3 disciples for him to smirk like that. The 3 of you must be careful when you enter the sect. Although the sect does not allow killing at will, if someone really wants to harm you, there are thousands of ways to do so. Fang Hui took a deep breath and reminded Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Yo, isn't this Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar and was getting closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around with a bewildered expression, he saw a young man standing in front of him. This was a young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his entire body emitted a gloomy aura. This aura made one feel uneasy. You're man? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty after he studied the young man in front of him for a while. The young man in front of him was very different from the person in his memory. Therefore, even he did not dare to confirm it. It seems like you have a good memory, Duan Lingtian. You still remember me, Yi Man? Why? Guali didn't come? A cold smirk appeared on the corner of Yi Man's mouth, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Man was one of the first human martial cultivators that Duan Lingtian met when he arrived near the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, Yi Man was with Guali and Lin Qingrong. He was also the most outstanding disciple from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. His cultivation base was only inferior to Guali among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guali and Yi Man back to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian appeared out of nowhere. Because Lin Qingrong had limited slots, Yi Man was eliminated according to the rules of survival of the fittest. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Yi Man here. One had to know that Yi Man's strength was inferior to even Guali's. Where did his confidence come from? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his Heaven's Eye connection. With just a glance, it caused his heartbeat to accelerate. How is that possible? This Yi Man has actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock and disbelief. He still remembered. A year ago, when he first met Guali and Yi Man, both of them were only at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage. Until now, even Guali was only at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, this Yi Man whose innate talent was not as good as Guali's had actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. This Yi Man doesn't seem to have just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his strength has even surpassed Xiao Jue from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian was slightly frightened. Even if it was all of a sudden, he did not dare to say he had full confidence in defeating Yi Man now. Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. A person who had been defeated by him a year ago, a person whom he had the confidence to defeat in a single blow. Now, a year later, he possessed a strength that even he feared. What exactly had happened to Yi Man in the past year? He knows Guoli? Xiong, who was a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, he's a friend of yours and Guoli's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Lingtian. I haven't been able to forget about him for more than a year. Yi Man smiled. His smile was a little cold, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Xiong, who also felt that something was amiss. Devil cultivator? Fang Hui asked with a frown as he glanced at Yi Man in fear. Devil cultivator? Fang Hui's words made Ling Yun and Xiong, whose expressions changed slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he only had a shocked expression on his face. When he extended his consciousness into his spatial ring, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet was moving restlessly as though it had sensed something. At that moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. Yi Man had fallen into the Devil Dao and became a Devil cultivator. If that was the case, everything would be easy to explain. A Devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At this moment, the dread Duan Lingtian head towards Yi Man vanished without a trace. What a joke! With his current cultivation base, he could even kill a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage Devil cultivator by activating the Devil Seal tablet. Let alone a mere Paramount Mortal Shedding stage Devil cultivator. You must be City Governor Fang from Mound Hill City, right? Yi Man looked at Fang Hui and smiled coldly. City Governor Fang, I was abandoned by your subordinate Lin Qingrong a year ago. Speaking of which, if Lin Qingrong didn't abandon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, I've decided, I'll definitely take good care of the people from Mound Hill City after I join the Moon Illumination sect. At this point, Yi Man's gaze was filled with interest as he sized up Xiong Hu and Ling Yun, causing Xiong Hu's expression to change. As for Ling Yun, his expression also turned solemn. Devil cultivators were known for their fast cultivation speed and ruthless character. Even they had to be wary of them. Moreover, they could faintly sense that the devil cultivator before them was so powerful that they could not compare to him. Fang Hui frowned. At that moment, he also sensed that Yi Man was not friendly. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and smiled. Duan Lingtian's reaction stunned Fang Hui and the other two. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was stunned at first, but he could not help but laugh. His laugh was even colder. I'll wait and see. Unfortunately, Guoli isn't here. It'd be perfect if she was here. Yi Man ignored Duan Lingtian and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he knew it was not the right time to attack Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from joining the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with the city governor of Mound Hill City present. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When Duan Lingtian entered the Moon Illumination sect, would he not be a piece of meat on his chopping board? Senior brother Duan, how did you and Guoli get to know this devil cultivator? Xiong, who could not help but ask Duan Lingtian when he saw Yi Man leaving. He could not help but look at him. This matter we have to start from a year ago. Duan Lingtian told him about how he met Lin Qingrong, Guoli, and Yi Man a year ago. He did not even leave out the details of how the three of them interacted with each other. Does this mean Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Fang Hui asked with a frown. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He's like a completely different person compared to back then. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him earlier. The change is too drastic. It seems like he's fallen into the Devil Dao for more than a year, and his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Xiong Hu said with dread on his face. However, does the Moon Illumination sect accept devil cultivators? Xiong Hu was not the only one looking at Fang Hui. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun were looking at Fang Hui. They were curious about this as well. As long as he's not a devil cultivator who offends the heavens, the sect will never reject him. Not only that, There are many devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui replied. Soon after, Feng Hui regained his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, although Yi Man wasn't a match for you a year ago, since he's a devil cultivator, he can't be judged by common sense. Perhaps his ability has surpassed yours now. If you encounter him, avoid him if you can. Don't fight him head-on. Feng Hui reminded him patiently. I have a feeling that his ability is even more powerful than Xiao Jue from Luojiang City. Although he did not probe Yi Man's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic, Feng Hui could roughly determine Yi Man's cultivation base based on the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage? Xiong Hu exclaimed. If he's not on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. However, if he's a devil cultivator, it'll be easy for him to enter the Saint Rudiment stage, Feng Hui said as he shook his head. Feng Hui shook his head and said. His words revealed his foresight and wisdom. However, his ability isn't something that Xiao Jue from Luojiang City can compare to. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. He's so powerful? Xiong Hu gasped while Ling Yun had a look of dread on his face. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. To him, regardless of whether Yi Man was a Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator or a Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator, he could easily crush him with the Devil Seal tablet that he activated. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. Feng Hui frowned and reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He thought Duan Lingtian had underestimated his opponent. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice that contained true energy resonated. It suppressed the noisy atmosphere at the scene and temporarily restored peace. It was as though one could hear a pin drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the old man standing on the spacious stone platform. The old man was surrounded by two middle-aged men like stars surrounding the moon. Welcome to our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. What I'm going to say next involves the assessment rules, so I'll make it short. After suppressing the crowd's clamor, the old man continued to say, Our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is where we'll perform the spiritual secret tactic to check the participants' age and cultivation base. As long as they're below the age of 40 and have a cultivation base above the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, they'll be able to pass the first stage of the assessment. Chapter 1426. Now that I've introduced the rules, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chong, and I'm the Outer Court Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. The old man said slowly. These rules. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the rules Dong Chong mentioned. Only those below the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage under the age of 40 can pass the first section of the assessment? Although his current combat strength was comparable to an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding stage powerhouse, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. His cultivation base could not be hidden from the secret spiritual technique. Senior Brother Duan, your cultivation base is only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. According to the old man's rules, doesn't that mean you can't even pass the first section of the assessment? Xiong Hu frowned and scolded. What kind of stupid rule is this Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment? They only look at cultivation base and not combat strength? Isn't this a scam? Whether it was Xiong Quan or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that although their senior brother Duan's cultivation base was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, his combat strength was invincible among those below the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Even an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding stage powerhouse might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yun could not help but frown as well. It would be a huge joke if even senior brother Duan could not pass the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. Don't worry. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian and the other two frowning. Duan Tian might not pass the first section of the assessment, but it won't be difficult for Duan Tian to pass the second section of the assessment. The second section of the assessment? Duan Tian and the other two looked at Fang Hui in confusion when they heard that. Since Dong Chong had not told them the details of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was. The sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance so that they won't be neglected. Even if they fail the first section, they'll still be able to join the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Fang Hui said. Fang Hui said, those on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to participate in the second stage of the assessment. Those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who participate in the second stage of the assessment will be the rake. Those who didn't pass the first stage of the assessment will be the target when they participate in the second stage of the assessment. As long as they succeed in the challenge, they'll be considered to have passed the entrance assessment and can directly enter the sect. Fang Hui continued, as for those at the perfection mortal shedding realm who are challenged and defeated, they will lose the opportunity to enter the sect. Fang Hui finished explaining the rules of the entrance examination before Dong Chong did. Whoosh! After Dong Chong finished speaking, all the young geniuses present were in an uproar. Only the 18 city masters, including Fang Hui, were not surprised because they already knew the rules. If that's the case, a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse will be disqualified and lose the qualification to enter the Moon Illumination sect after being defeated just once? This is too cruel. He was defeated and was not even given a chance. Actually, this is understandable. A person at the perfection mortal shedding realm who can't even win against someone whose cultivation base is lower than his has almost no future. However, I don't think such a situation will happen. It's usually impossible for someone whose cultivation base is below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If he's really defeated by someone below the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's because he's not as good as his opponent. He deserves to be disqualified. The surrounding people discussed among themselves and gradually accepted the rules. That's good. Duan Tian sighed in relief after knowing the content of the second section of the assessment. It was not difficult for him to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the entrance examination of the Moon Illumination sect officially began under the leadership of Dong Chong, the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The young geniuses from the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect who were recommended by the city masters and recruited by the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect ascended the stone platform one after another. 10 of them formed a group and were scrutinized by the two middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The two middle-aged men were the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, although it looked like they were scrutinizing them, they were actually probing the young genius's age and cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. 36 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. 34 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. All the 10 young geniuses in the beginning passed. Don't tell me I'm the only martial cultivator who's not at the perfection mortal shedding stage or above among the group of young men present. Duan Tian could not help but smile wryly in the face of this result. There should be many martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As an experienced person, Fang Hui knew much more than Duan Tian. In the Dao martial Saint Land, there are still many genius martial cultivators who can defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage that I've seen before can only defeat ordinary martial cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage at most. When Fang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Duan Tian. It was as if he was saying to Duan Tian, not all martial cultivators are at the same level. Not every martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage is as crazy as you who can even defeat someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just like what Fang Hui had said, there were 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage in the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the second stage of the assessment. However, they were not discouraged because of this. It was obvious they knew this would happen. Their target was the second stage of the challenge. Only those who were eliminated in the first stage would have a chance to challenge in the second stage. There were more martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses who went up. There were even fewer people in the fourth batch. When the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, Xionghu exclaimed, "It's that boy!" Upon hearing Xionghu's reminder, Duan Lingtian and the other two stared at the stone platform in front of them. They noticed Yi Man was among the 10 people. Yi Man stood there with a cold aura exuding from his body. He seemed out of place with the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses were intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from him. Devil cultivator? This young man is a devil cultivator. The cultivation speed of devil cultivators has always been heaven-defying. I wonder how old he is this year and what's his cultivation base. His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's wait and see. Yi Man attracted a lot of attention. More and more people's attention was focused on him. Paramount mortal shedding stage at 30 years old. As one of the middle-aged men next to the outer court elder, Dong Chong spoke. The entire place was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man, as expected of a devil cultivator. He's only 30 years old and he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Amazing! Amazing! He's even more powerful than I imagined. At that moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Yi Man was the first person at the paramount mortal shedding stage to appear in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment today. As expected, he became the center of attention. Not only were the 9 young geniuses standing next to him, but even the young geniuses who passed the first stage of the assessment were overshadowed by him. Yi Man stood on the stone platform with his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, his condescending gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're destined to be stepped on by me, Yi Man. Yi Man's true energy voice transmission was extremely arrogant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care at all. His expression remained the same as he glanced at Yi Man indifferently. He did not even bother to talk to him. In his opinion, Yi Man was just a defeated opponent. He was, and he would be in the future. How could a defeated opponent be brave enough to speak? Duan Lingtian's attitude made Yi Man's face turn completely grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to ignore him at this moment. For a moment, Yi Man only felt that his anger was about to burst out. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I, Yi Man, swear I'm not human. Yi Man's eyes gleamed ferociously as he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Since Yi Man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he was exempted from the second stage of the assessment. He was led to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate by an outer court disciple. Yi Man was also the first person among the group of young geniuses who passed the entrance assessment and became a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. Senior Brother Duan. The way Yi Man looked at you was as if he wanted to swallow you whole. How much hatred do you have for him? Although Yi Man's gaze was not directed at him, Xionghu still had goosebumps. To a narrow-minded person, even a small conflict can be regarded as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. How much hatred do you think he has for me? Duan Lingtian asked back. Xionghu was speechless. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife were the greatest hatred in the world. Duan Lingtian, be careful of Yi Man when you enter the sect. There's no kind person among the devil cultivators. Especially since he might have turned into a devil because of you. Feng Hui said with a solemn expression on his face. If an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator falls into the devil Dao because of some obsession, then there are only 2 paths before him. The first path is to get rid of the obsession and soar. The second path is to fail to get rid of the obsession. If it's light, he'll go through Qi deviation. If it's serious, he'll be devoured by the devil Qi and die. Feng Hui had done his research on devil cultivators before. After his wife was forced to commit suicide by Lu Huan, he had thought of falling into the devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator in order to avenge her. That was the only way he would have a chance to avenge her. However, his wife seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Before she committed suicide, she left him a message that he must not fall into the devil Dao. Otherwise, she would not be able to die in peace. His wife had died such a horrible death. No matter how much Feng Hui hated her and wanted to avenge her, he could not bear to go against her last words. I've heard about that as well. Chapter 1427. This is the craziness of devil cultivators, and also the terror of devil cultivators. Xiong, whose face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Archenemy? Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression when he heard Xiong, whose words. He's not worthy. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He had the Devil Seal tablet and was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. As long as his opponent was not a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, he could easily kill him by activating the Devil Seal tablet with his current cultivation base. Even if he was a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could still kill him unless he took out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. It gave Duan Lingtian immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. However, Feng Hui did not know about the Devil Seal tablet's existence. He quickly reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw that he did not seem to agree with Xiong, whose words. Duan Lingtian was his hope. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian because he underestimated Yi Man Lingyun. Looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He saw immense confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an unshakable confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan is relying on to look down on Yi Man. Although Ling Yun could see some clues, it would never cross his mind that the Devil Seal tablet in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking would be in Duan Lingtian's hands. The first stage of the assessment continued. After Yi Man, many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators appeared. However, they were all over 35 years old. Their potential could not be compared to Yi Man's. Those guys from Luojiang City have gone up as well. Xiong, whose sharp eyes saw the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhuai, going up the stone platform. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. After activating his divine eye, he could easily see the other 3 people apart from Xiao Zhuai. 2 of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage, while the other was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhuai was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first stage of the assessment, but he did not even need to participate in the second stage of the assessment. He passed the entrance assessment directly and became an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, 2 perfection mortal shedding realm cultivators passed the first stage of the assessment while the mastery mortal shedding realm cultivator failed. Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, was prepared for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Among the 4 young geniuses of Luojiang City, Xiao Zhuai left with the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple, while the 2 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators stayed on the stone platform, while the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi's side. It's the people of Mound Hill City's turn. Luo Yi looked at the people from Mound Hill City, including Duan Lingtian, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Now, only the last group of people, including Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Ling Yun, had yet to go on stage. They were in the 19th group. There were only 7 people in this group. What? He's only at the late stage of the immortal shedding stage? How's that possible? How's that possible? Luo Yi was dumbstruck when the result of Duan Lingtian and the rest's investigation came out. It was not only Luo Yi. Even the young genius from Luojiang City next to him was dumbstruck. The young genius from Mound Hill City who had defeated Xiao Zhuai was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him? Oh my god! Was he dreaming? The 2 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators from Luojiang City on the stone platform were petrified. Yesterday, they had witnessed the battle where Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Zhuai with their own eyes. Xiao Zhuai was the number 1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Before this, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Apart from the group from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it strange. After all, among the 187 people who participated in the entrance assessment, 55 of them were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining 132 people were on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above. Among them, there were 12 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. The 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators stood on the stone platform, waiting for the second part of the assessment to begin. Below the stone platform, most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were rubbing their palms as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators on the stone platform one by one, choosing their target to challenge. At this moment, they would definitely look for targets that they were confident in defeating. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. If they failed, they would have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Success or failure would depend on this battle. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became somewhat heavy. Almost all the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who dared to come here were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have come. Therefore, although the 120 young people on the stone platform were on the perfection mortal shedding stage, some of them were extremely anxious because they had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of true energy. They only had a slight advantage in terms of the number of saint veins in their bodies. How's this possible? How's it possible that he's only on the mastery mortal shedding stage? Is there something wrong with the spiritual secret tactic? The four people from Luojiang City kept their eyes on Duan Lingtian as they muttered to themselves. They still could not believe that the young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Now, everyone below the stone platform, please stand on the right side. The left side is reserved for the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who have left the stone platform after being defeated. On the spacious stone platform, the outer court elder, Dong Chong, announced loudly. At once, everyone moved to the right side, leaving a large empty space on the left side. I'll tell you the details of the second part of the assessment now. The young geniuses who have been eliminated in the first part of the assessment can go up to the stone platform and choose your opponent. As long as you defeat your opponent, you'll pass our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Of course, everyone who goes up to the stone platform can't choose to challenge the young geniuses from the same city. I hope everyone can understand. This is to prevent situations where people give way to each other. Also, any young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who are defeated won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're younger than 40 years old after 5 years, you can participate in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. Once the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage on the stone platform were defeated, they would not be able to join the Moon Illumination sect. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were nervous when they heard what he said. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't even entered the perfection mortal shedding stage. Why are you worried that you can't defeat them? That's right. If we can't even defeat these guys below the stone platform, we'll really embarrass the perfection mortal shedding stage. I'm confident that I can defeat anyone below the perfection mortal shedding stage anyway. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were confident as well. They felt the young geniuses below the stone platform who were eliminated in the first stage were no match for them. When the second stage of the assessment begins, the young geniuses below the stone platform will ascend the high platform one by one. If you're successful, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. If you fail, you'll have to go to the left area as well. Dong Chong continued. The left area was empty. There was nobody there at the moment. Those who failed would have to go there to identify themselves. Now, I announce that the second stage of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong's words left his mouth, a young genius below the stone platform flew up to the stone platform immediately. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage one by one. I challenge you. Soon, he chose his target, a young genius who was similar in age to him. However, he was defeated in less than 10 moves. How unlucky. I can't believe I picked a tough one. After being defeated, the young genius on the mastery mortal shedding stage smiled wryly. He was willing to admit his defeat and jumped off the high platform to stand in the left area. There was only one person left in the elimination area on the left. Subsequently, the young geniuses flew up to the stone platform one by one. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he discovered that these young geniuses were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. None of them were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. That's right. If you're not on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it's almost impossible for you to pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange at all. As time passed, the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the stone platform in high spirits and challenged the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up. However, all of them failed without exception. It's impossible for those on the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat us on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat as many as there are. On the stone platform, the group of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to be defeated were in high spirits. At that moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform went up. The defeat of the 23 people in front of them had affected their fighting spirit to a certain extent. The mastery mortal shedding stage is just a lowly ant. Ants should be trampled under our feet and never be able to turn the tables. A green-clad young man with an enchanting face and a sharp voice glanced at all the young geniuses below the stone platform in disdain. Ants? Should be trampled under your feet? Never be able to turn the tables? When the group of young geniuses below the stone platform were enraged, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He smirked and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot up the stone platform. Chapter 14:28. Come, step on me so that I'll never be able to turn the tables. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he stood on the stone platform and looked at the green-clad young man who had challenged him earlier. The green-clad young man with an enchanting face obviously did not expect someone to step onto the stone platform because of what he said. He was stunned for a moment before he stepped out with a mocking smile on his face. It's good to be confident. However, overconfidence is arrogance. Do you think you're different from the 23 people who went up earlier? Do you think you can defeat me and pass the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment? The green-clad young man said sarcastically in a sharp voice. Boy, don't say that I look down on you. I don't even take a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you seriously. I'm flattering you by calling you an ant. In my eyes, you're just a pile of mud. The green-clad young man mocked Duan Lingtian in an unbridled manner. His words were not polite at all. It's impossible for a mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. No matter how many people come up, they're just asking to be humiliated. Do you really think we're all perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses? The difference in cultivation base is destined to determine the difference in strength. The group of perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses on the high platform looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain. They did not think there was any difference between Duan Lingtian and the 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage who went up earlier. In their opinion, this purple-clad young man would definitely end up like the 23 young geniuses. He was destined to fail the challenge and have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, there were 4 perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouses who were the exception. They were Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and the two young geniuses from Luojiang City. Below the high platform, apart from the city governor of Mount Hill City, the city governor of Luojiang City, and the young genius on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage from Luojiang City, the rest of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. The city governor of Mount Hill City knew Duan Lingtian very well. He knew very well about Duan Lingtian's strength. The city governor of Luojiang City and the young genius next to him had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength yesterday. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse could compare to. Mud? Hearing the green-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian laughed instead of getting angry. Then I'm very curious. What kind of expression will you have when you're defeated by Mud? You're even worse than Mud. What are you? Stop dreaming. What you said will never happen. The young man in green said with disdain. A pile of mud like you, I can defeat you in at most 3 moves. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. He then took a step forward. He didn't wait for the green-clothed young man to make the first move. Silver shirt. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's body flashed with a layer of faint silver light, as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Because of the 52 saint veins carrying the true qi, all of this happened in an instant. At the instant his body was suffused with a silver light, Duan Lingtian had already stomped on the ground and shot towards the green-clad young man like a cannonball. His physical strength that was boosted by the silver shirt was completely unleashed, and his true qi was released without reservation. Even without using his movement technique, Duan Lingtian's speed was still frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the green-clothed youth. The green-clothed youth's expression changed slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. Was this really done by a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator? Amazing! I have some impression of him. He was standing next to City Governor Fang Hui of Mound Hill City earlier. It seems like he's a young genius from Mound Hill City. Among the young geniuses from Mound Hill City, I only know that Su Qi from Mound Hill City is very powerful. Could he be Su Qi? He's not Su Qi. I heard that Su Qi was taken away by Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, half a year ago. Su Qi must be an inner court disciple now. I can't believe the city governor of Mound Hill City got such a monster after losing Su Qi. The other 16 city governors were also discussing among themselves. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Fang Hui. Fang Hui could not help but feel a little smug. Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at the purple figure on the stone platform. It's too fake. Impossible. Even if a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator can defeat a Perfection Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator, it's impossible for him to defeat him in such an exaggerated way. I know now. That fella must have let him win on purpose. I knew it. That fella mocked the purple-clad young man so much just now. It's just a facade. His goal is to let the purple-clad young man win. I strongly request that both of them be eliminated. That's right. Eliminate both of them. Many young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage on the stone platform snapped back to their senses after being stunned for a moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Naturally, there were also many young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who were quite powerful who noticed something. His speed is too fast. That speed. Is it something that someone on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage can do? Even I, who's already at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, can't compare to him in terms of speed. If he's really on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, isn't that too insane? These were all young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who had good judgment and were quite powerful. The green-clad young man finally stood up after consuming the healing pill. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. How dare you eliminate me? Deng Yu, you're dead. You're dead. Although Deng Yu knew his opponent was far weaker than Duan Lingtian after the battle earlier, it did not change his mind. However, this did not affect his hatred for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had eliminated him and destroyed his dream of entering the Moon Illumination sect. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I'm already 37 years old this year. 5 years later, when the Moon Illumination sect holds the entrance assessment again, I'll be over 40 years old and won't be qualified to participate. Dang Yu looked at one of the middle-aged men next to Dong Chong. His true energy voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. Uncle, you must have a way. You must have a way, right? Little Yu, I'm just an outer court deacon. I don't have the authority to recruit those who've been eliminated into the sect. The middle-aged man was one of the 2 outer court deacons next to Dong Chong. His name was Deng Wei. Uncle, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Deng Yu's face was filled with unwillingness. Little Yu, don't worry. Although I can't let you join the sect, it won't be difficult for me to avenge you. Even if this brat from Mound Hill City enters the Moon Illumination sect, I won't let him live for long. Destroying you is equivalent to destroying our Deng clan's future. I won't let him go. Deng Wei said through true energy voice transmission as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. That's right. Kill him. Kill him. The unwillingness on Deng Yu's face faded away gradually when he heard Deng Wei's words. Duan Lingtian glanced at Deng Yu nonchalantly. He was not interested in looking at him anymore. Instead, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder, Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I should be considered to have passed the entrance assessment, right? Yes, yes. Dong Chong finally regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not regain his senses for a long time after witnessing the earlier scene. Then, a Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple went up the stone platform, preparing to take Duan Lingtian away. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "Little fellow, I'm interested in taking you as my direct disciple. Are you willing?" The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier made him want to cherish him. Whoosh! Chapter 1429. Who was Dong Chong? He was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Although he was only an outer court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was only second to the Supreme Elder, the sect leader, the vice sect leader, and some inner court elders. At once, the eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it! Deng Yu's expression changed drastically. Deng Wei, who was standing next to Dong Chong, had a grave expression on his face. Earlier, he had promised his nephew that he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. However, his immediate superior, Elder Dong Chong, wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. If Duan Lingtian really became Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would not dare to act recklessly even if he was given 10 guts. Although he could make a move secretly, it would be fine if he succeeded. However, if he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Elder Dong Chong, thank you for your kindness. However, I don't plan to take you as my master for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and said. The people who were shocked by Dong Chong taking the initiative to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple were petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This brat really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. Elder Dong Chong taking him as his disciple means he thinks highly of him. I can't believe he rejected it. Many people scolded. They thought Duan Lingtian had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. How despicable! Deng Yu's eyes gleamed brightly. He was relieved that Duan Lingtian had rejected Dong Chong's offer. Deng Wei's heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. As long as this purple-clad young man did not become Elder Dong Chong's direct disciple, he would be a piece of meat on his chopping board if he had the chance in the future. Perhaps he might not even have to make a move. Elder Lu Huan's people, they won't let the people from Mound Hill City go easily. Deng Wei thought to himself with a sinister smile. Dong Chong was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's direct rejection. When he regained his senses, he smiled awkwardly. I've been rude. May I know your name, little friend? Little friend. When everyone saw that not only was Dong Chong not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection, but he even addressed Duan Lingtian as little friend, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, Shouldn't Elder Dong Chong be the one to forcefully deprive this purple-clad young man of his opportunity to enter the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't expect Dong Chong to be so easy to talk to. He immediately responded with a smile. At the same time, he had a good impression of Dong Chong. Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple next to Duan Lingtian. Bring Duan Lingtian to report to the outer court. Yes. The outer court disciple responded. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian away from the stone platform and headed to the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. When Duan Lingtian followed the outer court disciple, he turned his head to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City and nodded at him. Then, he looked at Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. I'll wait for you guys in the outer court, Duan Lingtian said to both of them through true energy voice transmission. Both of them nodded. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Yun and Xiong Hu's strength very well. Therefore, he was certain they would pass the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become outer court disciples. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea. After he left the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment, 2 dark horses appeared among the remaining 30 over young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. They defeated 2 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. These 2 dark horses successfully passed the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and became outer court disciples. Junior Brother Duan. I can't believe you're so powerful when your cultivation base is only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. This is really shocking. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple could not help but exclaim when he brought Duan Lingtian to the outer court area. Duan Lingtian smiled but did not reply. At this moment, he did not know how to continue the conversation. What's more unexpected is that Elder Dong Chong actually publicly accepted you as his direct disciple. Junior Brother Duan, you're right to reject Elder Dong Chong. With your innate talent and strength, it's not impossible for you to be accepted as a direct disciple by an inner court elder as long as you stand out in the sect. The Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple who was walking in front of Duan Lingtian continued. As an outer court elder, Elder Dong Chong's position in the sect is only higher than the inner court deacons. Compared to the inner court elders, his position is still slightly lower. Do you think I rejected Elder Dong Chong because I want to become an inner court elder's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect that his rejection of Elder Dong Chong would be interpreted as him looking down on Elder Dong Chong in the eyes of this person. Isn't that the case? The outer court disciple asked back. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've never thought of becoming an inner court elder's disciple. Junior Brother Duan, your goal is really ambitious. I hope you'll succeed. The outer court disciple sighed emotionally. Ambitious? Duan Lingtian was stunned. You know my goal? Of course. The outer court disciple nodded. Since your goal isn't to become an inner court elder's disciple, then you must want to become the vice sect leader, or even supreme elder's disciple. However, Junior Brother Duan, I have to remind you of something. If your innate talent isn't too monstrous, the vice sect leader, and supreme elder won't accept you as their disciple. It's the same even if you can defeat opponents with a higher level. They value long-term innate talent more than temporary strength. The outer court disciple explained patiently to Duan Lingtian. It seemed as though he was trying his best to persuade him. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. In this guy's eyes, Duan Lingtian, had become someone who sucked up to the rich and powerful. At this moment, he was too lazy to explain himself. At this moment, the more he explained, the worse it would get. Under the outer court disciple's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the outer court area of the Moon Illumination sect and received the personal token of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple. As for the uniform, there was no requirement for him to wear a uniform. Duan Lingtian had noticed this long ago. Whether it was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court elder Dong Chong, the other 2 outer court deacons, or the outer court disciple, all of them were wearing casual clothes. However, there was an eye-catching token hanging on their waistbands. It was the Moon Illumination sect's identity token. On the personal token that Duan Lingtian received, other than the words Outer Court Disciple on the front, there were 3 new words carved on the back, his name. Junior Brother Duan. I'll bring you to the Outer Court Disciple's residence now. After the Outer Court Disciple greeted Duan Lingtian, he brought him to the Outer Court Disciple's residence. Senior Brother Yang, I heard from my teacher that the Moon Illumination Sect's Outer Court Disciple's residence is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The stronger one's ability, the better one's residence is. The weaker one's ability, the worse one's residence is. On the way, Duan Lingtian asked, Is that so? During this journey, Duan Lingtian had become more familiar with this Outer Court Disciple. He even learned his name, Yang He. Yang He had entered the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago. He was 43 years old this year, and his cultivation base had already entered the paramount mortal shedding stage. That's right. Yang He nodded. The Outer Court Disciple's residence is divided into 3 levels. The best is the independent courtyard. Not only are there quiet rooms to cultivate, but there's also a spacious courtyard to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The second is the independent stone house. The environment is much worse compared to the independent courtyard. Moreover, there's no place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. The Outer Court disciples who stay there can only cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic in the training field. The worst is the independent wooden house. Among the wooden houses, the ones that were recently repaired are still fine. However, some of them haven't been repaired for a long time. They'll leak every time it rains. Yang He told Duan Lingtian about the different levels of the Outer Court disciples' residence in one breath. Independent courtyard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. He had a goal in mind. Although he did not have to worry about not having a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, even if he stayed in a stone house that was slightly worse than an independent courtyard, the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could provide him with a place to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, since the best was available, it was only natural that he wanted the best. Junior Brother Duan, don't tell me you're thinking about the independent courtyard? Yang He's ears were sharp. He could not help but ask with his eyes wide open when he heard Duan Lingtian's muttering. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked when he saw how surprised Yang He was. Of course there's a problem. Yang He smiled wryly. Junior Brother Duan, do you know, although I've broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage 6 months ago, I'm still no match for the weakest person in the independent courtyard until now. The residents of the Moon Illumination Sect's Outer Court disciples could be forcefully occupied with their strength. If one was more powerful than him, one could replace him. This rule was exactly the same as the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Those who were more powerful would live in a better environment, while those who were weaker would live in a worse environment. Are there very few independent courtyards? Duan Lingtian asked. He did not expect Yang He, who had entered the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago and was already at the paramount mortal shedding stage, would not live in an independent courtyard. There are a total of 100 of them, Yang He replied. There are 100 of them. 100? That many? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There are so many independent courtyards, but you can't even get one? 100 of them isn't considered many. Yang He smiled wryly. Every 5 years, the sect will recruit Outer Court disciples from the outside. Every time they recruit, there will be over 100 of them. After 5 years, it would be considered good if half of these Outer Court disciples can pass the Inner Court test and become Inner Court disciples. Among these Outer Court disciples, many of them have been stuck at the paramount mortal shedding stage for 10, 15, or even 20 years due to various reasons. Since they can't break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and can't pass the Inner Court assessment, they're still in the Outer Court until now. The older ones among these senior brothers and senior sisters in the Outer Court are even close to 100 years old. Yang He sighed. Close to 100 years old? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what Yang He said. Yes. Yang He nodded. There's a rule in the sect. If you can't enter the Inner Court after 100 years old, you'll be expelled from the sect. Naturally, There are many outer court disciples who left the sect before 100 years old because they know it's hopeless for them to enter the inner court. Chapter 1430. The journey of the martial Tao was like sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. For many martial and Tao cultivators with good innate talent and high comprehension, breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage was only a matter of time. On the other hand, martial and Tao cultivators with mediocre innate talent and low comprehension might not be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage for the rest of their lives. The outer court disciples' residences have always been fixed at 100 independent courtyards and 300 independent stone houses. As for the independent wooden houses, the number is not fixed. Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples' residences from Yang He. According to Yang He, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples who could stay in 100 independent courtyards were the best among the paramount mortal shedding stage. As for those who could stay in 300 independent stone houses, almost half of them were on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from that, there were also some outer court disciples who were at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Yang He to somewhere near the outer court disciples' residences. What entered his eyes was a vast martial arts practice field. Behind the training field were the residences with distinct levels. The ones closest to the training field were the wooden houses that were very close to each other. Some of the wooden houses were old and some were new. The old ones looked like they would collapse at any time. The outer court disciples who stay in the wooden houses are the weaker ones. However, the weakest outer court disciples who stay there are on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Yang He said, the wooden house area is the closest to the training field, so it's relatively noisier. The stone house area is behind the wooden house area, so it's relatively better. However, you can still hear what's going on in the training field. The small courtyard area is behind the stone house area. It's also the quietest area. You can barely hear anything from the training field. Yang He finished his sentence in one breath. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked over and saw rows of stone houses behind the rows of wooden houses. There were independent courtyards far behind the stone houses. There was an exquisite house in each of the courtyards. The courtyards were filled with flowers and plants. It was refreshing. Independent courtyards. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's desire for independent courtyards grew even stronger. He was determined to live in one of the independent courtyards. In the spacious outer court martial arts practice field, there were many outer court disciples practicing the Saint grade martial tactic. Some of the outer disciples were even sparring with each other. However, when it came to exchanging pointers, they would stop at a certain point. As a seventh-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect had strict rules. Within the sect, killing and maiming were forbidden. Of course, the maiming here referred to injuries that couldn't be healed even with the use of healing pills. Duan Lingtian had been lucky enough to obtain an immortal spirit herb that could regrow a severed arm and leg. However, it was a legendary medicinal herb after all. Even in the entire Tao martial saint land, it was still extremely rare. Even the highest grade 9-star Saint tier healing pills did not have the ability to regrow a severed arm and a severed leg. Ha! This should be the junior brother who just passed the entrance exam, right? Yang He, aren't you going to introduce us? A voice resonated and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 people walking towards him. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man were 2 young men, who were his followers. The middle-aged man who was the leader was laughing out loud. Damn it! He's got his eyes on us. Yang He's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the middle-aged man who had arrived in front of him and Duan Lingtian, and greeted him respectfully, Senior Brother Zhangji. Duan Lingtian, this is Senior Brother Zhangji. Senior Brother Zhangji's strength is ranked at the 85th position among us outer court disciples. After greeting the middle-aged man, Yang He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him. After introducing him, He secretly said to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, this Zhangji is an outer court disciple who lives in an independent courtyard. His cultivation base is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He joined the sect 20 years ago, so he's considered a veteran in the outer court district of the sect. He often extorts saint stones from outer court disciples below the paramount mortal shedding stage. If he asks you for saint stones later, just pretend to be poor and give him some as a token of appreciation. If you give him too much, he'll target you again. Yang He's tone was mixed with a bit of fear towards Zhangji. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhangji and greeted him nonchalantly, Senior brother Zhangji. You're Duan Lingtian? What an arrogant name. Judging by your name, you must be from an extraordinary background. You must have a lot of saint stones with you, right? Since you've just joined the sect, you must be sensible and be filial to us, your senior brothers. Understand? Zhangji said meaningfully as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was an eye-opener for him to be able to describe extortion in such a dignified manner. Understand what? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly, as if he really did not understand. Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to not only ignore him, but he even pretended to be dumb in front of Zhangji. His expression changed immediately as a worried expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent was good. However, Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he could defeat an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to be compared to an outer court disciple who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage like Zhangji. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to suffer a great loss. Pretended to be dumb? As expected, Zhangji's face turned completely gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, Boy, in the past 20 years, I've met many people like you who had just joined the sect and were reckless. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Let me tell you. Every one of them, including the ones who were in the best condition, were bedridden for an entire month. Zhangji's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. A terrifying aura rose from his body all of a sudden and swept out toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. You're telling me this? Are you trying to tell me that you haven't become an inner court disciple even after 20 years in the sect? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a bolt of lightning that shocked Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Zhangji. Even Zhangji was dumbfounded. Not being able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and become an inner court disciple after 20 years in the sect. This had always been the biggest pain in Zhangji's heart. It was the biggest scar in his heart. He did not expect that someone would dare to reopen his scar today. Moreover, the person who reopened his scar was a hothead who had just entered the sect. Boy, if I don't make you bedridden for 3 months, Zhangji, swear I'm not human. Before Yang He and the two outer court disciples behind Zhangji could react, Zhangji said with a solemn expression. He was practically shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. His voice rumbled like thunder in the sky above the training field, causing the group of outer court disciples in the training field to stop what they were doing and look over. It's senior brother Zhangji. Judging from senior brother Zhangji's tone, it seems like someone has angered him. In the outer court, other than those senior brothers and senior sisters whom senior brother Zhangji can't afford to offend, nobody dares to anger senior brother Zhangji. This guy who angered senior brother Zhangji must have just entered the sect today. Haha, looks like this hothead is in for a bad time. Let's go. Let's go and join in the fun. One by one, the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian. Did I say something wrong? In the face of the enraged Zhangji, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. He did not seem to realize that Zhangji had almost lost his mind. Both of you keep an eye on Yang He. If he dares to make a move, make him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. As for this boy, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhangji said to the two outer court disciples behind him. When he reached the end of his sentence, his sharp gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. He was filled with rage. Senior brother Tsang, Duan Lingtian did not mean to offend you. Please have mercy on him. Horror dawned on Yang He's face. He was the one who brought Duan Lingtian in. If something happened to him, although he would not be punished, he would feel uneasy. Yang He, you can't even protect yourself and you still care about others? That's right. If you dare to make a move, don't blame us for being impolite. The two outer court disciples stepped out from behind Zhangji and blocked Yang He's path on both sides as they sneered. Yang He's face was extremely grave. Duan Lingtian, if only you didn't reject Elder Dongchong and become his direct disciple. At the very least, if you become Elder Dongchong's direct disciple, Zhangji won't dare to touch you as long as I say so. Yang He's heart was filled with bitterness. There was nothing he could do about Duan Lingtian's current predicament. He could only hope that Zhangji would show mercy, but he also knew that it was impossible. Duan Lingtian's words had violated Zhangji's taboo and completely enraged him. It had been 5 years since he entered the Moon Illumination sect, but this was his first time seeing Zhangji so enraged. At this moment, the group of outer court disciples on the training field had also surrounded them. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhangji, who were confronting each other as though they were watching a good show. This brat is really bold. He dares to offend senior brother Zhangji as soon as he entered the sect. There are close to 1,000 outer court disciples, and senior brother Zhangji's strength is ranked 85th. This brat who just entered the sect is seeking death by offending senior brother Zhangji. He'll soon find out why the flowers are so red. Mocking gazes landed on Duan Lingtian one after another. It was apparent that the group of outer court disciples who were watching did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to gain an advantage over Zhangji. Looks like you've accumulated some prestige after staying in the outer court for 20 years. At the very least, they think you're going to defeat me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at Zhangji. You're seeking death. Chapter 1431. Duan Lingtian stood still like a mountain in the face of Zhangji, who was charging at him like a lightning bolt. Is he scared out of his wits? The group of outer court disciples who were watching thought Duan Lingtian had forgotten to dodge when they saw Zhangji approaching Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian did not move at all. His strength is close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It's indeed extraordinary. At the very least, he's stronger than Xiao Jue from Luojiang City and Su Qi from half a year ago. Nobody thought Duan Lingtian still had the time to think about other things when he was facing Zhangji's lightning-fast attack. After Zhangji arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, he punched out his fist. With a whoosh sound, it shot toward Duan Lingtian's abdomen like a rocket launcher. It set off a gust of wind and thunder wherever it passed. There were rules in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade killing and maiming. Therefore, Zhangji's punch did not hit Duan Lingtian's vital parts. His goal was to make Duan Lingtian lie in bed for 3 months. Moreover, to make a person lie in bed for 3 months without crippling them was undoubtedly a technical skill. Zhangji's eyes were red as he punched out like a collapsing mountain. His true energy was like a dragon as he charged toward Duan Lingtian's abdomen. In his opinion, this punch was enough to send this hothead who had just entered the sect flying. This is just the beginning, Zhangji thought to himself with hatred. At this moment he was extremely enraged. He vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. Great! Duan Lingtian did not dodge Zhangji, who was charging at him menacingly, because he did not want to. Although Zhangji's strength was not weak, he might still be able to fight him if he gave it his all. However, even if he gave it his all, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Zhangji. If he did not rely on the strange pupil, he would only be able to fight Zhangji to a draw at most. But now he had other ideas. He planned to activate the strange pupil without holding back and use its unpredictable spatial teleportation ability to defeat Zhangji and intimidate the other outer court disciples. When Zhangji's punch was about to land on him, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that he had long accumulated in his mind surged into his left eye without any reservation as he activated the strange pupil with all his might. In an instant, a small black vortex appeared in Duan Lingtian's left eye. The black vortex spun rapidly like a bottomless pool with no end in sight. If anyone noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's left eye, they would definitely be lost in the black vortex. It wasn't just their eyes. Even their consciousness could be swallowed by it. Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil without holding back. In his left eye's vision, Zhang Ji's fist became extremely slow, as if it had stopped moving. With a single thought from Duan Lingtian, Zhang Ji's fist instantly disappeared from its original position and shifted to Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil relaxed. Boom! 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 Zhang Ji's fist brushed past Duan Lingtian's robe, setting off a series of thunderous explosions, but it did not touch Duan Lingtian at all. How is this possible? This strange scene caused Zhang Ji's expression to change drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. While Zhang Ji was still in shock and disbelief, Duan Lingtian struck out with lightning speed, mimicking Zhang Ji's punch, setting off the sound of wind and thunder as it landed heavily on Zhang Ji's abdomen. He was giving Zhang Ji a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Ji's body was brought forward by the momentum of the punch. It was as if he had taken the initiative to meet Duan Lingtian's punch head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Ji let out a muffled groan. His body trembled and shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was as if his body was no longer under his control. As Zhang Ji flew out, Duan Lingtian did not show any mercy and quickly followed after him. When Zhang Ji's body was about to hit the ground after flying for tens of meters, Duan Lingtian kicked Zhang Ji's back with lightning speed, sending him flying. Zhang Ji, who had been holding back a mouthful of congested blood because of the punch earlier, was unwilling to spit it out. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. It was to the extent that the turbulence that came from his internal organs caused him to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood after spitting out the first mouthful. At the same time, Zhang Ji's body shot up into the air like a rocket. Bang! With another loud bang, Duan Lingtian stomped his feet on the ground, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the ground. Then, he used the force to shoot up and chased after Zhang Ji, who was in the air. Zhang Ji's expression changed when he heard the sound of wind whistling from below. He realized what kind of situation he was in. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly swallowed a healing elixir. After recovering some of his injuries, he quickly moved his hands and feet to turn around in the air. "You're courting death." Zhang Ji did not have time to think about why his punch had deviated. At this moment, he was fully focused on Duan Lingtian, who was shooting up. Whoosh! 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 His legs rotated like a windmill and he used the force to dive down. At this moment, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Zhang Ji's hand. With a shake of the long spear, the tip of the spear flashed fiercely as if it could pierce through the sky. Then, it swept down toward Duan Lingtian, as if it wanted to crush Duan Lingtian with one strike. The long spear in Zhang Ji's hand was naturally not an ordinary weapon. This was a human-tier high-grade saint artifact. Even though Zhang Ji was heavily injured and could not display the power of his peak condition, the spear still created a gust of wind. Its might was unstoppable. Bang! Zhang Ji's heart skipped a beat. It was as though he could already see the purple-clad young man being crushed by him. However, he was shocked to find that a strange scene appeared again. The spear that was supposed to land on Duan Lingtian strangely appeared beside Duan Lingtian again. The powerful attack brushed past Duan Lingtian's robe again. His entire body was exposed to Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps it was an accident this time. However, was it really an accident this time? "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Ji was terrified. He was completely terrified. He looked at the purple-clad young man who was getting closer and closer. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart. The same strange thing had happened twice, but he could not figure out the reason behind it. He could not help but be afraid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ghost in his eyes. Bang! With another punch, Duan Lingtian sent Zhang Ji flying into the air again. Although there was a flight prohibiting formation above the moon illumination sex estate that prevented him from flying, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch up to Zhang Ji quickly. I admit defeat. What are you trying to do? Zhang Ji spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again. He was so injured that he no longer had the will to fight. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian catching up to him. Currently, he no longer dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. What a joke! His attack could not even touch Duan Lingtian. Although my spiritual energy has become much stronger after I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I can only activate the strange pupil twice at most. It's very difficult. Duan Lingtian felt dizzy when he caught up to Zhang Ji. It was a sign that his spiritual energy had been drained. He did not doubt it at all. If Zhang Ji attacked him now, he would not be able to block it at all. Apart from the dizziness, he felt his limbs were weak and powerless. At this moment, he could not attack Zhang Ji anymore. He could only step on Zhang Ji's body and fall from the sky. Zhang Ji sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian did not attack him. However, a moment later, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. He was getting closer to the ground, but Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping him from falling. Horror dawned on his face. Boom! Boom! Although he was severely injured, he did not hesitate at all. He threw 2 punches at the ground nearby, stirring up 2 rolling airwaves that slammed onto the ground. The 2 rebounding forces slowed down his falling speed. At this moment, Zhang Ji was completely exhausted. He allowed his body to smash onto the ground, stirring up dust. He sighed in relief when he felt the pain coming from every part of his body. Fortunately, he had thrown 2 punches earlier. Otherwise, he would be the first outer court disciple to fall to his death in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian landed next to Zhang Ji and looked down at him from above. His eyes were cold and emotionless. I admit defeat. Zhang Ji was completely terrified now. He struggled to speak with the last of his strength. Gasp! At the same time, the group of outer court disciples who were watching finally regained their senses from the shock earlier. They burst into an uproar. The scene earlier was still vivid in their minds. Zhang Ji had been in the sect for 20 years. His cultivation base was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was beaten up by an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect. They would not have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Am I seeing things? I'm not dreaming, am I? I assent this too exaggerated. Many outer court disciples rubbed their eyes. Some even pinched their thighs hard. They only realized they were not dreaming when they felt the pain. He was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he did not expect him to be this powerful. He had defeated Zhang Ji with his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Although he also felt that the scene just now was inconceivable, the truth was right in front of him. Zhang Ji himself had admitted defeat, so even if he didn't dare to believe it, it was still the truth, an ironclad truth. I'll take your independent courtyard. Do you have any objections? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked down at Zhang Ji. He was relying on his willpower to support himself. Otherwise, he would have collapsed like Zhang Ji since his spiritual energy was almost depleted. And no objections. Zhang Ji tried hard to shake his head, but he realized he could not move at all. He could only reply in a hoarse voice with a bitter expression. Senior brother Yang He, please bring me to the independent courtyard where he stayed before. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 2 outer court disciples that were originally following behind Zhang Ji, scaring them to the point their faces went pale. After continuously retreating a few steps, his gaze descended onto Yang He. All right. Chapter 1432. Duan Lingtian noticed. After he defeated Zhang Ji, Yang He's attitude toward him had changed completely. He was now humble. Although it was not to the extent of groveling, he was no longer as casual as before. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head. He was not surprised at all. The Tao Martial Saint Land had always been about the strong ones being respected. The strength he displayed was enough to intimidate the Moon Illumination sect's outer court and make all the outer court disciples fear him. This was also his purpose. Otherwise, he would not have risked exhausting his spiritual energy to use the strange pupil twice. He did that to establish his authority. Putting aside the fact that he was new here, it was easy for people to look down on him. Even the enmity between his teacher, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Fang Hui, and the inner court elder Lu Huan, forced him to do this. If he did not establish his authority earlier, would there not be a group of outer court disciples who would take the initiative to provoke him just to suck up to Lu Huan? Although this would not solve the problem once and for all, it was still much better than before. At the very least, after establishing his authority today, there would not be more than 100 outer court disciples who would dare to provoke him in the future. This was his purpose. As senior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. After sending Duan Lingtian to the independent courtyard where Zhangji stayed, Yang He changed his way of addressing him in a timely manner. He no longer dared to address Duan Lingtian as junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than him, in the Tao Martial Saint Land, one's strength was more important than one's age and experience. Since Duan Lingtian was more powerful than him, he was naturally qualified to be addressed as senior brother. Thanks. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian no longer said anything to Yang He. He turned around and walked into the independent courtyard. He knew very well in his heart. After the battle earlier, Yang He could no longer be as casual as before in front of him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to say anything. He and Yang He had only met by chance. If Yang He had not become unfamiliar with him because of the strength he displayed, he would not have relied on his strength to get along with Yang He in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would bully others just because they were not as strong as him. If he was that kind of person, he wouldn't have called Yang He senior brother from the very beginning, because he already knew that his strength was stronger than Yang He's. No matter what, Yang He was only an outer court disciple who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even if he did not use the strange pupil, he was confident that he could defeat him. When Duan Lingtian walked into the independent courtyard, what entered his eyes was a stone table and 3 stone stools. Behind it was an exquisite little house. He pushed the door open and entered. He could see the simple environment inside. Other than a bed, there were only a few decorations left. Because of the decorations in the room, it didn't look monotonous. After casually closing the door and making sure that the windows in the room were airtight, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and turned it into a speck of dust. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the room with just a thought. Naturally, he did not really disappear. Instead, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao! The first thing Duan Lingtian did after entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not to cultivate on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he looked for Hualao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with indescribable excitement as he looked at Hualao. I refined the little devil dragon's blood, and refined a total of 5 drops of blood essence. All 5 drops of blood essence are here. As Hualao spoke, he tossed out a small bottle as though it was trash. When Duan Lingtian saw the small bottle flying over, he hurriedly caught it in a panic. He was worried that it would fall to the ground and break. You only need to use 1 drop. As for the other 4 drops, you can give them to others, Hualao said. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded slowly. If he used 1 drop, he could give 2 of the remaining 4 drops to his 2 fiancées. As for the remaining 2 drops, he could give them to Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold. As for his 2 unborn children, he did not take them into consideration. It was not that he had forgotten about them. Instead, he felt that the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence could be used more effectively. Whether it was his 2 fiancées or the 3 little fellows, they were not far away from the Saint Rudiment stage. The 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence was only useful for consolidating the variant beast phenomenon. As for his two unborn children, who knew when they would break through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Moreover, he believed that by the time his two children broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, he would definitely have the ability to obtain the other five-clawed divine dragon's blood essence. I suggest you give the 2 drops of the little devil dragon's blood essence to the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. Hualao said, "Little white, little black?" Duan Lingtian naturally knew who the white-clad little girl and black-clad little boy that Hualao mentioned were. Their true forms are originally WYRM pythons. If they can integrate with the little devil dragon's blood essence, it can transform their bloodline. Hualao added. Duan Lingtian naturally believed Hualao's words without a doubt. It seems like little gold is not fated with the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, should I avoid little gold when I give the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence to little black and little white? After greeting Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he sat down cross-legged, he took out a drop of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence from the small bottle. As expected of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it's so rich. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he looked at the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence in his hand. He could clearly feel that this drop of 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence exuded a majestic blood chi after it left the bottle. If it was an ordinary person, this blood chi would have killed him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the integration method of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, it was not difficult at all. He just had to guide his true chi to divide it and bring it into his body so it could circulate through his saint veins. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Transformation. In Duan Lingtian's body, the 9 dragons carried his true chi and the devil dragon's blood essence and circulated it in great cycles. It was no different from when he was cultivating normally. After circulating about 30 great cycles, Duan Lingtian could feel that the blood essence had already spread throughout his body through the 52 saint veins in his body and integrated into his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his entire body due to the integration of the blood essence. Whether it was his flesh and blood, his bones and tendons, even his skin, they seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. They had become more powerful than before. Could it be an illusion? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. As far as he knew, an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator before the perfection Saint Rudiment stage would not have any changes in their body, even if they integrated the Saint Beast's blood essence. They could only condense the corresponding strange beast phenomenon when they were at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Other than that, the Saint Beast's blood essence had no other use. However, now, he had integrated the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence and discovered that his body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes again. The reason why he said, again, was because he had experienced this change when the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda used the remaining energy to transform his body. Of course, the change this time was not as exaggerated as the previous time. I don't know if it's an illusion or if my body has really become stronger again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to experiment. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian did not use any true chi. He only moved with the strength of his body. He punched and kicked, dancing rapidly in the air. Unsurprisingly, wherever his punches and kicks passed, there would be a series of explosions. I've really become stronger. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian stopped moving and lowered his head to look at his spread hands. His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. After experimenting, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the changes in his entire body. Although the changes this time were not as exaggerated as the previous time, the improvement was still great. With my transformed body, even if I don't use the strange pupil's ability, I'm confident that I can defeat that Sangji if I fight him again. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. If he did not use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil previously, he would only be able to fight Sangji to a draw at most. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Now, even if I don't use the unpredictable ability of the strange pupil, I'll be able to fight a martial or Tao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary martial or Tao cultivator at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be a match for me. After his body had integrated with the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence, the transformation that had happened again filled Duan Ling Tian with confidence. It was an indomitable and indestructible confidence. Moreover, these are not the only benefits the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence has brought me. When I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be able to consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon with this drop of five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence that has integrated into my body today. It'll be a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became even more excited. At this moment, he could already see the scene of him fighting alongside the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon after he had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. His strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. If he had the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm confident, when I break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, I'll be invincible among those below the saint stage. After half a day, Duan Ling Tian finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The most important thing now is to break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. Once I break through again, let alone being invincible among those below the saint rudiment stage, even those at the early saint rudiment stage might not be a match for me. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate diligently with the saint stone in his hand. Apart from the transformation of the Qi and the change of the true energy at the early and intermediate saint rudiment stage, there were no other special techniques. Special techniques could only be mastered and used when one broke through to the mastery saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1433. The true energy consolidated weapon was a divine weapon that could be formed from one's true energy to assist one's opponent without affecting one's attack. The divine weapon would fight side by side with one's opponent. It was a powerful technique for those above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Due to this technique, the gap between the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was huge. If a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse did not use the true energy consolidated weapon, an Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would be able to hold on for a while even if they could not defeat a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, once they used the true energy consolidated weapon, they could defeat an Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in just a blink of an eye. It was similar to the scene when Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Lu Huan, fought with Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Initially, Fang Hui was able to hold his ground against Zhou Qi. However, when Zhou Qi consolidated the divine weapon, the gigantic hammer, with his true energy, and smashed down, Fang Hui was suppressed and defeated. The gap between the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage was obvious. Although the gap between the two cultivation bases was only one level, the gap was as wide as a chasm when the former attacked with all his might. It was an insurmountable chasm. Duan Ling Tian was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and had forgotten about everything. Therefore, he did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because he had defeated Zhang Ji. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect had defeated Zhang Ji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court before he even found his own place on the first day. In the history of our Moon Illumination sect, I don't think there's anyone who has just entered the sect who has defeated the top 100 in the outer court, right? Our Moon Illumination sect has always only recruited young geniuses below the age of 40. Perhaps these young geniuses have a good innate talent, but it's impossible for them to defeat those who are ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when they just entered the sect. Which one of the top 100 in the outer court isn't close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage? These people can completely crush an ordinary martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Looks like that outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, who had just entered the sect, has created a new history in the sect. A history of defeating 100 outer court disciples as soon as he entered the sect. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe that such a freak exists. Even in the Dao martial saint land, such a freak can be considered as a rare genius in the martial Dao, right? In the outer sect, a group of senior outer sect disciples were discussing animatedly. They were all talking about how Duan Lingtian had crushed Zhangji. Their faces were full of shock. Even though many outer sect disciples had seen Zhangji's fist move in a strange manner and avoid Duan Lingtian's attack during his first attack, they were still shocked, but almost all of them thought that they were seeing things. As for the second time when Zhangji used the Saint Artifact Spear, they didn't see it because they were too far away. Otherwise, the current topic would have revolved around this. Yang He, you were the one who brought that Duan Lingtian in. Do you know where he came from? Soon after, many people came to Yang He. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's background. They were curious as to what kind of treasured land could give birth to such a monstrous figure. I don't know. Yang He shook his head. Earlier, he had gone up to the back of the stone platform to receive Duan Lingtian, so he did not hear the group of people whispering in front of the stone platform. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was from Mound Hill City. I really didn't expect the outer court disciples recruited by the sect this time to be of such high quality. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the 13th person at the paramount mortal shedding stage. An outer court disciple exclaimed. 10 years ago, when I passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect, there were only 9 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple could not help but sigh. That's still much better than the time I entered the sect. That time, there were only 5 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Another outer court disciple said. At that moment, the few outer court disciples who surrounded Yang He began to sigh. Each of them kept shaking their heads as though they wanted to shake their heads off. He's not at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Yang He said with a frown. Yang He's words were like a drop of rain during a drought. It attracted the attention of the surrounding outer court disciples, causing them to shut their mouths immediately. Yang He, who are you saying is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You, don't tell me you're talking about Duan Lingtian? What a joke! Duan Lingtian was someone who had defeated Zhangji. Even the 12 people at the paramount mortal shedding stage who entered the sect before him had to hand over the saint stones obediently when Zhangji extorted them. Now, you're saying Duan Lingtian is not at the paramount mortal shedding stage? Yang He, don't think we're gullible. The crowd of outer sect disciples surrounding Yang He once again burst into an uproar. He's really not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Yang He smiled wryly. He was not surprised that the people in front of him did not believe him. If he were in their shoes, he would not believe that the person who defeated Zhangji was not at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The few outer court disciples frowned when they saw the wry smile on Yang He's face. Yang He did not look like he was lying. Don't tell me he's at the Saint Rudiment stage? One of the outer court disciples gasped and asked. Saint Rudiment stage. The other outer court disciples were shocked as well. They gulped at the same time and looked at Yang He eagerly. Yang He, don't tell me he's really at the Saint Rudiment stage? If he's at the Saint Rudiment stage, then everything can be explained. A Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, even if he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage, let alone Zhangji, even the strongest person in our Moon Illumination sect's outer court might not be a match for him. That's right. Soon, the few outer court disciples came to a consensus. He's not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Yang He shook his head. He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like us. Mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? You mean, he's just a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? An outer court disciple asked with a frown. Hey! Yang He said the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian who overpowered Zhangji as soon as he entered the sect is only at the perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Do you believe me? Another outer court disciple shouted at the outer court disciples in the distance, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Duan Lingtian is at the perfection mortal shedding stage? The group of outer court disciples in the distance snorted. You must be kidding. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator overpowered senior brother Zhengji, whose strength is ranked 85th in the outer court? Haha, Yang He, are you dreaming? Perhaps. Even Yang He didn't expect the new disciple he brought into the sect would be someone more powerful than senior brother Zhengji. Yang He, are you feeling inferior after witnessing the strength of the other party? Is that why you came up with such an excuse to overpower him in terms of cultivation base? More and more outer court disciples gathered around and mocked Yang He. Yang He's face turned red from the mockery. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and exploded. I didn't say he's at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Let me tell you, he's a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Mastery mortal shedding stage. One must admit that Yang He's words carried a lot of weight. At the very least, the more than 10 outer court disciples who surrounded him fell silent as though someone was choking their necks when his words left his mouth. Yang He could not help but feel smug when he saw that the crowd was dumbstruck. Are they shocked? He's crazy. This Yang He is crazy. If he's not crazy, he must be sleepwalking. What he's saying must be nonsense. A mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator defeated a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse? Moreover, it's a one-sided victory. This must be the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Yang He, you should take your medicine. The more than 10 outer court disciples were stunned by Yang He's words before they mocked him even more. They did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. You're the crazy ones. You're the one who's sleep-talking. You should take your medicine. Yang He glared at them and shouted, "It's fine if you don't believe me. I don't care if you believe me. Anyway, you'll know if I'm telling the truth when the other people who passed the entrance assessment come in." After shouting, Yang He walked out of the crowd and returned to his stone house. His heart was filled with grievances. Only more than 10 outer court disciples were left looking at each other. Yang He seems to have been cornered by us. Humph, he's quite good at pretending. At first, I still believed him. After all, it's not impossible for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse to defeat a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. It's just not that exaggerated. Yes, I believed him at first. However, he said Duan Lingtian was at the mastery mortal shedding stage instead of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Does he really think we're idiots? Defeating a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with a mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base? Moreover, he defeated someone who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. What a fool's dream. The group of outer court disciples cursed. They did not believe what Yang He said at all. Someone's coming in. It's Peng Jia. I remember that Peng Jia followed the outer court deacon to the assessment site today. That unfamiliar face beside him is also someone who just passed the entrance assessment. Suddenly, an outer court disciple with sharp eyes looked into the distance and shouted, "That unfamiliar face. Have you seen him before?" "I've never seen him before." "I've never seen him before either." It seems like he's really a new disciple who just passed the entrance assessment to enter the sect. Let's go. Let's ask them. That's right. Ask them clearly so that we can slap Yang He in the face the next time we see him. He tried to fool us, but he got anxious when he failed. He's quite good at pretending. More than 10 outer court disciples shouted as they walked toward the two people who were walking in the distance. Chapter 1434. The unfamiliar young man was looking around in surprise. It was obvious that it was his first time in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. "Hey, Peng Jia, is this person next to you an outer court disciple who just passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect?" A group of outer court disciples swarmed out and many of them asked in unison, "You guys are—" The outer court disciple called Peng Jia was stunned when he saw more than 10 of his fellow disciples surrounding him. He did not even realize what they were asking. He was stunned by the scene before him. The young man next to Peng Jia also came to a halt. "Hello, senior brothers. I'm Luokong. I've just passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect. Please guide me in the future. The young man heard the crowd's question and forced a smile after taking a deep breath. He was polite. Haha, you're right. Many of them laughed at once. Luokong, let me ask you. Do you know Duan Lingtian, who passed the entrance assessment and entered the sect before you? An outer court disciple took the lead and asked. The other outer court disciples next to him looked at Luokong eagerly as though they were waiting for his answer. I know senior brother Duan, but he might not know me. Luokong smiled wryly. Luokong could not help but feel respect for the purple-clad young man when he thought about him. He was the first young genius who defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage mastery mortal shedding stage before him. Moreover, the process of him defeating the perfection mortal shedding stage was extremely fast and exaggerated. Although he also defeated a perfection mortal shedding stage young genius with his mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base, it was because his opponent had just broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage last month. Even so, he had to spend a lot of effort to defeat his opponent. The entire process went on for almost an hour. If that's the case, you know Duan Lingtian, then do you know what cultivation base he has? The group of Moon Illumination Sect's outer court disciples' eyes lit up when they heard Luokong knew Duan Lingtian. One or two of them asked impatiently. Yes. Although Luokong did not know why these outer court disciples were interested in this, he nodded anyway. It was not a secret. Almost everyone who was still at the assessment site knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. What cultivation level? The group of outer sect disciples stared at Luokong expectantly, making him feel a little scared. At this moment, Luokong even had a feeling that if he didn't tell them, he would be committing a crime. Late-stage mortal shedding realm. Under the expectant gazes of more than a dozen people, Luokong said truthfully. As soon as Luokong finished speaking, the dozen or so outer sect disciples were instantly petrified. Each and every one of them was like a statue, standing there motionless. Seeing this, Luokong was dumbfounded. Did his words have that much power? What are you doing? Peng Jia frowned and asked in confusion. He was already cursing in his heart. These guys, making such a fuss in front of a new outer disciple, don't they feel ashamed? Of course, he only dared to curse in his heart and did not dare to curse out loud. Among the dozen or so outer sect disciples in front of him, nearly half of them were stronger than him. They were existences that he could not afford to offend. You are sure he's at the late-stage mortal shedding stage? The outer sect disciple, who was the first to recover from his shock, stared straight into Luokong's eyes with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's as he asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Luokong nodded. He faintly felt that the reason why the group of outer sect disciples were behaving like this was most likely related to senior brother Duan. Senior brother Duan is the first person before me who defeated a young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage with his mastery mortal shedding stage cultivation base and entered the sect. I know about this too. That Duan Lingtian is indeed impressive. Before that young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage could react, he had already appeared behind him in a flash and defeated him. Peng Jia could not help but exclaim. At that time, although he was very far away, he clearly saw that scene. He's really on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Yang, he didn't lie. Oh my god. What kind of monster is that Duan Lingtian? After Luokong and Peng Jia's confirmation, the group of outer sect disciples no longer had any doubts. They finally confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a martial cultivator on the mastery mortal shedding stage. At that moment, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. What exactly happened? Peng Jia felt that something was amiss and could not help but ask. Luokong was also puzzled. He had no idea what had happened. Soon after, Peng Jia and Luokong finally found out what had happened after an outer sect disciple reminded them. Duan Lingtian had defeated an outer sect disciple as soon as he entered the outer sect. That outer sect disciple was called Zhang Ji. At that moment, Luokong did not think much of it. After all, it only took Duan Lingtian a blink of an eye to defeat a young genius on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Even if Duan Lingtian could defeat an outer sect disciple at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage in the Moon Illumination sect, he would not find it strange. However, Luo Kong reacted that way because he did not know who Zhengji was. What? He defeated Zhengji. Luo Kong did not know who Zhengji was, but Peng Jia did. Because of that, he was stunned for a long time after he found out about what had happened. When he finally regained his senses, he screamed out loud. Not only did he defeat Zhengji, but it was a one-sided crushing. From the beginning until the end, Zhengji had no strength to fight back at all. An outer sect disciple added. What? Peng Jia was dumbfounded. He was dumbstruck again. Luo Kong was shocked as well. After the entrance assessment held by the Moon Illumination sect today, he had a certain understanding of the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect disciples' strength. Apart from them who had joined today, the rest of the Moon Illumination sect's outer sect disciples had joined 5 years ago. Those people were either the best among the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage 5 years ago. Some of them were even on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Naturally, most of them were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Therefore, the senior outer sect disciples in the Moon Illumination sect should be at least on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Most of them should be at the peak of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. If Zhengji is at the peak of the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, isn't Senior Brother Duan's strength too ridiculous? A one-sided crushing? Luo Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. No, maybe Zhengji is ranked at the bottom among the senior outer sect disciples. He's just an ordinary Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Luo Kong comforted himself again. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian crushed Zhengji one-sidedly to the point that Zhengji couldn't fight back at all? Peng Jia asked with uncertainty as he looked at the outer court disciple who added to Duan Lingtian's story. I'm sure. The outer court disciple nodded. We saw it with our own eyes. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has already occupied Zhengji's independent courtyard. He's the first outer court disciple in the history of our Moon Illumination sect to stay in an independent courtyard as soon as he entered the outer court district. Independent courtyard? Peng Jia's eyes narrowed as he trembled in shock. Luo Kong could not help but gasp as well. When he arrived at the outer court district earlier, he had learned about the living environment in the outer court district from Peng Jia. He knew there were only 100 of the best independent courtyards. Those who could stay in the independent courtyards were powerful people who ranked in the top 100 in the outer court. In fact, there were close to 1,000 outer court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect. According to Peng Jia, the weakest among the 100 outer court disciples who could stay in the independent courtyards was close to the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. They were the backbone of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. A senior brother Duan defeated someone who stayed in the independent courtyard? And it was one-sidedly crushing? After Peng Jia, Luo Kang's eyes narrowed as well. His body trembled as his legs turned to jelly. He almost fell to the ground. As more than 10 outer court disciples left in shock, apart from those outer court disciples who were cultivating in closed-door cultivation, everyone in the outer court district knew about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. The entire outer court district was in an uproar. Hey, did you hear? The Duan Lingtian who single-sidedly crushed and defeated Zhengji is only a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Monster! That Duan Lingtian is a monster. It's already shocking to be able to defeat someone who's at a higher level. However, he defeated someone who's 2 levels higher. How terrifying! The outer court district that was originally like a pool of stagnant water became lively. Apart from those outer court disciples who were in closed-door cultivation, the rest of the outer court disciples knew that an absolute monster had entered the sect. He was someone who could defeat someone who was 2 levels higher than him. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion that was going on outside. The Moon Illumination sect had strict rules. It was different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In the Moon Illumination sect, unless there was a great enmity between them, they were not allowed to disturb each other when they were in closed-door cultivation. Of course, in order to prevent some people from being afraid to face setbacks and difficulties, the Moon Illumination sect also had rules to restrict such people. The former was not allowed to disturb the latter when he was in closed-door cultivation. However, one could post a battle invitation at the door of the room where he was cultivating and challenge the other party to a battle. The battle invitation had to be submitted to the outer court elder's office. It would only be effective if it had the outer court elder's fingerprint on it. Naturally, if one could not find an outer court elder, one could also find 2 outer court deacons. As long as they jointly put their fingerprint on the battle invitation, it would be effective as well. There were 2 ways to post a battle invitation. First, it was an ordinary sparring. One was not allowed to kill or injure anyone. Second, it was a death duel. If it was a death duel, one would need to find 2 outer court elders and ask them to put their fingerprint on the death duel's battle invitation. Generally speaking, unless there was an irreconcilable enmity between them, nobody would simply post a death duel invitation. Chapter 1435. Apart from the fingerprints of the 2 outer court elders, the death duel invitation also had to have the fingerprints of both parties involved in the duel. If one party had issued the death duel invitation and the other party had accepted it, it would be a fight to the death. It was fine if the other party did not accept it. However, the party who issued the death duel invitation had a legitimate reason to teach the other party a lesson. As long as the other party was not killed or crippled, they could do whatever they wanted. That was the death duel invitation. As long as the invitation was issued, the other party would have to accept it as long as they had seen the invitation when they had stepped out of their room. If they rejected it, the person who issued the invitation would have a legitimate reason to enter their room and duel with them even if they were cultivating in closed-door cultivation. The death duel invitation was a special feature of the Moon Illumination sect. The entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect had finally ended when it was close to evening. Apart from the 12 young geniuses on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage who had passed the entrance assessment, 3 young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage had passed the assessment as well. 3 of the hundreds of young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage were eliminated. The rest entered the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect together. When the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the 2 outer court deacons brought hundreds of young geniuses at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage into the outer court district, they learned about the news that was spreading in the outer court district. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who had just entered the outer court, had single-handedly defeated Zhangji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court, and snatched his independent courtyard. How's that possible? He's only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. How could he defeat someone who's close to the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage? Impossible. Even if that's true, Zhangji must have discussed it with him. They must have known each other for a long time and put on a show. The group of young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect clamored. Most of them did not believe that Duan Lingtian had really defeated Zhangji. In the crowd, Ling Yun and Xiong who looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Senior brother Duan actually defeated someone who's ranked 85th in the outer court? Xiong who took in a breath of cold air. At this moment, it was not just the group of Moon Illumination sect's new disciples. Even the outer court elder, Dong Chong, and the other 2 outer court deacons were shocked as well. At this moment, they even suspected that Zhangji was acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Even in their eyes, this matter was inconceivable. If Zhou Qi finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll think that he's as blind as a bat. He only brought Su Qi away and didn't bring senior brother Duan with him. Ling Yun's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Lu Huan, had arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City half a year ago. He had killed 2 great Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and severely injured the city governor of Mount Hill City. Then, in front of the city governor of Mount Hill City, he took away his disciple, Su Qi, who had been following him since the beginning. Ling Yun still remembered. At that time, in the eyes of that Zhou Qi, whether it was him, Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, or even Duan Lingtian, they were all not worth mentioning. In Zhou Qi's eyes, only Su Qi was the most important. Senior brother Duan's innate talent is even more powerful than Su Qi. I'm really curious to see the expression on Lu Huan and his disciples' faces when they find out about this. Ling Yun thought to himself. What Ling Yun thought of came true that very night. Due to the enmity between the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mount Hill City, Fang Hui's every move throughout the years was monitored by Lu Huan's people. Today, when the Moon Illumination sect held the entrance assessment to recruit new disciples, Lu Huan's people were also paying attention to it. Due to this reason, Lu Huan's favorite disciple, Zhou Qi, received the news that night. You may leave now. In the front courtyard of a spacious mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhou Qi said in a slightly irritated manner. Yes. The person who came to inform him immediately left the mansion. I can't believe that Fang Hui's luck is so good. First, it's Su Qi and now it's Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi's face turned slightly grave. Even he had to admit that Fang Hui's luck was ridiculously good. Su Qi came from the mortal continent, and he was a talent that could be molded. His innate talent far surpassed his own. Even he had to admit this. Due to this reason, Su Qi received special care from his master, Elder Lu Huan, after he brought him back. His ability had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 6 months. Now, he had even reached the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In terms of ability, he could be ranked at the top even in the outer court. In the past 6 months, even he was a little jealous of his master, Elder Lu Huan, for taking care of Su Qi. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, Su Qi's improvement in the past 6 months and his innate talent seemed to be nothing. The reason Zhou Qi's attitude changed was all because of Duan Lingtian. He defeated Zhang Ji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court with his cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. It was a one-sided fight. I've confirmed that Zhang Ji didn't know him before this. Zhou Qi muttered to himself. He defeated someone who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage with his cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. No matter how monstrous he is, he shouldn't be able to do that, right? This isn't an ordinary fight that's 2 levels higher. Of course, there's another possibility. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the outer court deacon detected his cultivation base. Although it's still ridiculous for him to defeat Zhang Ji with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's not impossible. Zhou Qi defined Duan Lingtian's cultivation base in his heart. He thought Duan Lingtian was already at the perfection mortal shedding stage. He thought so because he thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat someone who was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage with his cultivation base at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Naturally, someone who was ranked 85th in the outer court would not be an ordinary person. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been kicked out of the independent courtyard long ago. I'll have to tell Master about this matter. However, before that, I should still look for Junior Brother Su. I've never heard him mention anything about Duan Lingtian before this. Zhou Qi went to look for Su Qi as he thought of this. Half a year ago, after Su Qi was brought back to the Moon Illumination sect by Zhou Qi, he became an inner court disciple under the recommendation of the inner court elder, Lu Huan. Only the sect's high-ranking officials who were at least inner court elders had the right to make such a recommendation. Even the inner court deacons who were equivalent to the outer court elders in the Moon Illumination sect were not allowed to make a recommendation to become an outer court disciple, let alone an inner court disciple. The young geniuses who were found by the outer court elders had to participate in the entrance assessment obediently. Although the outer court elders, inner court deacons, and inner court elders were only 1 level apart, the gap was like a chasm. In the Moon Illumination sect, only the sect's high-ranking officials who were at least inner court elders and above were considered to be at the highest decision-making level. Although the inner court elders had a lofty position, they also needed to have a powerful martial strength to support them. To become an inner court elder, one must be a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Only a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could stand at the highest level in the Moon Illumination sect and laugh at the wind and clouds. After becoming an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, Su Qi stayed in Lu Huan's mansion. He had his own independent courtyard here. During this half a year, he had been living in seclusion. Due to Lu Huan's guidance and special care, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Junior brother. Su Qi, who was deducing the Saint-grade martial tactic in the small courtyard, suddenly heard the voice from outside. He stopped what he was doing and had a puzzled expression on his face. Naturally, he could tell who the owner of the voice was. However, he was puzzled. Why was the person looking for him? During this half a year, the person had not taken the initiative to look for him since he brought him back. Moreover, as time went by, the person seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from him. As for the reason, it was not difficult for him to figure it out. The person was undoubtedly jealous because his master doted on him more. Senior brother. Su Qi did not dare to be arrogant in front of Zhou Qi. When he heard the voice, he immediately opened the courtyard door and welcomed Zhou Qi in. Junior brother, have you gotten used to living here during this half a year? Zhou Qi asked with a smile. However, his smile seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. Yes. Su Qi did not nod. He merely nodded in response. Junior brother, you should know that there's a disciple under the city governor of Mount Hill City called Duan Lingtian, right? Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed as he looked directly at Su Qi. He went straight to the point. Duan Lingtian. When Su Qi heard this name again, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Previously, even his master, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, thought he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. He even advised Duan Lingtian not to compete with him for the position of eldest senior brother. Due to this reason, he had challenged Duan Lingtian to a battle. Before the result was out, Zhou Qi had arrived and interrupted him. Although the battle was inconclusive, he had to admit that as someone from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were indeed superior to his. Naturally, he was no longer the same person he was half a year ago. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds in this half a year. If he encountered Duan Lingtian again, he was confident he could win. Yes. Su Qi nodded in response to Zhou Qi's question. He had secretly calculated the time earlier. Today seemed to be the day of the entrance assessment that was held once every 5 years in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian must have come on behalf of Mount Hill City. It seems like Duan Lingtian did well in the entrance assessment. Otherwise, Zhou Qi wouldn't have been alerted. It was not difficult for Su Qi to figure this out. As soon as he entered the sect, he defeated Zhangji, who's ranked number 85 in the outer court. He's an outer court disciple who's close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Zhou Qi said. What? Chapter 1436. Although Su Qi had entered the inner court and became an inner court disciple as soon as he entered the Moon Illumination sect. However, he also knew some things about the outer sect. In the outer court, those who were ranked in the top 100 could stay in the best independent courtyard. The weakest among these people was close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. It was said that the outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 50 were almost all at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Especially those who were ranked at the top, they were powerful people who were listed in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list that included the 9 sect alliances. It included the top 100 most outstanding powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. The 9 sect alliances were formed by 9 seventh-rate sections. They were meant to unite and defend against the invasion of sixth-rate forces. The Moon Illumination sect was one of the 7th-rate sections. The powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage who were listed in the Earth ranking were all at the peak of the mortal shedding stage. Those who were ranked at the bottom had abilities that were on par with ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Those who were ranked at the top had the ability to defeat ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. It seems like Su Qi doesn't know Duan Lingtian's ability either. Zhou Qi knew what was going on when he saw the shock on Su Qi's face. Duan Lingtian defeated Zhangji one-sidedly from the beginning until the end. Zhangji didn't even have the ability to fight back at all. I'm afraid he's even more powerful than you, junior brother Su. Zhou Qi continued to provoke Su Qi, intentionally or unintentionally. One-sidedly, Su Qi had to admit that Zhou Qi's words had shocked him again. It seems like Duan Lingtian's ability has improved a lot in this 6 months. Perhaps he was stronger than me 6 months ago, but it's definitely not this exaggerated. Su Qi secretly inhaled a cold breath of air. 6 months ago, the battle between him and Duan Lingtian did not end because of Zhou Qi's appearance. However, he knew himself very well. He knew Duan Lingtian's ability was slightly stronger than his. Of course, he didn't win by much. He had originally thought that his strength, which had increased by leaps and bounds in this half a year, had already left Duan Lingtian behind, but he had never expected that Duan Lingtian's strength was also increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. Of course, even so, he did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat him. Even if he were to face the person ranked 85th in the outer sect, he was confident that he could one-sidedly crush him. Therefore, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength should be on par with his. When Zhou Qi saw that Su Qi did not reply to him, he frowned with a displeased expression on his face. However, his brows quickly relaxed again, and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face again. Junior brother Su, you and that Duan Lingtian were once fellow disciples after all. Are you interested in meeting him? Senior brother Zhou, I'm not familiar with him. Su Qi replied nonchalantly. How could he not see that Zhou Qi was trying to sow discord between them? If there's nothing else, I won't send you off, senior brother Zhou. I'm planning to return to my room to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his room without waiting for Zhou Qi's reply. Zhou Qi's expression turned gloomy when he saw Su Qi closing the door. This Su Qi dares to look down on me just because he has master's protection. Damn it! Half a year ago, Su Qi was as docile as a cat in front of him. However, at this moment, the cat seemed to have transformed into a tiger and was about to suppress him. He found it difficult to accept this. However, he knew that Su Qi was already powerful. With his master's protection, even if he was his senior brother, he did not dare to openly bully Su Qi. He did not doubt that his master would disregard their many years of master-disciple relationship for the sake of this disciple whom he had only accepted half a year ago. His master valued the martial Tao innate talent of his disciples the most. He couldn't be any more clear about this. If he and Su Qi were in trouble at the same time, and his master could only save one of them, his master would definitely save Su Qi. He did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, there's no need to tell master about Duan Lingtian for the time being. Ever since Su Qi came, master has been living in seclusion. He might not know about what's going on outside no matter how much the rumors spread. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in Zhou Qi's mind. Cripple him. Zhou Qi planned to cripple Duan Lingtian. In terms of innate talent, Duan Lingtian is even higher than Su Qi. Now that master has Su Qi as his disciple, my status has plummeted. If there's another Duan Lingtian, where's my status? Zhou Qi's heart skipped a beat. If his master knew that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was higher than Su Qi's and that Duan Lingtian was from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, his master would definitely accept Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. That was not what he wanted to see. His current idea was simple. He wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian. In that case, even if his master found out about Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would only reprimand him. However, Duan Lingtian would no longer be his master's direct disciple. Half a year ago, it was master who asked me to bring Duan Lingtian back to the Moon Illumination sect. I didn't have a choice and ended up nurturing a tiger. This time, I must cripple Duan Lingtian before master discovers his innate talent. Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed coldly. Naturally, he wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would never be able to make a comeback. Naturally, there was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that no one was allowed to kill or injure. Those who killed would usually be sentenced to death. However, those who injured would be able to escape death. Although the punishment was severe, there was no need for revenge. Zhou Qi wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian. At that time, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent was, his master would not take a fancy to him. As long as his master did not take a fancy to him, he would not be able to compete with him and ride on his head like Su Qi did. I think Su Qi won't bring up Duan Lingtian in front of master. In that case, my plan can be carried out smoothly. Zhou Qi had a mature idea in his mind. The moment he thought of this, he left the mansion and the inner court and went to the outer court. Soon after, a person appeared next to Zhou Qi in a remote place in the outer court. It was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he could be Zhou Qi's father. However, this middle-aged man was very respectful in front of Zhou Qi. Lin Fu, you should know that I won't look for you if there's nothing important. Since I'm looking for you, it's only natural that I have something for you to do. Zhou Qi said nonchalantly. Yes, senior brother Zhou, I wonder if there's anything you need from me? Lin Fu asked respectfully. I heard that there's a new disciple called Duan Lingtian in the outer court. As soon as he arrived, he defeated Zheng Ji, who was ranked 85th in the outer court. Zhou Qi asked. That's true. I've heard about it as well. Lin Fu nodded. I even went to look for Zheng Ji. However, Zheng Ji said that his strength might not be inferior to Duan Lingtian. The reason he was defeated was because Duan Lingtian used a demonic technique. Demonic technique? Zhou Qi frowned. What do you mean? He said. There were 2 times when his attack was clearly about to land on Duan Lingtian, but it shifted to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Therefore, he could not attack Duan Lingtian. Lin Fu told Zhou Qi everything he learned from Zheng Ji. Duan Lingtian took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure him twice, causing him to be unable to retaliate at all. Humph! He's not as good as him, yet he still finds so many excuses. What demonic technique? Who would believe that? Zhou Qi snorted coldly. I don't think it's believable either. Lin Fu nodded. I guess Zheng Ji is unwilling to admit defeat. That's why he came up with such a lousy excuse. However, he didn't think about it. Even if this excuse of his spreads, who would believe him? Let's not talk about this for now. Zhou Qi went straight to the point. Lin Fu, the thing I asked you to do is closely related to my master. Therefore, you must do it well. It's related to Elder Lu Huan. Upon hearing that, Lin Fu was instantly energized as though he had been reborn. Please tell me, senior brother Zhou. His master was the outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect. When he was young, he was by Elder Lu Huan's side and had a good relationship with him. However, in reality he was just a follower. It was just that Lin Fu was unwilling to admit it. Due to this reason, Lin Fu could be considered as Lu Huan's follower. Do you know that Duan Lingtian is from Mound Hill City? Zhou Qi said bluntly. Mound Hill City? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lin Fu's eyes narrowed immediately. He had a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with Mound Hill City. Moreover, it was impossible for anyone who was by Elder Lu Huan's side to not know about Mound Hill City. It was not because Mound Hill City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect, but because of the enmity between Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, and Elder Lu Huan. Senior brother Zhou, didn't you bring Feng Hui's most outstanding disciple, Su Qi, back to the sect half a year ago? Why didn't you bring Duan Lingtian back with you? His innate talent seems to be on par with Su Qi. Lin Fu asked in confusion. Half a year ago, I didn't see that his innate talent was higher than Su Qi's. However, I had the intention to bring him back and ask him to be my master's disciple. But he rejected me. Not only that, but he rejected me firmly. Zhou Qi spouted nonsense. If I had known that his innate talent was higher than Su Qi's, I would have killed him on the spot. It was my mistake for not killing him back then. However, I didn't expect that my mistake back then would cause me trouble. Zhou Qi was furious. He really doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. A hint of jealousy flashed through Lin Fu's eyes. His face turned cold as he asked, Senior brother Zhou, is the thing you want me to do related to Duan Lingtian? That's right. Zhou Qi nodded. Your ability is at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. You're ranked 47th in the outer court. I want you to issue a challenge to Duan Lingtian and force him to come out and fight you. Senior brother Zhou, since he could single-handedly suppress Zhengji, his ability is on par with mine at the very least. He might even be stronger than me. I'm afraid I can't teach him a lesson. Chapter 1437. You don't have to teach him a lesson. Zhou Qi shook his head. I don't have to teach him a lesson? Lin Fu was confused. He could not figure out what Zhou Qi was trying to do. My purpose is to let you test his strength. I'll find someone to deal with him later, Zhou Qi said indifferently. Lin Fu nodded. I understand now. Lin Fu nodded. That's simple. It was indeed simple. To him, it was just another duel invitation. Even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian in the end, he would at most be taught a lesson. With the sex rules, he did not believe that Duan Lingtian would dare to cripple him, let alone kill him. If there was no duel invitation, he would have to pay with his life for killing someone. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. After saying that, Zhou Qi left the outer court and returned to the inner court under the cover of the night. The next morning, Lin Fu went to look for outer court Elder Dong Chong. Elder Dong Chong, I'd like to write a duel invitation, and I'd like you to put your fingerprint on it. As Lin Fu spoke, he took out the duel invitation he had prepared. Lin Fu, who do you want to challenge this time? Dong Chong took the duel invitation and asked with a smile before he even had the time to read it. Lin Fu was ranked 47th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, and he had fought his way up. When he saw that Lin Fu wanted to write a duel invitation, he thought that Lin Fu wanted to challenge the outer court disciple who was ranked higher than him. Elder Dong Chong, the person I want to challenge this time is a little special. Lin Fu smiled faintly. Ha! Out of curiosity, Dong Chong looked at the duel invitation in his hand. When he saw the 3 words Duan Lingtian on it, he could not help but be stunned. Why you want to challenge that new disciple? Yes. Lin Fu nodded. Lin Fu, you better think this through. Currently, this Duan Lingtian is only ranked 85th in the outer court. If you challenge him, it'll be fine if you win, but if you lose, you'll drop a rank. And he'll be promoted to 47th because of you. Dong Chong said with a complicated gaze. Duan Lingtian was the young genius he had his eyes on during the entrance assessment yesterday. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was unwilling to acknowledge him as his master. When the entrance exam ended and he returned to the outer court, he could not help but be dumbstruck when he heard about the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed when he defeated Zhangji. At that moment, the resentment in his heart due to Duan Lingtian's rejection also disappeared without a trace. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's talent and strength, he was not qualified to be Duan Lingtian's teacher. Even if he forcefully accepted Duan Lingtian as his disciple, he would only mislead him. I thought about it. Lin Fu nodded and replied casually. He issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian not because he wanted to defeat the Duan Lingtian, but because he wanted to find out more about the Duan Lingtian so that his senior brother Zhou Qi could think of a way to deal with the Duan Lingtian. Even if he lost, he would only be pushed back by 1 place. It was not a big deal. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian's strength was above his, even without his challenge, the Duan Lingtian would still be able to surpass him. At that time, he would still be pushed back by 1 place. What do you think of Duan Lingtian? Dong Chong asked as he pressed his fingerprint on the challenge letter in his hand. The challenge letter was made of a special paper. One only needed to wrap one's true energy around one's finger and press it, and a fingerprint would appear on it. I suspect that Duan Lingtian has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the first stage of the entrance assessment, Lin Fu said. It's unrealistic for a mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat someone who's close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. I have the same thought as well. I can take this opportunity to find out the truth since you've issued a challenge to him. Dong Chong nodded and returned the challenge letter to Lin Fu. Thank you, Elder Dong Chong. After receiving the challenge letter, Lin Fu went to the independent courtyard where Duan Lingtian lived without hesitation. The independent courtyard originally belonged to Zhangji, so Lin Fu was very familiar with the place. Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Fu lifted his hand and threw the challenge letter out. He used his hidden force so that the challenge letter would fit perfectly on the gap of the door that was tightly shut. After glancing at the challenge letter, Lin Fu imprinted the scene before him into his eyes and memorized it in his mind before he left. As long as Duan Lingtian opened his door, the challenge letter would fall. At that time, even if he wanted to return the challenge letter to its original state, it would not be able to return to the way Lin Fu memorized it in his mind. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to shut himself in, Lin Fu would still be able to barge in. At that time, it would not be against the sex rules to barge in. Challenge letter? When Duan Lingtian opened his door and walked out to pick up the challenge letter from the ground, it was already a month later. Naturally, he had spent 3 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Lin Fu. After opening the challenge letter, Duan Lingtian saw the name of the person who wrote the challenge letter. After casually putting away the challenge letter, Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard. So, I just wanted to come out to relax and see where Ling Yun and Xiong who were staying. I didn't expect that there would be someone waiting for me to come out. Looking at the challenge letter in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Senior brother, do you know Lin Fu? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he stopped an outer court disciple who was walking by not far away. I do. The outer court disciple nodded and asked with a smile. You're a new disciple who just entered the sect a month ago, right? This outer court disciple just happened to be cultivating in seclusion a month ago. Therefore, although he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could guess why the outer court disciple asked such a question. He knew very well that from the moment he defeated Zhangji, he must have become famous in the outer court district. All the outer court disciples knew that he was staying in the independent courtyard where Zhangji used to live. The person who dared to issue a challenge letter to him would definitely not be weaker than Zhangji. Such a person must be well known in the outer court. Only the new disciples who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect like him a month ago would not know. Junior brother, when you mention senior brother Lin Fu in the future, you can't directly call him by his name. Senior brother Lin Fu is an existence that's ranked 47th in our outer court. The outer court disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian said with a fearful expression. 47th in the outer court? Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Just as he thought, the person who issued the challenge letter was not an ordinary outer court disciple. Zhangji is ranked 85th, and he's close to the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Lin Fu who issued the challenge letter must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage without a doubt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Great! Although I'm still a step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, my body has undergone tremendous changes due to the integration of the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Since Lin Fu is here, it's a good opportunity for me to practice. Duan Lingtian's battle intent rose in his heart. Although his cultivation base had not broken through yet, his body had undergone a transformation, and his physical strength had improved a lot. Now, he was confident he could defeat Zhangji even without using the strange pupil's ability. If it was someone like Zhangji, he would not be interested at all. However, Lin Fu was suspected to be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. Senior brother, have you heard of Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian asked the outer court disciple in front of him suddenly as a thought flashed in his mind. How could I not? The outer court disciple said matter-of-factly. He's the most monstrous existence among the new batch of outer court disciples. He even broke the sect's long-standing record and became the first person to stay in the independent courtyard area as soon as he entered the sect. Now, let alone the outer court district, I'm afraid many people in the inner court district have heard of his name. The outer court disciple finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. The reason why he asked was just to confirm it. With my current reputation in the outer court, Lin Fu must be at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage since he dares to challenge me. It seems like I'll have a chance to loosen my muscles again after 3 months. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at the outer court disciple and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, do you know which independent courtyard Lin Fu is staying in?" "It's Duan Lingtian, senior brother." "It's really him." Before the outer court disciple could speak, the other 2 outer court disciples who were passing by exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The outer court disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but be dumbfounded when he heard the 2 outer court disciples' words. The purple-clad young man standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian? "Senior brother, I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that I saw Lin Fu's challenge letter as soon as I came out, so I was prepared to accept the challenge." Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and waved the challenge letter in his hand. "Senior brother Lin Fu, he issued a challenge letter to you?" When the outer court disciple standing in front of Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes could not help but narrow, and his face was filled with shock. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Senior brother Duan, I didn't know your identity earlier. I'm so rude. In the martial artists world, the one who has reached the top comes first. You can just call me junior brother in the future." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed inwardly. Another person like Yang He. Senior brother Lin Fu is challenging senior brother Duan Lingtian. As for the 2 outer sect disciples who were passing by, they immediately spread the news. In just 15 minutes, almost all the outer court disciples who were not cultivating in closed-door cultivation in the entire outer court knew about this shocking news. Naturally, they were no strangers to Lin Fu. He was ranked 47th in the outer court. His strength was so powerful that he had even reached the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. They were also no strangers to Duan Lingtian. He was someone who had defeated and replaced the person who was ranked 85th in the outer court when he had just entered the sect. Now, Lin Fu had issued a challenge letter to Duan Lingtian. "Haha, if I went into closed-door cultivation earlier, I would have missed this battle. Let's go and join in the fun." Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too powerful. He accepted the challenge directly. He's a real man. I hope senior brother Lin Fu didn't go into closed-door cultivation. If that's the case, we'll be able to see this fierce battle today. Chapter 1438. At the training field in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court area, a group of outer court disciples had cleared out an empty space in the middle of the training field. In the empty space, a young man and a middle-aged man were standing opposite each other, fighting each other. Whoosh! Without warning, the young man raised his hand, and a special piece of paper that was light as a feather flew out. It only stopped in front of the middle-aged man. There were 2 lines of words written on the special piece of paper. Apart from that, there were 3 fingerprints on it. It was a dual invitation. Although I don't know why you're issuing me a dual invitation, it's not important anymore. After Duan Lingtian sent the dual invitation out, he said to Lin Fu calmly, "Yes, it's not important anymore." Lin Fu put the dual invitation away. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes gleamed. "You, Duan Lingtian, have just entered the sect, but you've already stirred up such a huge commotion in the outer court. Today I, Lin Fu, will teach you a lesson and let you know that us, the senior outer court disciples, are not to be trifled with. I've never thought that you, the senior outer court disciples, are to be trifled with. The conflict between Zhengji and I was caused by him. Everyone knows this." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The onlookers nodded their heads in agreement. All of them knew this. "Hermph, cut the crap. Let's fight." Lin Fu sneered. "You're the one who started the nonsense first, aren't you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. He seemed a little helpless. Many people in the surrounding began to laugh at once. "You're seeking death." Lin Fu's face turned grave. Without wasting any more time, his body moved as though he had transformed into a giant rock. His true energy spread out, and it was as though he was flapping his wings as he soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Fu had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. A 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand out of thin air. It shone with a dazzling true energy as he pointed it at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fu pointed out his sword, and a series of sword whistling sounds came from the void. Specks of sword light were like a meteor shower, directly rushing towards Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. When Lin Fu had arrived in front of him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out his sun-shooting bow. Seeing Lin Fu draw his sword, he also shot an arrow with all his might. Then, Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and flew out, causing Lin Fu's sword move to miss completely. "Eat my arrow too," Duan Lingtian said faintly. He raised his hand and an arrow condensed from his Zhun Qi flew out. "How do you shoot it into the sky?" When they saw Duan Lingtian shoot an arrow into the sky, many people couldn't help but be startled. However, they soon got their answer. An arrow soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of arrow lights whistled down like a real meteor shower. The power was far from what Lin Fu's sword could compare to. If Lin Fu's previous sword move was like a drizzle, the specks of sword light were like a drizzle. In that case, Duan Lingtian's meteor arrow shower was like a heavy rain. The heavy rain poured down and shrouded Lin Fu, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Insignificant skill. After all, Lin Fu was at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. He sneered and shook the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. It began to twist and turn in the void. Wherever the sword light reached, it turned into a vortex. Spiraling sword light. Many people exclaimed softly. It was obvious that they recognized Lin Fu's sword move. As the vortex soared into the sky, the rain of arrows that filled the sky was devoured by it. It was as if they had never appeared. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Fu sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was flying far away on the arrow. "Then take another arrow from me," Duan Lingtian said calmly. He lifted the sun-shooting bow with his left hand again. True energy shot out from his right hand and formed a sharp arrow light on the bowstring. The bowstring trembled slightly as Duan Lingtian slowly pulled it open. Although his cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and his body had undergone 2 transformations, he was still a long way from pulling the bowstring into a full moon. No matter what, the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow was the dragon tendon of the 5-clawed devil dragon. With his current strength, he could not fully pull it open. He pulled the bow and arrow and focused his eyes. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's aura seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. This was something that even the group of outer court disciples who were spectating had noticed. Senior brother Duan is going all out. Xiong, who was a little excited among the crowd. Ling Yun stood next to him. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with anticipation. As the arrow under his feet faded and disappeared, Duan Lingtian slowly landed on the ground. However, in his eyes, there seemed to be only one figure left. Lin Fu. After locking his gaze on Lin Fu, Duan Lingtian gradually loosened his grip on the arrow in his right hand. At that moment, Lin Fu's face turned solemn. At that moment, he panicked for no reason. It was as if the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand was some kind of scourge. Meteor strike. Finally, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand was released along with the vibration of the bowstring. It was as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning, causing everything around it to dim. At that moment, the bolt of lightning was like a shooting star that streaked across the pitch-black night sky. It was short but beautiful. At the same time, Lin Fu made his move. His sword light shot out in all directions. Boom! Before the crowd of outer court disciples could react, a thunderous sound rang out beside their ears. Then they saw it clearly. Lin Fu, who was originally standing there in high spirits, was now on one knee with his sword supporting him. Half of his robe was torn. Not only that, his long hair was scattered on his shoulders along with the broken headband. Right now, he was like a beggar. At the same time, with Lin Fu as the center, a raging gale swept out, blowing the robes of the surrounding people to the point that they fluttered in the wind, as if numerous elves were dancing gracefully. Wah! Lin Fu, whose face was flushed, could not hold on any longer and spat out a large mouthful of blood. When he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Earlier, the reason why he stood still and waited for Duan Ling Tian to make his move was because he was confident in his own strength. He thought that he could take the arrow shot by Duan Ling Tian. It was not until the arrow that was condensed from true energy collided with his strongest sword technique that he realized how naive he was. The power of Duan Lingtian's arrow was even more powerful than his sword technique. Although it was not much, at least it was a victory. Not only did it suppress his sword technique, but it also injured him, causing him to be in a sorry state. 47th Outer Court Disciple? That's all there is to it. Before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian put away the sun-shooting bow and glanced at Lin Fu. Lin Fu was so angry that he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Although Lin Fu felt wronged, he could not refute. Who asked him to be careless? Otherwise, even if he was going to lose in the end, he would not have lost in such a short time. When the crowd came back to their senses and was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian had already gathered with Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. Let's go. Let's find a place to talk. Duan Lingtian led the way. Wherever they passed, a group of outer court disciples would make way for them. The gazes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were respected. This had nothing to do with whether Duan Lingtian had just entered the sect, nor did it have anything to do with his age or position. It was only when Duan Lingtian and the other two's figures disappeared that the group of outer court disciples came back to their senses. At the same time, a commotion broke the temporary silence. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. Yes, that arrow was like a short-lived meteor in front of my eyes. Before I could react, the meteor had already fallen and injured senior brother Lin Fu. That arrow was indeed a stroke of genius. At the very least, even senior brother Lin Fu, who's ranked 47th in the outer court, couldn't withstand it. In my opinion, senior brother Duan's strength is at least ranked in the top 30 in the outer court. It's really hard to imagine that senior brother Duan is just an outer court disciple who has just entered the sect a month ago. He's not even 40 years old yet. His innate talent is extraordinary. The group of outer court disciples who were watching discussed animatedly. Their words were filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian. All of you seem to have forgotten something. Senior brother Duan was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage during the first stage of the entrance assessment a month ago. He's only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he defeated senior brother Zhangji, who's ranked 85th in the outer court, and senior brother Lin Fu, who's ranked 47th? That's impossible. I think senior brother Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage before his battle with senior brother Zhangji. I think so too. Otherwise, it's too exaggerated. The old man who was standing at the side of the training field shook his head when he heard the similar comments from many outer court disciples. There was a hint of shock on his face. This was because when he used his spiritual energy to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base earlier, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was still at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knows a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base? If that's the case, then the spiritual secret tactics probe on him is meaningless. The old man was the outer court elder, Dong Chong. The outer court elder's fingerprint on the battle invitation that Lin Fu sent to Duan Lingtian was also his. Senior brother Duan, what's wrong? Xiong, who could not help but ask in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly turn around and frown. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head, feeling slightly dissatisfied. He did not seem to have offended that outer court elder, Dong Chong, right? It was not the entrance assessment yet, but he still dared to probe him without fear. Did he really think that he did not have a temper? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's good impression of Dong Chong was completely gone. Where are all of you staying now? Chapter 1439. We're not as powerful as you, senior brother Duan. We're only staying in the wooden house area now. Xiong, who was a little embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's question. Now that you're in the limelight, Lu Huan will definitely find out soon. You'd better be careful from now on. It's best if you don't leave the sect. Ling Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him with a solemn expression. I'm afraid he already knows. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Ha! Ling Yun and Xiong, who were stunned. If I'm not wrong, that Lin Fu who sent me the letter of challenge should be someone from Lu Huan's faction. Although the excuse he gave sounded dignified, I could tell from his eyes that it wasn't his true intention. The eyes would never lie. Duan Lingtian had experienced 2 lifetimes. Coupled with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, he was naturally very accurate in judging people. If that Lin Fu is really from Lu Huan's faction, Lu Huan will definitely be furious if he's defeated by you. I'm afraid Lin Fu is just the beginning. Ling Yun said with fear on his face. All in all, Lu Huan's faction will definitely put their attention on me for the time being. Both of you should take this opportunity to cultivate properly and raise your abilities as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian said, if they realize that they can't deal with me in the sect, they'll definitely shift their attention to both of you. Ling Yun and Xiong, whose expressions turned solemn when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was definitely not exaggerating. Both of them immediately bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and returned to their respective wooden houses to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's words gave them immense pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Lu Huan. Duan Lingtian muttered softly as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. If he had acknowledged Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, as his teacher unwillingly, he would have stayed out of the matter between Fang Hui and Lu Huan. However, during the past half a year in Mound Hill City, Fang Hui had taken care of him from the bottom of his heart, so he sincerely regarded Fang Hui as his teacher. The incident that left the deepest impression on him was the incident with the Zheng family. The 3 from the Zheng family wanted to kill him while he was not in the city lord's mansion. The 3 of them were executed on the spot, but that was only the beginning. On that day, the entire Zheng family of New South Town was annihilated. All of this was the work of his teacher. Regardless of whether he agreed with Fang Hui's extreme actions, he felt warmth in his heart because Fang Hui was protecting him and standing up for him. He, Duan Lingtian, wasn't a cold-hearted person. When he found out that his teacher, Fang Hui, had been humiliated by Lu Huan in the Moon Illumination sect, he had made up his mind. Apart from using the Moon Illumination sect as a stepping stone for him, he had come to the Moon Illumination sect to settle the matter of his teacher, Fang Hui. At the very least, Lu Huan must die. Naturally, there was also Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi. Although there was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that no killing was allowed, the so-called rule was merely a rule set by a powerhouse. In the future, he did not even need to be stronger than the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. As long as he was on par with them, he would be able to stand on equal footing with them and ignore the rule set by them. Teacher, don't worry, I'll make sure you can hold your head high one day. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After Lin Fu, Lu Huan's people will definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. The most important thing now is to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage first. Although he had won the battle with Lin Fu quickly, it did not mean he had the ability to crush Lin Fu single-handedly. Although his ability had improved tremendously due to the second transformation of his body, he was still only at the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he could only suppress Zheng Ji, who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The strength of a person at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage was not something Zheng Ji could compare to. If Lin Fu had not been careless and underestimated him, he would not have had the confidence to defeat him within 30 moves. Naturally, this was under the condition that he did not use the strange pupil. When Duan Lingtian returned to his independent courtyard to cultivate, The outer court district that had been quiet for a month was bustling again because of Duan Lingtian. In the spacious mansion in the inner court district. Trash. Zhou Qi's face was grave when he heard about Lin Fu's battle. He went to look for Lin Fu that night. Senior brother Zhou, I've disappointed you. Lin Fu felt a little guilty when he saw Zhou Qi. Humph. You were defeated in just 2 moves. You're really something. How much do you know about his ability? Zhou Qi asked with a snort. Senior brother Zhou, I was careless today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated me without at least 180 moves. Lin Fu felt a little aggrieved when he recalled the battle today. If he had not been careless, how could Duan Lingtian have defeated him so easily? Didn't you hear what I said? Zhou Qi's face turned gloomy when he saw Lin Fu trying to change the topic. Senior brother Zhou, I don't dare to say anything else, but I've definitely figured out Duan Lingtian's strength. He even used the silver shirt when he shot that last arrow. He must have used his full strength. He must have used all his strength, Lin Fu said immediately when he saw Zhou Qi's expression. Apart from being a defensive technique, the silver shirt could also strengthen one's body once it was used. This was not a secret. When Duan Lingtian shot the arrow, he had used the silver shirt. It was obvious that he was accumulating all his strength for the attack. Do you think, with his ability, he can be ranked in the top 30 in the outer court? Zhou Qi asked. That's about it. Lin Fu thought about it for a while and answered honestly. I can't believe that Mound Hill City has someone who's even more monstrous than Su Qi. This Duan Lingtian must not be allowed to live. Once Master finds out about him, he'll definitely want to take him in as his direct disciple. Zhou Qi was a little anxious when he thought about this. He could not wait to rush into the small courtyard where Duan Lingtian stayed and kill Duan Lingtian. However, he calmed down in the end. He knew very well that he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian, but after he killed Duan Lingtian, he would still have to pay with his life for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, even if he wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he would not be stupid enough to do it himself. Even if I can't do it, someone has to do it. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, once he's taken in as Master's direct disciple, I'm afraid his status will be higher than Su Qi's. Zhou Qi did not doubt this at all. He was almost certain now. Duan Lingtian's innate talent could only be higher than Su Qi's. Senior brother Zhou. When Lin Fu saw that Zhou Qi did not speak for a long time and only had a change of expression on his face, he could not help but call out to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi returned to his senses and glanced at Lin Fu indifferently. Lin Fu, you don't have to care about Duan Lingtian anymore. Just watch the show. If you dare to spread rumors, I won't let you off. I won't. Lin Fu hurriedly shook his head and promised solemnly. Get lost. Zhou Qi snorted. He did not like Lin Fu no matter how he looked at him now. Lin Fu sighed in relief. When he turned around and left, he ran faster than a rabbit as though he saw Zhou Qi as a scourge. His strength can be ranked in the top 30 in the outer court, roughly ranked 30th in the outer court. This result is acceptable and within my expectations. Zhou Qi muttered to himself. Zhou Qi muttered to himself confidently. Duan Lingtian did not know that someone was thinking of all sorts of ways to harm him. Currently, he was cultivating diligently on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Transformation. The 5 dragons carried the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the saint stones. They shuttled through the 52 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body and circulated one major circulatory cycle after another. After each major circulatory cycle, the heaven and earth spirit energy would turn into true energy and merge with his basketball-sized chi-si. His basketball-sized chi-si was only a little bit away from being filled to the brim. I'll definitely be able to open a perfection mortal shedding stage chi-si within a month. I'll definitely be able to open a new saint vein in 2 months. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Now, what he was looking forward to the most was how many saint veins he could open after breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage now, but he had already opened 52 saint veins. He had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and had opened an additional 20 saint veins. In other words, the number of saint veins he would open this time would start from 21. Even if I only open an additional 21 saint veins this time, I'll only open an additional 22 saint veins after breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I opened a total of 95 saint veins when I was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Moreover, this is just a conservative estimate. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened as he thought about this. Cultivate. Currently, Duan Lingtian was eager to know how many saint veins he would open when he broke through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was not worried about his ability after he had broken through. This was because he would definitely be more powerful than he was now. Moreover, he would be on a completely different level. Mound Hill City was far away from the Moon Illumination sect. Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, had left the Moon Illumination sect and returned to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City after the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect ended. However, he had his own way of finding out what had happened in the Moon Illumination sect. He defeated the Outer Court disciple who ranked 85th in the Outer Court when he just entered the sect. After a month, he defeated the Outer Court disciple who ranked 47th in the Outer Court. Even Feng Hui could not help but stand up from his seat when he heard the news. He had a shocked expression on his face. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent and ability were extraordinary among the younger generation, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so monstrous. To him, only the Moon Illumination sect is worth his time. My city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is still too small to accommodate him. I'm afraid even the Moon Illumination sect might not be able to accommodate him after a few years. The smile on Feng Hui's face never faded. Chapter 1440. In a secluded and mysterious place in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the depths of the mountains that were shrouded in clouds, a figure flew out from a huge cave abode and soared into the sky. As the clouds and mist in the sky scattered, his figure gradually appeared. It was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. His face was as clear as jade, and there was a majestic air between his brows. He looked like an iron tower as he stood there. He looked majestic as he hovered in the air. I've been in closed-door cultivation for 30 years. I wonder how Yong-er is doing now, the middle-aged man murmured. Suddenly, the middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. A rare gentleness appeared on his dignified face. It was as if the Yong-er he spoke of had a great magical power. Hermph! If it wasn't for those old farts watching over me, I wouldn't be stuck here. However, if I'm given another 1,000 years, I won't have to be afraid of those old farts anymore. As though he had thought of something, the golden-robed, middle-aged man's face turned grave immediately. The gentleness on his face disappeared. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved and soared into the sky. In just a few moments, he appeared in a secluded valley in the depths of the mountains. The valley was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious people rarely came here. The middle-aged man pushed the weeds aside and walked into a secluded and damp cave. Initially, the cave was as dark as night. However, as the middle-aged man made a few turns, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. As the middle-aged man walked out, the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was even a little blinding. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be unaware of the blinding light. He continued to walk forward and finally appeared at the source of the light. It was a spacious cave abode with pearls piled up like a mountain. The dazzling white light came from these pearls. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the pearls piled up like a mountain were luminous pearls. The smallest of these luminous pearls was the size of an adult's fist. The bigger ones were the size of a basketball. Any one of them would be a rare treasure on the mortal continent. However, in the eyes of the golden-robed, middle-aged man, these luminous pearls were just decorations. They did not attract his attention at all. Passing through the cave residence piled with luminous pearls, the golden-robed, middle-aged man entered a small cave residence. Inside the small cave, the furnishings were simple. Other than a bed, there was only a table. Now, whether it was the bed or the table, both were covered in a layer of dust. Yong-er! At this moment, the golden-robed, middle-aged man let out a sorrowful cry for no reason. His body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Waves of invisible air waves swept out, causing the bed and table to shake. At that moment, the golden-gowned, middle-aged man's gaze landed on that table. On the table, there was an exquisite box with some sparkling and translucent fragments in it. If these fragments were put together, they would form a small transparent bead. More precisely, it was a soul orb. A soul orb was a pearl that stored a trace of a person's or beast's soul energy. It was used to determine whether a person was still alive. If the soul orb was in good condition, it meant that the owner of the soul orb was alive and well. Once a soul orb shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul orb was dead. Wah! All of a sudden, the golden-robed, middle-aged man who was extremely enraged spat out a mouthful of blood that stained half of the small cave. I don't care who it is. For killing my Yong-er, I'll annihilate 9 generations of your family. The golden-robed, middle-aged man's body trembled violently. When he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely cold. The rolling sound waves swept out and overturned the bed and table in the small cave. Roar! The golden-robed, middle-aged man raised his head and let out a low roar. In the next moment, his body emitted a dazzling golden light that was as bright as the sun. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the ground quaked and the mountain shook. It was as though the small cave was about to burst open. It was not just the small cave. Even the large cave outside and the entire mountain that hid the large and small cave collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to rise into the air. Roar! Roar! At the same time, a deep dragon's roar resounded in all directions. A divine dragon that was completely golden soared up into the sky from the collapsed mountain. The golden light on its body surged as though waves of golden flames were burning. Accompanied by a series of dragons' roar, the golden divine dragon that was several hundred meters long had already soared into the sky. The cloud dragon. The golden divine dragon hovered in the clouds. Its entire body was faintly discernible. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to see that each of the golden divine dragon's claws had 5 claws. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was undoubtedly the most powerful existence. However, there were different levels among the 5-clawed divine dragons as well. Among them, the 5-clawed devil dragon was the most terrifying. Next would be the 5-clawed golden dragon. Almost every clan leader of the dragons was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Only a 5-clawed golden dragon was qualified to lead all the dragons. As for the other 5-clawed divine dragons, they were at most elders who assisted the clan leader of the dragons and ruled over the dragons. Diju. The commotion caused by the 5-clawed golden dragon quickly attracted the attention of 3 old men. These 3 old men were extremely tall like iron towers. At this moment, they could not help but frown as they looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon that was moving through the clouds. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon climbed up the clouds and moved through the clouds. Its gigantic dragon head stood up as it stared at the 3 old men with a pair of eyes that were as big as a gong. It's all because of you old fellows. If it wasn't for you old fellows, Yong-er wouldn't have died. When the 5-clawed golden dragon reached the end of its sentence, it roared furiously. Di-yong! One of the old men could not help but be stunned. Didn't he die a long time ago? Hermf! Can't you tell? Just like what the clan leader has guessed, Di-yong didn't die at all. He was hidden by his father, Di-ju. Another old man snorted coldly. Now, it seems like we dragons have to thank the person who killed Di-yong. We have to thank him for getting rid of a disaster for us dragons. Di-ju, how dare you? How dare you disregard the clan's rules? Today, no matter what, I'll capture you and bring you to the clan leader to be punished." The last old man said furiously. "Roar!" The five-clawed golden dragon roared furiously again. Following that, its gigantic body that was hundreds of meters long trembled as it swept its tail out like a gigantic whip toward the three old men. "Diju, how dare you?" The three old men did not expect Diju to be so daring to attack them. At once, they were enraged as they transformed into their true forms. At once, another three divine dragons appeared. However, these three divine dragons were only four-clawed divine dragons. Although they were only four-clawed divine dragons, their strength was not weak at all. When they joined forces, they managed to defend against the five-clawed golden dragon's attack. "Capture him and bring him to the clan leader. He'll be punished by the clan leader." One of the green four-clawed divine dragons roared. Its gigantic body that was hundreds of meters long trembled as it coiled around the five-clawed golden dragon, tying it up like a hemp rope. Another four-clawed divine dragon rushed over. It extended its front claws and grabbed the five-clawed golden dragon's head. Roar! Seeing the last four-clawed divine dragon charging over, the five-clawed golden dragon who sensed the danger immediately shone brightly, as though it had transformed into a blazing sun. At the same time, a blood mark appeared between its brows. Innate secret skill. "Diju, you're crazy. You're actually burning your blood essence to activate your innate secret skill." At this moment, it was not only the four-clawed divine dragons who were charging toward the five-clawed golden dragon who came to a halt. Even the two four-clawed divine dragons who were coiling around and holding the five-clawed golden dragon had a hint of fear in their eyes. Boom! 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 In the next moment, streaks of golden light exploded in the air like golden fireworks. The three four-clawed divine dragons were completely engulfed by the golden fireworks. At the same time, the five-clawed golden dragon had also broken free from its restraints. However, there was no joy in its eyes. Instead, there was a hint of dread in its eyes. It looked into the distance. Over there, another five-clawed divine dragon was shuttling through the clouds. Each of its three dragon claws was holding a four-clawed divine dragon whose life or death was unknown. It was none other than the divine dragons that the three old men had transformed into earlier. This five-clawed divine dragon was completely red from head to toe. The crimson scales on its body were shining with a demonic and terrifying luster. A five-clawed blood dragon. Among the dragons, the five-clawed divine dragon was an existence that was second only to the five-clawed devil dragon and the five-clawed golden dragon. Unlike the five-clawed golden dragon that was only about 400 meters long, this five-clawed blood dragon was over 500 meters long. Its body was even larger than the five-clawed golden dragon and was filled with deterrence. "Diju, you're too presumptuous." All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air. It was the five-clawed blood dragon who had spoken. "Not only did you secretly rescue the five-clawed devil dragon, but you even burned your blood essence and used your innate secret skill to kill your own people. You've committed a crime on top of a crime. Do you plead guilty?" The five-clawed blood dragon's eyes that were even larger flashed with a bright gleam as it asked in a deep voice. "Elder Shui, I plead guilty." Faced with the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed golden dragon was wary. Although it was a five-clawed golden dragon and had a higher innate talent compared to the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed blood dragon before it was a powerhouse of the older generation among the dragons. He was born 1,000 years earlier than it was. It was not a match for him. "Since you plead guilty, follow me to the enforcement hall," the five-clawed blood dragon said. "Elder Shui, I'll definitely go to the enforcement hall. However, before that, I must leave the dragons. I must find the murderer who killed my son and avenge him." The five-clawed golden dragon roared. "Diju, are you trying to bargain with me?" The five-clawed blood dragon's voice sounded a little impatient. "Elder Shui, I know it's impossible for me to fight with you with my current strength. However, if you really want to stop me, I won't follow you to the enforcement hall even if I burn all of my blood essence." Chapter 1441. Even a 5-clawed divine dragon only had 10 drops of blood essence in his body. Earlier, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, had burned a drop of his blood essence to cast his innate secret tactic that was exclusive to 5-clawed golden dragons. Only then was he able to suppress the 3 4-clawed divine dragon elders. If it was not for the appearance of the dragon's enforcement elder, Elder Shui, the 3 4-clawed divine dragon elders would have died. Diju, are you threatening me? Elder Shui's tone was filled with rage. Although he was wary of Diju, who had burned his blood essence to cast his innate secret tactic, he was not afraid of him. However, if Diju really burned his blood essence in front of him, he would become a sinner of the dragons. Diju was one of the 2 5-clawed golden dragons among the dragons. The other 5-clawed golden dragon was the current clan leader of the dragons. If there were no accidents, Diju would become the next clan leader of the dragons in a few thousand years. If Diju died, it would be a great loss to the dragons. Currently, apart from him, Diju, and the clan leader of the dragons, there were 5 5-clawed divine dragons among the dragons. The death of Diju's son, Diyong, meant that the next 5-clawed divine dragon would be born soon. However, they were still unsure if the next 5-clawed divine dragon would be a 5-clawed golden dragon. Even if it was, it would not be able to grow in time to take over the position of the current clan leader of the dragons. Elder Shui, you can take my words as a threat. However, no matter what, I won't go to the enforcement hall today. Diju said resolutely, you only have 2 choices. Either you bring my body back, or you bring it back, or you let me avenge my son. After I've avenged him, I'll go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. By then, even if you accuse me of absconding for fear of punishment, I will still admit it. Diju said resolutely, how long do you want? When Elder Shui asked this question, it was obvious he had compromised. He could only compromise. He believed that even if the clan leader of the dragons was here, he would also choose to compromise. Diju was not an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon. He carried the mission of leading the dragons. I don't know either. Diju was not surprised by Elder Shui's compromise. It was because he was confident that he would use his life to threaten Elder Shui. Humph, I'll give you 100 years. Within 100 years, whether or not you've avenged your son, you must go to the law enforcement hall. If you don't come by then, I will personally go and catch you. Elder Shui snorted coldly. His eyes gleamed as 2 beams of bloody light shot out. They condensed into a sharp ray in the air and headed straight for Diju. Diju did not dodge as well. Instead, he allowed the beam of light to enter his body. This was because he knew that this was only a mark that Elder Blood had left on him. No matter where he went in the future, Elder Blood would be able to find him through this mark. 100 years is more than enough. Diju nodded. If he, Diju, still could not find his son's murderer and avenge his son after spending 100 years, he would not have the face to continue living in this world. Elder Shui, farewell. After bidding farewell to Elder Shui, Diju's true form of the 5-clawed golden dragon shone with a dazzling golden light again before transforming into a tall middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe. It was Diju who had transformed into a human. Diju did not stay any longer. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Currently, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to find the person who killed his son and annihilate 9 generations of that person's family. The direction he was heading to was the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Diju left, an old and tall figure appeared in the void not far away from the 5-clawed blood dragon. Clan leader. When the 5-clawed blood dragon saw this mysterious tall old man, he lowered his arrogant head. I've let Diju go. Please punish me, clan leader. I already know what happened. You did the right thing. Why are you punishing me? The tall old man, who was also the clan leader of the dragons, looked at the direction where Diju left and muttered. With Diju's character, if we don't let him go, he'll definitely die if he says he doesn't want to live. It's because of his character that we didn't say anything even though we suspected that his son, Diyong, was still alive. We only grounded him. When the clan leader of the dragons reached the end of his sentence, he sighed in relief. All these years, although we've sent out many people to investigate openly and secretly, we didn't find any trace of Diju's son at all. That's enough to prove that Diju hid him very well. But now he was killed by someone. Perhaps this is his destiny. Even if we dragons didn't do anything, he wouldn't have been able to live anyway. The clan leader of the dragons said. Now that the five-clawed devil dragon is dead, the dragons are no longer in danger. Elder Shui sighed in relief as well. Duan Lingtian did not know that an extremely powerful five-clawed golden dragon was leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land in anger. He was heading south all the way to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. Half Moon Island used to be the island ruled by the five-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong. Currently, it had become the place of the Ling Tian sect. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, a seventh-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He intended to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage in one go. Isn't that senior brother Feng? In the outer court, near the independent courtyard area, many outer court disciples had their eyes on a green-clad young man. The green-clad young man was walking toward one of the independent courtyards. As long as one was an outer court disciple, almost all of them knew who was staying in that independent courtyard. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for more than a month was staying there. There was no one in the outer court who did not know of the green-clothed young man. He was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He was also a famous powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances district. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. This was because he was one of the few people in the Moon Illumination sect who was listed in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list of the most outstanding martial and Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances district. Those who were listed in the Earth ranking were the best among the mortal shedding stage. Among them, the weaker ones were not inferior to early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators in terms of strength. The stronger ones could even defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. The green-clad young man was called Feng Fan. Apart from being ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, he was also ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. There were a total of 100 people in the Earth ranking. Although Feng Fan was ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, what was the Earth ranking? It was a list of all the best mortal shedding stage powerhouses in the 9 sect alliances district. It was undoubtedly a great honor to be listed in the Earth ranking. Many martial and Dao cultivators in the 9 sect alliances district regretted that they were not fated to be listed in the Earth ranking even when they had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Fan had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. At this moment, he walked to the front of a small independent courtyard. Then, under the watchful eyes of many people, he lifted his hand and a piece of paper that was as light as a feather appeared in his hand. Whoosh! As he lifted his hand, the piece of paper that was as light as a feather flew out and got stuck in the gap of the door of a room in the small independent courtyard. It shook a few times before it quieted down. That's a dual invitation? Seeing this scene, many outer court disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. I can't believe that even senior brother Feng Fan can't sit still and wants to challenge senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's performance is too monstrous. Not only did he crush senior brother Zhang Ji, but he even defeated senior brother Lin Fu in 2 moves. Many senior brothers said that his strength can be ranked in the top 10 in the outer court. Even if he can be ranked in the top 10, it's impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Feng Fan. Right? Of course not. Senior brother Feng Fan is a famous powerhouse on the Earth ranking. Among all the mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators in the 9 sect alliances district, he's one of the best. Half a year ago, senior brother Feng Fan and an inner court early Saint Rudiment stage senior brother fought to a draw. To a certain extent, senior brother Feng Fan's strength has already surpassed the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. If senior brother Duan Lingtian can fight someone above his level, so can senior brother Feng Fan. That's why I think senior brother Feng Fan will win this battle. The group of outer court disciples discussed animatedly. Most of them thought highly of Feng Fan, leaving only a few people who had a glimmer of hope for Duan Lingtian. It was not because they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. They had a glimmer of hope because of Duan Lingtian's previous 2 performances. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a person who was good at creating miracles. You guys are already talking about it? I saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang just now, and I thought I was the first one who knew senior brother Feng Fan was going to issue a battle invitation. An outer court disciple walked over from afar and said in displeasure when he heard the group of outer court disciples' discussion. Senior brother Feng Fan has already issued a battle invitation, and we saw it with our own eyes. Many people looked at him in disdain. Wait a minute, you said you saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang? Are you sure he went to look for Elder Huang to put his fingerprint on the battle invitation? Suddenly, an outer court disciple asked with a solemn expression. This outer court disciple came to the crowd earlier than the outer court disciple in front of him. Of course, the outer court disciple in front nodded and said with certainty, I saw Elder Huang putting his fingerprint on the battle invitation in senior brother Feng Fan's hand with my own eyes. There's no mistake about it. But, when I passed by Elder Chio's residence earlier, I saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for him as well. He even asked him to put a guide on the battle invitation. The outer court disciple behind frowned and said, Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me senior brother Feng Fan is going to issue 2 battle invitations? If he's going to issue 2 battle invitations, there's no need for him to look for the 2 elders, right? The 2 battle invitations can be signed by the same elder. The discussion came to an abrupt end at this point. Senior brother Feng Fan's battle invitation, don't tell me. Soon after, the group of outer court disciples looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had the same answer. Chapter 1442. In the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, an ordinary battle invitation would only require 1 outer court elder's fingerprint or 2 outer court deacons' fingerprint to take effect. Only a death duel invitation would require 2 outer court elders' fingerprints to take effect. Since Feng Fan had asked 2 outer court elders to put their fingerprints on the battle invitation, one could imagine the contents of the battle invitation. It must be the death duel invitation. I've never heard of any enmity between senior brother Feng Fan and senior brother Duan Lingtian. Isn't this death duel invitation a little too sudden? Perhaps there's some enmity between the 2 of them that we don't know about. Otherwise, why would senior brother Feng Fan issue a death duel invitation to someone he doesn't know who has just entered the sect? That should be the case. Soon, the entire outer court district was filled with rumors about Feng Fan issuing a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian, causing the entire outer court to be bustling with noise and excitement. Whether it was Feng Fan or Duan Lingtian, both of them were influential figures in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. However, the former was a veteran powerhouse in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. The latter, on the other hand, had just entered the Moon Illumination Sect slightly more than a month ago and had made a name for himself with 2 battles. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength in the 2 previous battles, most of the people were more inclined towards Feng Fan. They felt that Duan Lingtian could not be compared to Feng Fan. This was not only because Feng Fan was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, but more importantly, he was a powerhouse who had entered the Earth ranking. The value of the earthly ranking was too high. In the 9 sect alliances territory, apart from the people from the 9 great sects, there were also countless sectless cultivators and some people from other forces. Among these people, there were many powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In this huge area, there were only 100 powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage who were qualified to enter the Earth ranking. These 100 people were all existences who could fight opponents who were at a higher level. The best among them could even defeat opponents who were at a higher level. This level skipping was different from ordinary level skipping. Although the peak of the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage was only a step away from the early Saint Rudiment stage, it was a completely different cultivation level. The gap between them could be said to be like ascending to heaven with a single step. Once one broke through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, although they did not have any special methods, they would still be able to do so. However, the Saint veins in the bodies of early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses had expanded a lot. Their chi had also expanded to the size of a small vat, allowing them to store a vat of true energy. Therefore, those who could be listed on the Earth ranking were almost all existences standing at the peak of the Immortal Shedding stage, the true peak. Because of this, most people believed that if Feng Fan and Duan Lingtian really fought, Feng Fan would win, not Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian had only risen to power a month ago. In terms of foundation, he was no match for Feng Fan. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian will accept senior brother Feng Fan's challenge. Many outer sect disciples were puzzled. Although Duan Lingtian had shown absolute strength in the previous two battles, they were just ordinary battles after all. His life would not be in danger. However, this time Feng Fan, who was an Earth-ranking powerhouse, had issued a death duel invitation to him, intending to have a death duel with him. In the face of the threat of death, it was uncertain what he would choose. It's fine if the invited party doesn't accept the death duel invitation. However, in that case, he'll be taught a lesson by the party who issued the invitation. I don't think senior brother Duan Lingtian will accept senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation. I think so too. In the outer court, many people thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Of course, this was only their guess. More people began to look forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's expression and what choice he would make when he saw the death duel invitation. Would he accept the challenge, or would he ignore it? Under such circumstances, many outer court disciples even waited outside the independent courtyard Duan Lingtian was staying in, waiting for Duan Lingtian to walk out of his room. They wanted to get an answer as soon as possible. That damn Feng Fan must be from Lu Huan's side. In the outer court, two people were squeezed inside a narrow wooden house in the wooden house area. The young man with a strong build could not help but curse. This person was obviously Xiong, who came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, just like Duan Lingtian. Currently, whether it was Xiong Hu or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Feng Fan, who was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court and ranked 99th on the Earth rankings, had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. The death duel invitation was issued by an Earth-ranking powerhouse. It seems like Lu Huan's people want senior brother Duan's life. Ling Yun's eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered to himself. Whether it was Ling Yun or Xiong Hu, they were almost certain that Feng Fan was from Lu Huan's side. If Feng Fan was not from Lu Huan's side, why would he issue a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian? They knew Duan Lingtian's origin very well. He came from the faraway mortal continent and did not know many people in the Tao Martial Saint land, let alone have any enmity with anyone. If there was someone in the Moon Illumination sect who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be none other than Yi Man, the devil cultivator who entered the Moon Illumination sect with them. However, the person who issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian was not Yi Man. Moreover, during this period of time, they had been watching Yi Man intentionally or unintentionally, but they did not discover any relationship between Yi Man and Feng Fan. They could conclude that Feng Fan's death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian had nothing to do with Yi Man. After many rounds of screening, there was only one possibility. Feng Fan was from the inner court elder Lu Huan's side. Only someone from Lu Huan's side would want to kill all of them from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. No, we must remind senior brother Duan. Xiong Hu said through gritted teeth. It's not your first day knowing senior brother Duan. Do you think he's the kind of person who would act on impulse? Ling Yun said nonchalantly. That's true. Senior brother Duan is much smarter than I am. Xiong Hu chuckled. The worry in his heart had subsided. I believe senior brother Duan will handle this matter well. Whether he accepts the death duel invitation or rejects it, I'm sure he'll make the best choice. Ling Yun was confident in Duan Ling Tian. All I want now is to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible. I'm afraid Lu Huan's side will shift their target to you and me soon. Now that you mention it, I feel a sense of danger as well. I'll go back and cultivate now. Xiong, who left Ling Yun's wooden house after he said that. The two of them no longer paid attention to the uproar outside. Their minds were completely focused on cultivation. They believed Duan Lingtian would be able to handle this matter well. In the outer court's stone house area, the Earth Rankings powerhouse Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, oh Duan Lingtian, you really have a lot of enemies. Perhaps you'll be killed before I even make a move. Yi Man muttered to himself with a ferocious smile on his face in the stone house that was much more spacious than the wooden house. If someone was here and took a closer look, they might be able to see the unwillingness in the depth of Yi Man's eyes. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian's ability was more powerful than his. Due to his obsession with Duan Lingtian, he had fallen into the Devil Dao. Since then, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Initially, he thought his ability had surpassed Duan Lingtian in all aspects. He did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian's ability was still slightly more powerful than his. He could see this from the fact that Duan Lingtian had defeated two outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can escape this time. Your life belongs to me. Yi Man. Suddenly, waves of terrifying devil chi exuded from Yi Man's body. When he spoke, his voice became even more eerie. I've been in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court for more than a month. Today it's my turn to shine. As Yi Man muttered to himself, he left the stone house area and made his way to the independent courtyard area. He went straight to the outer court disciple who was ranked 90th in the outer court. Before the other outer court disciples could shift their attention to him, he had already defeated his target. Remember, my name is Yi Man. Yi Man glanced at the outer court disciple, whom he had defeated nonchalantly before he walked into the independent courtyard where the outer court disciple stayed and took over his place. This place belongs to me, Yi Man, from now on. Although the outer court disciple who was defeated was furious, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be so weak? For a time, the news of another outer court disciple who had just entered the sect entering the top 100 after Duan Lingtian spread throughout the outer court district. That outer court disciple seems to be called Yi Man. He's even a devil cultivator. I can't believe the outer court disciples recruited by the sect this time are so outstanding. First, it's Duan Lingtian, and now it's Yi Man Hermf. He's a devil cultivator. His cultivation speed is already faster than ordinary people. How can he be compared to senior brother Duan Lingtian? That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not a devil cultivator. He's not walking the crooked path. Many outer court disciples were against devil cultivators. They thought they were opportunists who did not walk the right path and only took shortcuts. However, this did not affect Yi Man's reputation in the outer court district. In next to no time, all the outer court elders including Dong Chong came to visit with the intention of taking Yi Man as their personal disciple. This scene caused the other outer court disciples to be astounded. This Yi Man had actually caused such a huge commotion. Even the outer court elders were alarmed by him and felt a sense of pity for him. Right when they thought Yi Man was going to hug one of their thighs and be able to run wild in the outer court district, an unexpected scene appeared. I don't plan to stay in the outer court for long, and I don't have any plans to take a master for now. Yi Man replied coolly when facing all the outer court elders. Of course, there was something he kept in his heart and didn't say. Trash outer court elders like you are worthy of me, Yi Man. Taking you as my master? In at most 3 years, I, Yi Man, will surely trample all of you beneath my feet. Chapter 1443. Damn it! Apart from that crazy Duan Lingtian, There's actually someone who's more powerful than me in the area governed by the Moon Illumination sect. In the Outer Court's Stone House district, Xiao Zhui's expression was extremely grave when he heard about Yi Man's rumor. When Xiao Zhui was in Luojiang City, he was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. However, he had been defeated again and again ever since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. First, Duan Lingtian appeared and defeated him before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect began. He was filled with resentment. When he entered the Moon Illumination sect and realized Duan Lingtian's strength had far exceeded his imagination, the resentment in his heart disappeared. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had defeated 2 famous outer court people consecutively as soon as he entered the Moon Illumination sect. His strength was not something he could compare to at all. It was not an injustice for him to be defeated by such a person. However, at this moment Yi Man, who had appeared out of nowhere, had suppressed him once again. This caused the unwillingness in his heart to rise once again. Moreover, it was even more intense. Humph! When I break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and enter the inner court as an inner court disciple, I'll be able to seek an audience with Elder Lu Huan. I'm sure Elder Lu Huan will take care of me for the sake of my master. Xiao Zhui snorted. At that time, I'll definitely trample you, Yi Man, under my feet. As for Duan Lingtian, it's still unknown whether he'll be able to enter the inner court alive or not. Although Xiao Zhui was fearful when he thought about Duan Lingtian, he still smirked at this moment. Someone had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian and challenged him to a death duel. When he first learned about this, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that Elder Lu Huan's people had made a move. As the disciple of Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, he was Lu Huan's follower when he was still an inner court disciple. For this reason, Xiao Zhui knew about the enmity between Lu Huan and Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you reject Elder Lu Huan's kindness? Xiao Zhui sneered. The reason why he said this was because he felt that Elder Lu Huan must have wanted to take Duan Lingtian as a disciple, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. That was why Elder Lu Huan had set a trap for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know. From the beginning until the end, Lu Huan had never heard of anything related to Duan Lingtian. He did not even know that Duan Lingtian existed. Currently, Lu Huan did not even take a single step out of his mansion. He was fully focused on cultivating his direct disciple, Su Qi, whom he had high hopes for. As for the other direct disciple, Zhou Qi, he seemed to have forgotten about him. Late at night, in a room in one of the independent courtyards, the 2 young men stood facing each other. Senior brother Qi. This time, even if that Duan Lingtian didn't accept my invitation to a duel to the death, I will still cripple him. At that time, with my master around, I'm sure I'll be safe. Feng Fan looked at Zhou Qi and said with a smile, if he dares to accept my invitation to a duel to the death, the day he accepts it will be the day he dies. Junior brother Fan, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Zhou Qi cupped his hands together and thanked him. Although Feng Fan was only an outer court disciple, Zhou Qi did not have any intention of looking down on him. It was not only because Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse, but more importantly, Feng Fan's master was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. In terms of position in the inner court, Feng Fan's master was even higher than his master, Lu Huan. In front of Feng Fan's master, even his master, Lu Huan, would have to address him as senior brother respectfully. Naturally, not many people in the Moon Illumination sect knew that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as his master. Nobody in the outer court knew about it. Even those outer court elders and deacons did not know that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as his master with a lofty position. If they knew, they would know the reason why Feng Fan refused to acknowledge them as his master. What a joke! If he already had an inner court elder as his master with a lofty position in the sect, why would he care about an outer court elder, let alone an outer court deacon whose position was only slightly higher than an ordinary inner court disciple? The reason Feng Fan's master did not expose Feng Fan's identity for the time being was because he wanted to train Feng Fan. Senior brother Qi, There's no need for both of you to thank me. Back then, when I was training outside, if it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. You've saved my life, so doing such a small thing for you is as easy as lifting a finger. It's not worth mentioning." Feng Fan shook his head. Upon hearing Feng Fan's words, a hypocritical smile appeared on Zhou Qi's face. "No matter what, I'll definitely treat you to a good drink after this matter is over, Junior Brother Fan." "Haha, then I'll wait for your treat, Senior Brother Qi." Feng Fan laughed out loud. After chatting for a while, Zhou Qi bade farewell to Feng Fan and left. His figure entered the night sky and quietly left the outer court district. He returned to the mansion where his master, Lu Huan, lived in the inner court district. I can't believe that the plan I made on the spur of the moment back then actually came in handy at such a critical moment. Until now, Feng Fan is still grateful to me. After Zhou Qi returned to his small courtyard, he had a smug expression on his face. That year, when he saw Feng Fan going out to train, he intentionally lured a wild beast whose strength was far more powerful than Feng Fan and made it attack Feng Fan. When Feng Fan was at the brink of death, he made a move and killed the wild beast to save Feng Fan. It was precisely because of this that Feng Fan was grateful to him and treated him as his savior. Until now, Feng Fan still did not know that he was the one who lured the wild beast over. With Feng Fan making a move, that Duan Lingtian would have been crippled even if he didn't die. At that time, even if Master finds out about his existence and takes his anger out on me, he'll at most give me a light punishment. It's impossible for him to become Master's disciple and suppress me. In Zhou Qi's opinion, this was a good deal. However, from the beginning until the end, Zhou Qi seemed to have confirmed one thing subjectively. If his master, the inner court elder Lu Huan, wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple, Duan Lingtian would definitely agree. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would reject him. This was because he thought of it from his own perspective. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would definitely not reject him. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect wanted to take him in as his disciple, he would betray his master without any hesitation and join the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. To him, as long as there was someone who could help him, that person would be his mother. Time continued to pass by quietly. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room with a flushed face, it had already been 2 months since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. Huh? Another battle invitation? As soon as Duan Lingtian opened the door, a soft voice resonated in his ears. He casually reached out and grabbed the special piece of paper that floated to the ground. Look, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation. He's finally out of closed-door cultivation. I've waited for 20 days. You've only waited for 20 days. But I've waited for 22 days. 22 days is nothing. I've been waiting here since the day Senior Brother Feng Fan sent out the battle invitation. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the special piece of paper in his hand and confirmed it was a battle invitation. Before he could take a closer look, a series of noises resonated in his ears. Among the newly opened saint veins, there seems to be a saint vein that connects to both of my ears. My hearing is a few times stronger than before. I can actually hear their discussion clearly even though they're so far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up right away as an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Huh? However, the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth froze again very soon. Not only that, but he could not help but frown as well. All of this was because he heard the outer court disciples outside mentioning the death duel invitation. Moreover, they seemed to be talking about the battle invitation in his hand. Death duel invitation? When Duan Lingtian opened the battle invitation in his hand, he discovered it was indeed a death duel invitation. There were already 3 fingerprints on it. Feng Fan? When Duan Lingtian saw the name of the person who sent him the death duel invitation, the frown on his face deepened. He's from Lu Huan's faction? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally figured out what was going on from the conversation of the group of outer court disciples outside. Feng Fan, the outer court disciple whose strength is ranked 5th in the outer court? He's ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. In terms of strength, he's comparable to an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the person who sent him the challenge. I can't believe there's such a person in Lu Huan's faction. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian strode out of the independent courtyard and exposed himself to the group of outer court disciples in the distance. He successfully attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian picked up the death duel invitation. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, is he going to tear the battle invitation? Just as I expected, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't dare to accept the challenge. That's a death duel invitation. Do you dare to accept it? Moreover, with senior brother Duan Lingtian's current age, there's no need for him to compete with an Earth-ranking powerhouse like senior brother Feng Fan. Many outer court disciples whispered among themselves. They thought Duan Lingtian was going to tear the battle invitation and reject Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Due to the newly opened saint veins that connected both of his ears, although Duan Lingtian's hearing had not reached the level of clairaudient, he could still hear the whispers of the group of outer court disciples. Reject? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart. If it was a month ago, he might have really rejected it. However, now, in the next moment, the group of outer court disciples who were whispering among themselves were completely dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They saw to their shock that when Duan Lingtian raised his hand, not only did he not tear off the life and death battle invitation, he even left his fingerprint on it. His actions were as smooth as flowing water. Chapter 1444. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually accepted the death duel invitation that senior brother Feng Fan sent him? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. He really did accept the death duel invitation. Is he really confident, or is he just seeking death? That's hard to say. However, I don't think he's someone who's seeking death. Perhaps, he doesn't even know senior brother Feng Fan's background. The group of outer court disciples in the distance burst into an uproar when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving his fingerprint on the death duel invitation. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It was apparent that the outcome was beyond their expectations. The group of outer court disciples only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian strode away and disappeared before their eyes. The news of Duan Lingtian accepting Feng Fan's death duel invitation swept through the entire Moon Illumination Sect's outer court district like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the outer court. Whether it was the outer court elders or the outer court disciples, all of them were in an uproar. The outcome was unexpected. He accepted my death duel invitation? Feng Fan was stunned when he received the news. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to accept his death duel invitation. Humph, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Fan snorted coldly. 3 days later at the training field, we'll fight to the death. Soon after, Feng Fan spread the news. In less than half an hour, it spread throughout the outer court district. I'm happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian's reply was simple. Duan Lingtian, who replied to Feng Fan, had just gone to the outer court's place to collect saint stones the saint stones he deserved. It was the saint stones he received 2 months after coming to the Moon Illumination Sect. The saint stones collected by the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court disciples could be accumulated. This was different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The 100 outer court disciples staying in the independent courtyard can collect 100 7th grade saint stones and 1,000 8th grade saint stones every month. It's equivalent to 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian had just received 200 7th grade saint stones and 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Now, other than the 5th grade and 4th grade saint stones that Xuanai had given him, he had a total of 1,200 7th grade saint stones and 10,000 8th grade saint stones. The 10,000 7th grade saint stones were given to him by his teacher, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As for the 8th grade saint stone, he had obtained it from the latent dragon camp. Even if he became Feng Hui's disciple, he would still be able to go to the Leighton Dragon Camp to collect 8th grade Saint Stones every month. Of course, the amount of 8th grade Saint Stones he received would not be so little. As for the other 8th grade Saint Stones, he had left them to the little girl Shur when he was still in Mound Hill City. He asked her to find time to pass them to Hongyu, the big brother he had acknowledged in Mound Hill City. The reason for this was because Hongyu's temper was too stubborn. Ever since the first time he accepted the Saint Stone, he was unwilling to accept it again even if he was beaten to death. 3 days later, the battle to the death will be held. I wonder if anyone in the outer court has set up a gambling house during these 3 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was indeed someone who had set up a gambling house. Moreover, the person who set up the gambling house was not an outer court disciple but an outer court deacon. This outer court deacon's name was Deng Wei. When Duan Lingtian saw Deng Wei, he could not help but be taken aback. He recognized this outer court deacon. He was one of the 2 outer court deacons who followed the outer court elder Dong Chong during the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect 2 months ago. The gambling house set up by Deng Wei was very exaggerated. In the battle to the death 3 days later, those who bet on Duan Lingtian winning would have a 1-to-5 ratio, while those who bet on Fengfan winning would have a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, those who bet on Duan Lingtian winning would have to bet a 7th grade Saint Stone. If Duan Lingtian won, he would get 5 more 7th grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, those who bet on Fengfan winning would have to bet 100 7th grade Saint Stones. Even if Fengfan won, he would only get 1 more 7th grade Saint Stone. Isn't the payout too exaggerated? There's no profit in betting on senior brother Fengfan at all. It's normal. Who's senior brother Fengfan? He's an Earth-ranking powerhouse. In my opinion, senior martial brother Fengfan will definitely win the life and death duel in 3 days. Therefore, I've decided to bet 300 7th grade Saint Stones on senior brother Fengfan. I'll also bet 500 7th grade Saint Stones on senior brother Fengfan. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. As long as senior brother Fengfan wins, not only will I get my money back, but I'll also get 5 more 7th grade Saint Stones. There's no suspense in this battle at all. I'll also bet on senior brother Fengfan winning. A group of outer court disciples went to Deng Wei to place their bets. Almost all of them bet on Fengfan winning. Although the payout was 1-to-1, as one of the outer court disciples said, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. When Deng Wei saw all the outer court disciples placing their bets on Fengfan winning, he was fine in the beginning. However, in the end, his face turned dark. Similar to these outer court disciples, he also felt that Fengfan would definitely win 3 days later. Initially, he thought that since he had set the payout to 1-to-5 for Duan Lingtian, there would be many outer court disciples who would bet on an upset. However, he did not expect that nobody would bet on Duan Lingtian winning. Why don't all of you place your bets on Duan Lingtian winning? If Duan Lingtian wins, the payout will be 1-to-5. Deng Wei said to the group of outer court disciples in front of him. It was as though he was tempting them to bet on Duan Lingtian winning. If I bet on Duan Lingtian winning, won't I be giving you free money? 1-5. For a battle of life and death where there is almost no suspense, the temptation is too little. I'll bet on senior brother Fengfan winning 1,000 7th grade Saint Stones. I'll also bet on senior brother Fengfan winning 800 7th grade Saint Stones. No matter how Deng Wei tried to tempt them, the group of outer court disciples seemed to have made up their minds and continued to bet on Fengfan. They did not even consider betting on Duan Lingtian winning at all. Why do they have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance and did not attract any attention, laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems like they all think that I'll be the one who dies 3 days later. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the voice of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei. Since there are too many people who have bet on Fengfan winning, from now on the payout will be 2-to-1. Deng Wei, who was acting as the banker, had cold sweat on his forehead. Although the payout was only 1-1 when they bet on Fengfan winning, almost all of them had bet on Fengfan winning. If this continued, he would definitely lose money. For this reason, he decided to change the payout in time. Deacon Deng, isn't this a little too unfair? Why is it that those who bet on senior brother Fengfan winning had a payout of 1-1, but now it's only 2-1? That's right. Deacon Deng, you're discriminating. Deng Wei's last-minute change in the payout had angered the crowd. In just a short while, the payout for Fengfan winning was only 2-1. Was this not cheating them? Silence. Deng Wei did not expect that his words would cause the situation to spiral out of control. I haven't finished speaking yet. The payout should be changed, but it's not just the payout for Fengfan winning, it's also the payout for Duan Lingtian winning. All of you were present earlier, and almost all of you bet on Fengfan winning. When it's your turn, ask yourselves, would you do the same as them? Naturally, Deng Wei, won't only lose money since I set up this bet. Otherwise, why would I be working so hard here? After Deng Wei finished speaking, the outer court disciples present on the scene nodded in unison. They felt that Deng Wei's words made sense. Then, what's the payout for senior brother Duan Lingtian winning now? Many outer court disciples asked. The payout for Duan Lingtian winning is 1-10. Deng Wei said through gritted teeth. Since he did not think that Duan Lingtian would win, it was not a big deal for him to set such a high payout. Moreover, he believed that with such a high payout, many people would take the risk. Soon after, Deng Wei smiled. Just as he had expected, the people who placed their bets at the back were no longer one-sidedly betting on Duan Lingtian winning. Some of them even bet on Duan Lingtian winning. Although there were not many people who bet on Duan Lingtian winning, the saint stones that these people had bet were enough to turn his losses into profits. 1-10. When he heard that his payout was so high, even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel tempted. He quickly walked over. Senior brother Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is here. Is he here to place a bet as well? I think so. Many outer court disciples noticed Duan Lingtian and made way for him as though they had discussed among themselves. If I were him, I would definitely bet all of my assets. After all, it's either death or life after 3 days. If he dies, it's useless to keep all of his assets. However, if he lives, he'll be able to reap great rewards. An outer court disciple said in a low voice, "You're right. I do want to place a huge bet." Duan Lingtian looked at the outer court disciple who had spoken. After the latter's expression changed slightly, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile, "Deacon Deng, I'll bet 10,000 7th grade saint stones that I'll win." Duan Lingtian said as he walked up to Deng Wei. 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Initially, Deng Wei's expression was gloomy because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Duan Lingtian had caused his nephew, Deng Yu, to be unable to enter the sect during the entrance assessment 2 months ago. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Therefore, when he saw Duan Lingtian earlier, he naturally did not have a good expression on his face. However, now that Duan Lingtian had given him 10,000 7th grade saint stones, he was instantly overjoyed. Now that he thought about it, Duan Lingtian would be killed by Fengfan in 3 days. At that time, Fengfan would indirectly help him to avenge his nephew. Apart from that, he would also be able to obtain 10,000 7th grade saint stones. Deng Wei was instantly overjoyed. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're very confident in yourself. Chapter 1445. Then I'll look for you after I win, Deacon Deng. Duan Lingtian put away the receipt and smiled at Deng Wei. I'll wait for you. Deng Wei had a hypocritical smile on his face, but his heart was filled with disdain. We'll talk about it again when you're still alive. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so generous. He's betting 10,000 7th grade saint stones in one go. Although I'm an outer court disciple in the stone house area, I can only receive 100 7th grade saint stones a month. Even if I don't use them, I'll need more than 8 years to save 10,000 7th grade saint stones. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian was from one of the 18 cities under our moon illumination sect before he entered the sect. Not only that, but he's also valued by the city governor of that city. This point is already very obvious. As Duan Lingtian placed his bet, the atmosphere at the scene became even livelier. Many of the outer court disciples placed their bets even more ruthlessly. Naturally, most of them placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Even so, Deng Wei was still smiling from ear to ear. There were also many people who placed their bets on Duan Lingtian as well. In his opinion, those who placed their bets on Duan Lingtian, including Duan Lingtian himself, were basically giving him free money. From now on, apart from Saint Stones, you can also place your bets with merit points. Deng Wei announced loudly. The moment his words left his mouth, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had not gone far, and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, your master before you entered the moon illumination sect must have given you a lot of merit points, right? Merit points. The moment Deng Wei spoke, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Merit points were rarer than saint stones in the moon illumination sect. No matter how many saint stones one used to exchange for merit points, not many people would be willing to do so. In the moon illumination sect, merit points could be used to borrow human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics and exchange for human rank prominent saint weapons and earth rank primitive saint weapons. Naturally, it would require a lot of merit points to exchange for earth rank primitive saint weapons. In the outer court, only the outer court elders and deacons possessed low-grade earth rank saint artifacts. An earth rank primitive saint weapon that was not inscribed with saint inscriptions would cost several tens of thousands of merit points to exchange for. A saint weapon that was inscribed with saint inscriptions was even more precious. Naturally, other than the earth rank primitive saint weapons, the merit points could also be used to exchange for high-grade saint grade pills and some powerful Dao talismans. Merit points? Hearing Deng Wei's words, how could Duan Lingtian not know that Deng Wei was eyeing his merit points? However, he did have a lot of merit points. Before he left Mound Hill City, his teacher had transferred 100,000 merit points to him. Of course, not all 100,000 merit points were given to him. He only had 50,000 merit points. Of the other 50,000, 30,000 were Lingyun's, and the remaining 20,000 were Xionghu's. He was only keeping it for the time being. In the moon illumination sect, the outer court disciples could only receive their merit points once every 6 months. Moreover, even the outer court disciples in the independent courtyard could only receive 1,000 merit points every 6 months. The outer court disciples in the stone house area and the wooden house area would receive even less merit points every 6 months. In the moon illumination sect, the accumulation of merit points did not depend on the merit points that were received every 6 months. Instead, it depended on various ways to complete various missions and contribute to the moon illumination sect to earn merit points. I bet 1,000 merit points that senior brother Feng Fan will win. Soon after, an outer court disciple clenched his teeth and said to Deng Wei. After a while, he obtained a written pledge and transferred 1,000 merit points from the crystal card that he always carried with him to Deng Wei as a bet. As long as Feng Fan won 3 days later, he would be able to obtain an additional 5 merit points. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw that someone was really betting with merit points. At the same time, he looked at Deng Wei, who had shifted his attention back to him, and said nonchalantly, Deacon Deng, although I have a lot of merit points with me, I don't plan to play with you anymore. I think you don't dare to play with me. Deng Wei sneered. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, bring nothing with you when you're born, bring nothing with you when you die. If I were you, I'd definitely bet all my merit points on myself and fight with my back to the wall. Don't dare to play with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I didn't say I don't want to play with you. I just don't want to play with you anymore. I plan to play by myself. What do you mean? Deng Wei frowned. At once, the group of outer court disciples on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were puzzled since they did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. Everyone, I also plan to be the banker and make a big bet. However, if I'm the banker, I'll only accept bets from those who bet on Fengfan winning. I'll only accept merit points. I'll be the only one betting with all of you. However, the odds of me being the banker are much higher than Deacon Deng's. Faced with the puzzled gazes, Duan Lingtian announced loudly, 3 days later, I'll have a death duel with Fengfan. The odds of Fengfan winning are 30-1. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. It turned out that Duan Lingtian was referring to this when he said he planned to play by himself. He would be the banker. He would only accept bets from those who bet on Fengfan winning. Moreover, the odds were 30-1. In other words, if one bet 1,000 merit points on Fengfan winning, in addition to getting back their 1,000 merit points, they would also get an additional 33 merit points. Many outer court disciples' eyes lit up immediately. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 900 merit points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 700 merit points as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 1,200 merit points. A group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian and placed their bets one after another. Duan Lingtian was the banker, and the odds of Fengfan winning were 30-1. On the other hand, Deng Wei's odds of Fengfan winning were only 200-1. As long as one was not a fool, one would know what to choose. For a time, no one placed their bets on Deng Wei. Humph. Deng Wei snorted coldly when he saw the outer court disciples surrounding Duan Lingtian and placing their bets. His voice that was filled with true energy exploded like thunder. Think about it. If he only accepts bets on Fengfan winning, do you think he'll have enough merit points in the end? Many outer court disciples calmed down when they heard Deng Wei's words. That was right. Although the odds were only 30-1, they would have to pay out a lot of merit points if they placed bets on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to gain something without risking anything? Deng Wei sneered. In the face of Deng Wei's sneer and the doubts of the outer court disciples, Duan Lingtian did not say a word. He took out his crystal card and infused his true energy into it, revealing the balance in it. 100,000 merit points. When the outer court disciples saw the number of merit points on the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned red. They could not wait to snatch Duan Lingtian's crystal card away. 100,000 merit points. The odds are 30-1. It's enough to pay out 3 million merit points. Now, do you still doubt whether I have the money to pay you back? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked around. No. The outer court disciples shook their heads immediately. What a joke. With 100,000 merit points, even if it was a bet of 3 million merit points, senior brother Duan Lingtian would still be able to afford it. However, I only have 100,000 merit points. So, those who want to place bets with me have to hurry up. Once I accept a bet of 3 million merit points, I won't accept any more bets. Duan Lingtian struck while the iron was hot. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to place a bet. 2,000 merit points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to place a bet too. 1,500 merit points. Suddenly, a group of outer court disciples rushed to place their bets on Duan Lingtian, making it difficult for Duan Lingtian to deal with them. Line up and do it one by one. Every time a merit point was transferred to his crystal card, Duan Lingtian would send out a receipt and place his fingerprint on it. Deng Wei's expression turned even gloomier when he saw that his words did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Instead, it increased the momentum on Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, first you caused my nephew to have no fate with the sect. Now you're cutting off my source of income. Damn you! Deng Wei's eyes were bloodshot. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, he was only an outer court deacon. Even if he was an outer court elder, he would not dare to kill anyone in the sect. Otherwise, he would be executed according to the sect's rules. Therefore, he could only endure it. Deng Wei's body began to tremble violently due to his anger. I'll definitely be there in 3 days and watch Feng Fan kill you with my own eyes. Deng Wei glared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he gritted his teeth. That's right. The moment Deng Wei thought of this, his eyebrows twitched. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as though he had just recalled something. Duan Lingtian, you keep saying that you only accept bets on Feng Fan winning. However, if Feng Fan wins, you'll die as well. At that time, who's going to fulfill the bet for you? How are you going to compensate everyone with your merit points? Deng Wei's voice that was filled with true energy resonated in the air again. It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of all the outer court disciples. That's right. If senior brother Feng Fan wins in 3 days, won't senior brother Duan Lingtian die? How is a dead person going to fulfill the bet? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, what do you say? The group of outer court disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope senior brother Duan Lingtian can give us an explanation. Otherwise, we can only withdraw our merit points and not place any bets. That's right. You must give us an explanation. 3 days later, you'll have a death duel with senior brother Feng Fan. If you lose, you'll die. At that time, what about our bet? The group of outer court disciples scrambled to be the first to ask questions. You don't have to worry about this. Duan Lingtian raised his hand to silence the group of outer court disciples before he said with a faint smile, I'll look for Elder Dongfang to bear witness to today's bet. Moreover, I'll pass my crystal card to Elder Dongfang. Chapter 1446. Elder Dongfang? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of outer court disciples around him was taken aback. There seemed to be only one Elder Dongfang in the outer court district, right? Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court who was in charge of the entire outer court. In the Moon Illumination Sect, Elder Dongfang's position was even higher than some of the inner court elders. Deng Wei sneered. Duan Lingtian, I think you're daydreaming. Who do you think you are to be able to get Elder Dongfang to be your witness and guarantor? At the same time, the group of outer court disciples around him looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. They did not really believe Duan Lingtian's words. Although Elder Dongfang was the outer court's grand elder and was usually in the outer court district, he had always been elusive in the outer court. Moreover, many outer court disciples who had joined the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago had never seen Elder Dongfang before. However, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect for less than 2 months, actually said he could get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet he set up. For a moment, almost nobody believed him. It seems like everyone is still skeptical. In that case, I'll set up another bet at the training field tomorrow at this time. Before that, I'll ask Elder Dongfang to make a statement. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the doubts of the group of outer court disciples around him. As for those who have placed their bets with me earlier, if you still want to get your bets back tomorrow, you can use the receipt in your hands to exchange for it. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, leaving behind the group of outer court disciples who were looking at each other, and Deng Wei who had a mocking smile on his face. Getting Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet? This Duan Lingtian really knows how to brag. Deng Wei sneered. Initially, he thought he could continue with the bet after Duan Lingtian left. However, he soon realized the group of outer court disciples no longer had the mood to place a bet with him. Do you really think senior brother Duan Lingtian can get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible as well. However, judging from senior brother Duan Lingtian's tone, he seems very confident. Don't tell me Elder Dongfang has secretly accepted senior brother Duan Lingtian as his disciple? That's possible. Although Elder Dongfang's elder by surprise, he's still aware of what's happening in the outer court as the outer court. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's intus, elder. I don't think it's possible. Why? Think about it. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is really Elder Dongfang's disciple, Why would Elder Dongfang allow him to accept senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation? That Ling Tian of Dun Ling Tian's buy of the Abak Axiu by surprise Abak place, S Duan gone. Ling Tian will know the outcome tomorrow. If senior brother Duan Ling Tian is really able to get Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor, then I won't hesitate even if I have to go all out. At that time, I'll bet all my contribution points on senior martial brother Feng Fan. After the outer court disciples left, they did not stop talking. Not long after, the entire outer court district found out about Duan Lingtian's bet and how Duan Lingtian wanted Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor. Most people felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. I hope he's telling the truth. If Elder Dongfang is really going to be his guarantor, then I'll have to bet as well. Me too, that Duan Lingtian has no chance of winning at all. Is he trying to give us his wealth before he dies? While the outer court was in an uproar, the person involved, Duan Lingtian, had arrived at a remote place in the outer court district. It was a remote place that almost no one came to. Of course, almost no one came here because this was a forbidden area in the outer court district. After a short while, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of an independent and vast mansion and muttered, "It seems to be here." After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian walked toward the mansion in front. The door of the mansion was wide open, and there was not a single soul in sight. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach the entrance of the mansion, two tall figures blocked his path like two iron towers. "Little fellow, don't you know this is a forbidden area in the outer court district? You're just an outer court disciple, yet you dare to disregard the outer court's rules and trespass into a forbidden area. How should you be punished?" The two burly men that were like iron towers questioned Duan Lingtian one after another. "I want to see Elder Dongfang." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of the two burly men's imposing auras as he spoke nonchalantly. "Humph, Elder Dongfang isn't someone you can meet just because you want to." The two burly men took a step forward. Their imposing auras were like rainbows, as though they wanted to oppress Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. In the face of their imposing auras, Duan Lingtian stood there without a change in his expression and did not move at all. "Please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, has something to discuss with Elder Dongfang." Under the two burly men's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Upon hearing that, the two burly men were shocked. Then they began to size up Duan Lingtian. "Other than being slightly handsome, there's nothing special about you. Did you really defeat someone who's ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when you just entered the outer court? You defeated someone who's ranked 47th in the outer court a month after entering the sect. Interesting." It was obvious that the two burly men had heard of Duan Lingtian before. "Duan Lingtian, if you're here to ask Elder Dongfang to revoke the death duel invitation, I'm afraid you've come in vain." After knowing that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, the two burly men's attitude became much better. One of them shook his head and said, "With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would definitely be an outstanding person in the Moon Illumination sect as long as he could grow. It was not impossible for him to become a pillar of the Moon Illumination sect 100 years later. Due to this reason, they did not dare to be negligent. You can reject the death duel invitation yourself." "Why?" "Do you think it's embarrassing for you to reject it, so you came to look for Elder Dongfang to pressure Feng Fan to revoke the death duel invitation himself?" The other burly man said nonchalantly, "Revoke the death duel invitation?" Upon hearing the two burly men's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that these two fellows still did not know that he had already accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation? In fact, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Although he had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation early in the morning, and the news had spread throughout the outer court, it had not reached this corner yet. I think Both of you must have misunderstood. Duan Lingtian said, I came out of closed-door cultivation early in the morning and accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. 3 days later, I'll have a death duel with Feng Fan in the training field. If both of you are interested, you can go and have a look. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's words had shocked the two burly men. You accepted it? It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Before this, they were almost 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would reject it. This was because they knew Feng Fan's background. However, reality seemed to have played a joke on them. Both of you, please pass the message on my behalf. Duan Lingtian said again. At this moment, the two burly men did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Whether it was because Duan Lingtian was confident that he would accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation or because of some other reason, his courage was enough to make them respect him. Please wait a moment, one of the burly men said before walking into the mansion. Duan Lingtian, you actually accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Do you know who Feng Fan is? The burly man who stayed behind could not help but ask. He even thought that Duan Lingtian accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation because he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple like me. Duan Lingtian replied straightforwardly. Do you know that he's different from ordinary outer court disciples? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched fiercely. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it was possible that he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple ranked 5th in the outer court. Duan Lingtian said again. When the burly man revealed an as-expected expression, Duan Lingtian added, Yes, he seems to be ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. You know he's an Earth ranking powerhouse, yet you still dare to accept his death duel invitation? The burly man stared. Looking at Duan Lingtian's casual expression, the burly man smiled wryly and asked, Do you know what the Earth ranking represents? It represents the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. The Earth-ranking powerhouses who are ranked at the top can defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength is almost on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for those who are ranked at the bottom, they can still fight early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators to a draw. Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was reciting a textbook. You still dare to accept the death duel invitation from an Earth-ranking powerhouse, if you know? Duan Lingtian's answer was beyond the burly man's expectation. However, he was even more puzzled now. Was this Duan Lingtian really not afraid of death? Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat Feng Fan? The burly man suddenly had such a thought in his mind, but he suppressed it in the blink of an eye. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This Duan Lingtian might be talented, but he's only been in the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. Moreover, his cultivation base is most likely not at the paramount mortal shedding stage yet. The burly man thought to himself. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian standing there quietly and waiting without any arrogance or impatience, he could not help but be taken aback. The young man in front of him had a steadiness that was beyond his age. This was beyond his expectations. Although I don't know why you're looking for Elder Dongfang, I still have to remind you that Elder Dongfang might not want to see you. The burly man said. It's his loss if he doesn't want to see me. Chapter 1447. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the burly man frowned and snorted coldly. After 15 minutes, the burly man who had left earlier returned. Duan Lingtian, Elder Dongfang is already waiting for you. Come with me. He agreed. The burly man who did not leave was a little surprised. He did not expect the person he had served for so many years would be willing to meet Duan Lingtian, a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Perhaps Elder Dongfang has taken a fancy to his innate talent. The burly man could only think of this. From the moment Duan Lingtian entered the mansion of the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, until he left, only 15 minutes had passed. As for what had happened in Dongfang Quan's mansion during this 15 minutes, only Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan knew. After leaving Dongfang Quan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard and room before entering the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. 1 day outside was equivalent to 3 days inside. 3 days was enough for him to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. In fact, in the past month, he had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage by the end of the second month of the 3 months he had spent in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In the following month, he had been cultivating the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Among them, his improvement in the defensive technique Silver Shirt was the fastest. Currently, his Silver Shirt was almost at the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic technique. It was also the highest stage. The Silver Shirt itself was a defensive technique that focused on integrating true energy into one's body. The stronger the body, the easier it would be to integrate it. Duan Lingtian's body had also transformed to an extremely terrifying stage after 2 transformations. According to Hua Lao's words, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon, even a 6-clawed divine dragon of the same level would not be able to compare to the current Duan Lingtian in terms of physical strength. The Duan Lingtian's physical strength was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. Naturally, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 7-clawed divine dragon. Among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, 5-clawed divine dragons were the ones with the highest bloodline. 6-clawed divine dragons did not seem to exist at all. At the very least, according to the information Duan Lingtian obtained from Xuanai, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I keep having the feeling that, in these 3 days, I should be able to find an opportunity to cultivate the Silver Shirt to the point of perfection. Duan Lingtian murmured as the silver light around his body surged. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, another shocking piece of news shook the entire Moon Illumination Sect's outer court like a huge rock that was smashed onto a calm lake. Elder Dongfang has said that if Duan Lingtian dies in Feng Fan's hands 3 days later, he'll repay the merit points in Duan Lingtian's crystal card to the person who won the bet against him. This news did not only shock the group of outer court disciples, but it also shocked the outer court deacons and elders. Since when did Elder Dongfang care about such a trivial matter? This is unbelievable. Elder Dongfang actually announced publicly that he's willing to take care of Duan Lingtian's funeral after he's killed by Feng Fan. That Duan Lingtian actually managed to get Elder Dongfang to do such a trivial matter for him. Don't tell me he's a disciple that Elder Dongfang secretly took in? Impossible. If he's Elder Dongfang's disciple, Elder Dongfang would definitely not let him accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation to protect him. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had used the truth to answer the doubts of the group of outer court disciples and the doubts of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei. How's this possible? Deng Wei was dumbfounded when he heard this news. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. So what if Elder Dongfang is your witness and guarantor for the bet? You'll still die in Feng Fan's hands in the end. In an independent courtyard in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't die in Feng Fan's hands 3 days later. Your life belongs to me. Yi Man. Yi Man muttered softly as he sat in front of the stone table and twirled the wine glass in his hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes like a shooting star that appeared briefly in the night sky. The next day, the training field in the outer court district was bustling with noise and excitement. One by one, the outer court disciples lined up to place their bets with Duan Lingtian. They bet their merit points that Feng Fan would win the death duel 2 days later. At that time, as long as Feng Fan won, they would be able to obtain a return of 30-1. In just a few days, they would be able to obtain 31-1 after investing 30 merit points. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was basically giving them free merit points. It made them feel like they would be committing a crime if they did not accept it. Naturally, it was not that they did not think about the consequences of Duan Lingtian winning. However, they felt that it was impossible. If it was just an ordinary sparring match, perhaps Feng Fan might cooperate with Duan Lingtian and pretend to lose so that he could share the merit points with Duan Lingtian. However, it was a death duel that was happening 2 days later. A death duel would not end unless one party died. Once a death duel took effect, nobody was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be executed. Even the inner court elders and the vice sect leaders were no exception. Rules were rules. Apart from the few most powerful saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, nobody else was qualified to break the rules, let alone ignore them. In just a day, the merit points in the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand had reached a shocking one: 6 million. Naturally, 100,000 of them belonged to him. In other words, he had received more than 5 million merit points in just a day. If he won the death duel 2 days later, all of these bets would belong to him. I can see that the outer court deacons and elders at the training field today are a little tempted by the bet I set up. I'll continue tomorrow. After returning to the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps, every one of them thinks that the person who will die 2 days later will be me. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the crystal card in his hand and a bright smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, how am I going to earn so many merit points? However, it seems like those outer court disciples are quite rich. They managed to gather more than 5 million merit points in just 1 day. The next day, Duan Lingtian appeared at the training field again. The bet continued. Today, the outer court disciples who came to place their bets one after another were much lesser than yesterday. Yesterday, as long as they were outer court disciples who did not cultivate in closed-door cultivation, apart from a few who subconsciously felt that it was risky and did not blindly follow the trend, most of the outer court disciples had more or less placed their bets. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've already placed all of my merit points. Can I use Saint Stones? An outer court disciple who was not satisfied asked Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, but I only accept merit points for bets. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and then looked at a figure standing nearby. However, you can look for Deacon Deng Wei. He seems to be accepting Saint Stones. Deacon Deng's odds are too low. The outer court disciple shook his head and left. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Deng Wei, who was standing nearby, had moved. He walked toward him and stopped in front of him. What? Are you still doubting me, Deacon Deng? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Humph, I'm here to place a bet. Deng Wei snorted. Place a bet? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since you're so kind as to distribute your wealth to everyone, naturally, I won't hold back. I'll bet 120,000 merit points on Feng Fan winning the death duel tomorrow, Deng Wei said as he took out his crystal card. 120,000 merit points? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Deng Wei to be so rich. However, he felt relieved as soon as he thought about it. No matter what, Deng Wei was an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect just like his teacher, Feng Hui. Although he could not be compared to his teacher, an outer court deacon was still an outer court deacon. It was normal for him to have 120,000 merit points. Deacon Deng, I think you should bet a little less. 120,000 merit points is not a small amount even to you. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and advised him in a seemingly kind manner. It was impossible for him not to be envious of so many merit points. Although he seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, he had actually seen through Deng Wei's mind. He knew the more he advised, the more Deng Wei would not listen to him. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. What? Are you scared? Take out your crystal card. I'll bet 150,000 merit points. When Deng Wei heard Duan Lingtian's advice, he thought Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. At once, he added another 30,000 merit points. 150,000 merit points were almost all the merit points he had. After the 150,000 merit points were deducted, he was only left with a few thousand merit points. However, he did not mind at all. He believed that after tomorrow, his 150,000 merit points would be returned to his crystal card with interest. With a 30-to-1 ratio of 150,000 merit points, he would have to pay 5,000 merit points. Thinking that he could earn 5,000 merit points in just one day, Deng Wei's heart suddenly felt like it was floating. The speed of earning merit points like this is much faster than my usual speed of earning merit points. When Deng Wei saw the merit points were transferred to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, he glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly as he took the receipt. Duan Lingtian, I'll inform my nephew of your death tomorrow. Your nephew? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Humph! Don't tell me you've forgotten how you passed the entrance assessment and became a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple? Deng Wei smirked. You're talking about that Deng Yu? He's your nephew? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Chapter 1448. Seems like you still remember. Deng Wei sneered. If it weren't for you, it would have been easy for my nephew to enter the sect with his innate talent. However, it's because of you that he's not fated to enter the Moon Illumination Sect in this lifetime. Deacon Deng, instead of hating me here, why don't you ask your nephew why he can't even defeat me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Deng Wei indifferently and ignored him. His attention was focused on the crystal card in his hand. The merit points on the crystal card were close to 1 million merit points. Among them, 100,000 merit points were his while the rest were the bets that he had accepted. With the capital that I have, I can accept another 1 million merit points as a bet. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the group of outer court deacons and outer court elders around him. He thought to himself, they're really patient. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's thought left his mind, an outer court deacon walked over. Since Deng Wei is here to join in the fun, I naturally won't miss it. How about this? I'll bet 100,000 merit points. Okay. Duan Lingtian skillfully accepted the 100,000 merit points that the outer court deacon transferred to him. At the same time, he handed the receipt to the outer court deacon and said loudly, after accepting another 900,000 merit points, the gambling house that I set up will no longer accept any bets. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court deacons could no longer hold themselves back and swarmed over one after another. I'll bet 50,000 merit points. I'll bet 60,000 merit points. I'll bet 80,000 merit points. Although they were not as crazy as Deng Wei, they still bet half of their assets. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's bets had accumulated to more than 6 million merit points. At this moment, a few outer court elders walked over. The person in charge of the entrance exam in the past, Dong Chong, who once wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple but was tactfully rejected, was surprisingly among them. When a few outer sect elders walked over, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a mental energy that swept over him unscrupulously. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body, as if it was probing for something. The owner of this mental strength was a slightly chubby outer sect elder. He had a smile on his face and looked harmless. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. This outer court elder was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. He was a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. Hiding a dagger in a smile, this was the kind of person who would do such a thing. Duan Lingtian, it seems like the rumors are true. You've broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the entrance assessment. You're indeed proud of yourself for defeating Zhang Ji and Lin Fu one after another with your cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. After a short moment, the smiling tiger arrived before Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, elder." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not have a good impression of this outer court elder who did not know how to check his cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage? After Dong Chong heard Smiling Tiger's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He asked through true energy voice transmission, "Elder Huang Chang, did you check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base earlier?" Huang Chang nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, before Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders could speak, he looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke first. "How many more bets can you accept? I'll pay for the rest myself." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly. An unnoticeable sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon hearing Huang Cheng's words, Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders' faces changed. The other few outer court elders said anxiously, "Elder Huang, you can't take all the bets for yourself." "That's right. Everyone has a share. How can you take all the remaining bets for yourself?" "Elder Huang, that's not very kind of you." The few outer court elders expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Dong Chong was the only one who did not want to fight with Huang Chang. He merely wanted to remind Huang Chang that when Duan Lingtian defeated Lin Fu a month ago, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. That was the result of his spiritual secret tactic that he personally checked a month ago. Just when Dong Chong was about to speak, Huang Chang snorted first. "You old farts, who can you blame if you're too slow? As the saying goes, first come, first served. Don't tell me you don't even know this rule?" Huang Cheng's words were not polite at all. He did not care about the few outer court elders whose faces darkened. As soon as Huang Cheng's words left his mouth, even Dong Chong could not help but feel dissatisfied. At that moment, he did not remind Huang Chang anymore. "Huang Chang, it's not up to you to decide whether we can bet or not. You, Huang Chang, didn't set up this bet." "That's right. This bet was set up by Duan Lingtian. How do you know he's willing to give the rest of his quota to you?" "Huang Chang, stop flattering yourself." The few outer court elders said disdainfully. "Duan Lingtian, did you hear what I said earlier?" Huang Chang immediately looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard the few outer court elders' words. He narrowed his eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to care about him. If he dares to make things difficult for you because of this matter, we old farts are not to be trifled with." "That's right. We'll back you up. You don't have to be afraid of him." The few outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian and encouraged Duan Lingtian. "I'm sorry, elders. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since Elder Huang has spoken first, I can only give the rest of my quota to him. Next time, if I set up a bet again, I'll definitely give priority to all of you." Duan Lingtian said apologetically in the face of the bombardment from the few outer court elders. "Did you hear that?" When Huang Chang heard Duan Lingtian's words, a smug expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you're not bad. Not bad at all. You're very sensible. If it weren't for the death duel between you and Feng Fan tomorrow, I would have taken you in as my disciple. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Elder Huang Chang." Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face as he looked at Huang Chang. As for the other outer court elders, they were ignored by him. However, he could not help but glance at Dong Chong from the corner of his eyes. This elder Dong Chong hasn't said a word since the beginning. It seems like he doesn't intend to place a bet. If he doesn't intend to place a bet, why is he here to join in the fun? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with disdain. If Dong Chong had spoken earlier, he would have definitely given Dong Chong a share of the bet. A month ago, Dong Chong had probed his cultivation base without any scruples. It had made him very displeased. After those few outer court elders were rejected by Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. They could not do anything at all. A threat? Duan Lingtian would most likely be killed tomorrow. Was there any use in threatening him? As for Duan Lingtian's suggestion that they would be given priority in the next bet, they thought it was nonsense. In their opinion, it was almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive after tomorrow. Dong Chong was the only one who looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. However, he did not say anything. He knew very well that even if he reminded Huang Chang at this time, Huang Chang would misunderstand that he wanted to take a share of the loot. Duan Lingtian, how much are you short of the bet? Huang Chang asked as he took out his crystal card and looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm short of 360,000. Duan Lingtian replied. When Huang Chang heard this, he readily transferred 360,000 merit points from his crystal card. Naturally, it was only on the surface. However, he could not help but feel the pinch in his heart. He only had slightly more than 400,000 merit points in total. Losing 360,000 merit points in one go was a huge blow to him. However, when he thought about how he would be able to get an additional 10,000 merit points in addition to his 360,000 merit points tomorrow, he did not feel the pinch anymore. 3 million merit points. Duan Lingtian was excited in his heart. However, he did not deliberately show it on his face. He still understood the principle of making a fortune in silence. Elders, now that the bet is over, I should return to cultivate so that I'll be ready for the death duel tomorrow. Goodbye. After putting away the crystal card, Duan Lingtian looked at the few outer court elders in front of him and left after bidding farewell. This Duan Lingtian is really not bad. Huang Chang nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette that was disappearing. Naturally, the reason he thought Duan Lingtian was not bad was because Duan Lingtian had given him the remaining quota despite the pressure. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was giving him 10,000 merit points for free. As for the remaining few elders, apart from Dong Chong who seemed to be deep in thought, the rest of them had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unappreciative of their kindness and actually dare to ignore them. He even went back to cultivate, let alone one day, even if he's given another year, he might not be a match for Feng Fan now. He actually dared to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. This Duan Lingtian really doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see how he's going to be killed tomorrow. The few outer court elders who resented Duan Lingtian for not sharing the remaining quota with them sneered one after another. Haha, everyone, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow. Huang Chang laughed complacently and strode away. It's time for me to leave too. Dong Chong also said and then left. Since the other few outer court elders' attention was not on Dong Chong, they did not notice Dong Chong's abnormal behavior. They only left after mocking Duan Lingtian a few more times. Duan Lingtian naturally did not care about the resentment of the few outer court elders. He believed that after tomorrow, these outer sect elders wouldn't even be able to thank him enough. Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse? So what? No matter how strong he was only a mortal-shedding stage martial cultivator. Why would Duan Lingtian be afraid of him? Almost 1 million merit points. Even in the Moon Illumination sect, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can take out so many merit points at once, right? After returning to his room in the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he looked at the crystal card in his hand. As he infused his true energy into it, the crystal card showed the merit points limit. Chapter 1449. Tomorrow was the day of the life and death duel. On this day, Duan Lingtian did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of his room and sat in front of the stone table in the small courtyard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in his teacup. He looked relaxed and did not look like a person who would have a life and death duel tomorrow at all. Occasionally, a few outer court disciples would pass by and saw this scene through the empty courtyard door. They could not help but shake their heads. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has given up. What a pity. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has such great innate talent, but he's going to die tomorrow. God is jealous of geniuses. Many outer court disciples felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. However, there were also many outer court disciples who were overjoyed when they saw Duan Lingtian seem to have given up. Looks like I'll be able to get back the merit points I bet with senior brother Duan Lingtian tomorrow with interest tomorrow. Is there even a need to see this? There's no doubt about the life and death duel tomorrow. Some outer court disciples did not think that Duan Lingtian would have a chance of surviving tomorrow no matter how Duan Lingtian performed before the life and death duel. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of the stone table in the small courtyard. However, he was not thinking about the life and death duel tomorrow. Instead, he was thinking about his two fiancées. I'll have to make a trip back in 10 months. Whether the children are born or not, I'll have to wait until they're born. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In 10 months, it would have been 3 years since he left the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. I wonder how the two girls are doing now. There's also Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. There's also Xue Nai. She must be very worried about me. Familiar figures flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind one after another. These silhouettes and the owner of these silhouettes brought a thick warmth to Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not know. The current Half Moon Island, the overseas Saint Island, had completely changed with the arrival of a golden-robed middle-aged man. If he knew, he would definitely rush back without any hesitation. Night gradually fell. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he still did not intend to cultivate. Instead, he lay on his bed and quietly entered the land of dreams. He had a good sleep. In the eyes of others, he had only been in the moon illumination sect for 2 months. In reality, he had stayed in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a total of 6 months. 6 months, which was also half a year. For the past 6 months, he had been cultivating every second of the day. He had never had a good night's sleep like an ordinary person. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard, he found that the scorching sun had already risen high in the sky. It's already so late? At this moment, I believe that everyone has already arrived at the martial arts practice field, right? Just as Duan Lingtian thought, the martial arts practice field was in the martial arts practice field. At the training field in the moon illumination sect's slanted area, people were moving about. Apart from Grand Elder Dongfang Quan, almost everyone in the outer court who was not in closed-door cultivation had come. Even many inner court disciples from the inner court came to join in the fun. Among them, Zhou Qi was among them. Apart from the empty space in the middle of the spacious martial arts practice field, it was filled with people. In the empty space, there was an ordinary-looking young man standing there quietly. He was resting with his eyes closed. He was as still as a mountain, like a statue. This person was the outer court disciple who ranked 5th in the moon illumination sect's outer court, Fengfan. At the same time, he was also a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking. Why isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian here yet? Don't tell me he's running away? I don't think so. Senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't look like someone who would break his promise. Moreover, Elder Dongfang is also paying attention to this matter. Even if he wants to run away, can he escape? That's true. The martial arts practice field that was noisy for a while gradually became quiet again. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you're going to die today. After you die, I'll send the news back to the clan. If Little You knows that you've been killed, he'll definitely be very happy. Deng Wei stood at the side of the martial arts practice field with a smirk on his face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Fengfan. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can survive. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. If you die, I'll kill Fengfan too. I'll prove to everyone that I, Yi Man, am stronger than you, stronger than the person who can kill you. Yi Man stood at the corner of the crowd with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to arrive, the obsession in his heart had already risen. When he first fell into the Devil Dao, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. He wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian died, there was no doubt he would lose his goal. However, he had already thought of a way out. If Duan Lingtian was killed, his obsession would no longer be with Duan Lingtian but Feng Fan. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, stood within a group of outer court elders. Unlike the gloomy expressions of the other outer court elders, apart from Dong Chong, his face was filled with a smile as though he was proud of his success. In his opinion, there was no doubt that he would win the bet with 360,000 merit points on Feng Fan. Although the payout was low, it was still 30-1. In just a day, he had earned more than 10,000 merit points, including principal and interest. Naturally, he was happy when he thought about this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is here. Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the purple figure walking toward the training field from the independent courtyard. At the same time, he exclaimed and attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people in the training field immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian? Some of the inner court disciples who came from the inner court to join in the fun could not help but be surprised. They did not expect this outer court disciple who had become famous in the outer court and even the inner court as soon as he entered the Moon Illumination sect would look so young. Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the person whom he regarded as an ant half a year ago, whom he did not even bother to kill, would have such a terrifying innate talent and grow to this stage. If he could turn back time and return to half a year ago, he would definitely kill this inconspicuous brat to prevent future troubles. However, when he thought about how there would be no such person in this world after today, Zhou Qi was filled with joy. Zhou Qi. Although there were many people in the training field, Duan Lingtian still noticed Zhou Qi immediately. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Take a good look. Prepare to receive the gift I'm going to give your progeny. The scene of Zhou Qi coming to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in a domineering manner half a year ago was still vivid in his mind. The person who looked down on him and regarded him as an ant back then was not far away from him now. If he was given another year, he was confident he would surpass him in all aspects. If he was given a year, it would be equivalent to 3 years on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. How dare you? Damn it! Zhou Qi's expression changed when he noticed Duan Lingtian's provocative gaze. It was as disgusting as if he had just swallowed a fly. Even though Duan Lingtian displayed a monstrous innate talent, he was still an ant in Zhou Qi's eyes, just like how he was half a year ago. However, this ant actually dared to look at him with such a gaze today. At this moment, Zhou Qi was enraged. Junior brother Fan, I hope you can torture this Duan Lingtian to death. The more he's tortured, the better. Zhou Qi said through true energy voice transmission in exasperation, as he looked at Feng Fan who was standing in the middle of the training field after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Feng Fan nodded and opened his eyes at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian walked through a path that a group of outer court disciples automatically made way for him and came to the middle of the training field. He stood opposite Feng Fan and faced him. Duan Lingtian? Feng Fan raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. His tone was condescending, as if he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. He asked in an interrogative tone. Feng Fan? Duan Lingtian did not answer Feng Fan. Instead, he asked in a leisurely manner. You're so late. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Feng Fan frowned subtly, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Late? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You only asked me to fight in the training field today, but you didn't seem to have set a time, right? Even if I came at night, I wouldn't be considered breaking the promise, let alone coming close to noon, right? Your mouth is quite powerful. I only hope that your strength is as powerful as your mouth when we fight later. Feng Fan sneered. I won't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. His face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to actually dare to accept the life and death duel invitation that I, Feng Fan, issued. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die in my hands today. Feng Fan said nonchalantly. After you die, Remember that the person who killed you is a future Saint Stage powerhouse. I'm sure you can comfort yourself whenever you think about this. It's not embarrassing to die in the hands of a future Saint Stage powerhouse. A future Saint Stage powerhouse? You'll have to be alive to break through to the Saint Stage first. Duan Lingtian replied in a leisurely manner. His words were merciless. Since he had already confirmed that Feng Fan was from Lu Huan's faction and was here to kill him, there was no need for him to be courteous. Even if he was courteous, would he be able to get rid of the thought of killing him? Lotus Flower Tongue. A battle of words. After a round of verbal sparring, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. No matter how much nonsense you spout, it won't change the fact that you're going to die today. Feng Fan seemed to know that he would not be able to gain any advantage if he continued to spout nonsense. The moment his words left his mouth, strands of golden light rose from his body. It was as though he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Chapter 1450. It's the Golden Shirt. The Golden Shirt is the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt. It's one of the few human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics in our Moon Illumination sect. Oh my god! I can't believe Senior Brother Feng Fan has cultivated a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. As the golden glow on Feng Fan's body shone, as though he was wearing a golden shirt, many outer court disciples exclaimed in surprise. Even though they knew that Feng Fan was strong and was a powerhouse on the Earth ranking, most of them had never seen Feng Fan fight before. Even if they had seen Feng Fan fight before, they had never seen him perform the Golden Shirt. Golden Shirt? The upgraded version of the Silver Shirt? I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard the discussion around him. However, he was still shocked. The Golden Shirt is a move from the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. It said that the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic in the Moon Illumination sect costs 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. I'm afraid the Golden Shirt that Feng Fan has cultivated has at least reached the second stage. This means he has at least borrowed the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic twice. Costs 60,000 merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but click his tongue. Feng Fan's background was not something an ordinary outer court disciple could compare to. It was even comparable to the outer court deacons. In fact, when Duan Lingtian set up the bet 2 days ago, the most merit points that the outer court disciples who came to bet were only a few thousand merit points. Naturally, the outer court disciples who placed their bets did not include Feng Fan and the other outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 5 of the outer court. They were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked on the Earth ranking. So what if it's the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt? My Silver Shirt has already been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. This power is comparable to the Golden Shirt that has reached the 3rd stage. Moreover, my body is already incomparable to an ordinary person's. Once I perform the Silver Shirt, it'll be even more powerful. Duan Lingtian was very confident in the defensive moves he had cultivated. His body was strong to begin with, and according to Hualao, he was even stronger than the 6-clawed Divine Dragon and was almost on par with the 7-clawed Divine Dragon. In terms of defense, Feng Fan could not be compared to him at all. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that Feng Fan's Golden Shirt was not only for defense, but also to improve his physical fitness. Regardless of whether it was the Copper Shirt or the Silver Shirt, once used, in addition to increasing the body's defense, it could also increase the user's physical fitness to a certain extent. As the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt, the Gold Shirt was naturally the same. Different realms would result in different enhancement effects. Of course, the biggest impact was still the foundation of one's body. In this regard, Feng Fan could not compare to Duan Lingtian at all. Even though Feng Fan had cultivated the Golden Shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, the Golden Shirt that he cast could only obstruct Duan Lingtian with the defensive force formed by his true energy. As for the enhanced physical fitness, it was not worth mentioning in Duan Lingtian's eyes. There was no difference whether it was enhanced or not. And all of this was because Feng Fan was only a mortal. Duan Lingtian's body, on the other hand, was so strong that even those saint beasts and wild beasts who were born with strong bodies could not compare to him at the same cultivation base in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, let alone humans. Showing off his physical fitness in front of Duan Lingtian was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. It was no different from showing off one's swordsmanship in front of Master Guan. Duan Lingtian, I have to say that you're very lucky. You should know that ever since I entered the Earth rankings, I've never fought with an outer court disciple again. Even if you die today, you should be proud of yourself. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in Feng Fan's hand. It was a thick and wide broadsword. It was not as light as ordinary swords, but this sword was heavy no matter how one looked at it. With such a big size, it would be quite difficult to even wield it. However, the broadsword seemed to be weightless in Feng Fan's hand. You're still proud of your death? Duan Lingtian sneered. You should keep this kind of pride to yourself. Junior brother Fan, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just torture him to death. Zhou Qi's true energy voice transmission entered Feng Fan's ears. It made Feng Fan's face turn solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the next moment his body flashed out. In the field of vision of Duan Lingtian's left eye, Zhou Qi was like a gust of wind blowing over as he held the thick broadsword that was even taller than him. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Qi had already arrived near him. When Zhou Qi's body flashed, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. At this moment, Zhou Qi seemed to have transformed into a giant rock. Rock soars in the ninth heaven. At the same time, a cry of surprise also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. An inner court disciple recognized the movement technique that Zhou Qi cultivated. It was a technique that belonged to the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic, just like the defensive technique Golden Shirt. No wonder his movements are so similar to the giant rock. So the movement technique that he cultivated is called Rock Soars in the Ninth Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, take this. Feng Fan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a moment. After he shouted, the broadsword in his hand shone with a green true energy luster. At the same time, the broadsword pressed down on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had an illusion that the sword in Feng Fan's hand was no longer a sword but a towering mountain instead. The broadsword moved like wind and thunder, pressing down on Duan Lingtian like a towering mountain. Boom! 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 Wherever the broadsword passed, the sound of wind and thunder would be heard continuously. The air in the air seemed to have been sucked away. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had become the target of the heavy sword. Heavy as Mount Tai, another inner court disciple exclaimed. He recognized the offensive technique that Feng Fan was using. It came from the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic that belonged to the Golden Shirt and Rock Soars in the Ninth Heaven. This offensive technique was all about strength. Once the strength was used, no matter what weapon it would be like Mount Tai crashing down and crushing the opponent into a pancake. What's so difficult about taking your sword? In the face of Feng Fan's menacing sword, Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. The arrow that was solidified by true energy shot out at lightning speed like a meteor flashing in the night sky. Arrow light strike. The sword that was like a meteor shot toward Feng Fan's broadsword and hit it with a loud bang. Boom! Along with a loud bang caused by the collision of the two forces, a vast rolling airwave swept out and spread across the entire training field, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. The arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out caused the broadsword to vibrate and deviate a little. Due to that, a lot of its strength was depleted. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Feng Fan was surprised by the strength of Duan Lingtian's hastily shot, he naturally would not miss this great opportunity to suppress Duan Lingtian. The broadsword in his hand trembled as he continued to press down on Duan Lingtian. Of course, this sword was pressed down hastily, so its strength was much weaker than before. However, Feng Fan was confident. This sword strike would surely be able to descend onto Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian shot out the second arrow. We don't know who's trying to stop a chariot yet. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. The sun shooting bow in his hand disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he took a step forward and clenched his fists. A pair of iron fists shot out like two cannonballs. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded. Was Duan Ling Tian planning to take Feng Fan's sword barehanded? Although the strength of Feng Fan's sword was far weaker than the previous one, it did not seem like Duan Ling Tian would be able to take it barehanded. Idiot! Zhou Qi sneered. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian being tortured to death by Feng Fan. This Duan Ling Tian, why isn't he using a saint weapon? Is he seeking death? Yi Man frowned. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was full of smiles. He could already see more than 10,000 merit points waving at him. You're seeking death. Feng Fan sneered disdainfully when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually wanted to take his sword barehanded. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not dare to be so arrogant in front of his sword. Since you want to die early, I'll send you on your way then. The gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand slammed down. Although its strength was not as strong as before, it was still invincible. It was as though a mountain was pressing down. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to cover the sky and overturn the universe. Faced with Feng Fan's disdain, Duan Ling Tian did not reply, which was rare. When he took a step forward and punched with both fists, his entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver luster. It was as though he was covered in a layer of dazzling silver clothes. It was the silver shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage. The moment the silver shirt was unleashed, almost all of the potential in his body was unleashed. His pure physical strength was completely unleashed. If it was not for the layer of dazzling silver luster on the surface, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see the veins on Duan Lingtian's fists throbbing. Each time they throbbed, they were filled with power. If Duan Lingtian took off his clothes, everyone would definitely be able to see the muscles hidden under the faint silver clothes. Although they were not exaggerated, they were just right. Break! In the face of Feng Fan's sword that was about to land on him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A pair of iron fists that were gleaming with silver luster and true energy swept out like two WRMS coming out of their caves. The two WRMS charged out and collided with the gigantic sword that was about to land on him. There was no pause at all. It was so fierce that it set off a series of sounds of wind and thunder. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two thunderous sounds, with 2 points as the center, two waves of air that swept out in all directions collided with each other, causing the void to seem as if it was about to shatter. The airwaves that collided formed a small shockwave that swept out due to the strong gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as the martial and Dao cultivators present whose cultivation base was above the paramount mortal shedding stage looked carefully, they would be able to see the ripples that spread out in the air like ripples. Chapter 1451. The onlookers allowed their robes to flutter as they stared intently at the arena. As the ripples in the air spread out, the arena gradually regained its calmness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian, who was dressed in purple, trembled and took 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His face was slightly flushed. On the other hand, Feng Fan's broadsword trembled and he suddenly withdrew it. His face was pale, but his feet did not move at all. Of course, not many people noticed the difference in their expressions. Most people only paid attention to their movements. Senior brother Feng Fan is slightly better. Humph! How dare he block senior brother Feng Fan's broadsword without using a saint weapon? He's really reckless. It's obvious who's stronger in this exchange. My idol, senior brother Feng Fan, is still stronger. Many outer court disciples looked at Feng Fan with burning eyes and discussed animatedly. These outer court disciples were all blind admirers of Feng Fan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian did not use a saint weapon, but he's only slightly inferior. Senior brother Feng Fan used a saint weapon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong, isn't he? He blocked senior brother Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands, and he's not injured at all. It seems like the outcome of today's battle is not necessarily the death of senior brother Duan Lingtian. The people who said these were the outer court disciples who remained neutral. They were all shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian. The group of outer court elders and deacons who were present also looked solemn. He's really worthy of his reputation. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary. The group of inner court disciples who came from the inner court to watch the show were also shocked. Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse. How's this possible? Zhou Qi was also shocked and in disbelief when he saw this scene. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to block Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands. Although the power of that sword was far from its peak, it was still amplified by a saint weapon after all. He's indeed an earth-ranking powerhouse. He'd rather break his teeth and swallow his pride than take a step back. In the arena, Duan Lingtian, whose complexion had returned to normal, looked straight at Feng Fan and clicked his tongue. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the onlookers' eyes all fell on Feng Fan. Senior brother Feng Fan, why does he look so pale? Don't tell me it's really like what Duan Lingtian said? Senior brother Feng Fan would rather take the blow than take a step back? There were quite a few smart people. What? Feng Fan's eyes, SSSS, and could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. Blood stained the ground, and only then did his complexion gradually recover. Seeing this scene, the entire place was deathly silent. At this time, how could they not see that Feng Fan was at a disadvantage in the fight just now? Tian. Feng Fan gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Initially, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian because of Zhou Qi's request. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, the person who had embarrassed him in front of so many people. The onlookers quickly regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Although Feng Fan's sword was rushed, he used a saint weapon after all. Even if he didn't use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, it's only SOSO. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression as he muttered to himself. In other words, if he did not use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, Feng Chong would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong was not the only one who noticed this. The group of outer court elders, including Huang Cheng, had also noticed this. Huang Cheng, in particular, had a slightly pale expression on his face. He had thought that Feng Fan would definitely kill Duan Lingtian today. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, he realized that nothing was absolute. His 360,000 merit points were likely to go to waste. The other outer court elders, on the other hand, sighed in relief. They were secretly glad that they did not place their bets yesterday. Otherwise, they would definitely be on tenterhooks right now. The moment they thought of this, they looked at Huang Cheng in unison. When they saw Huang Cheng's pale expression, they could not help but feel delighted. Elder Huang Cheng, if Duan Lingtian wins today, your 360,000 merit points will go down the drain. 360,000 merit points? Even if it's not your entire fortune, it should be close to it, right? An outer court elder looked at Huang Cheng with a smile and clicked his tongue. 360,000 merit points. Even if it's you, Elder Huang Cheng, I'm afraid you won't be able to gather it without 10 to 20 years, right? Another outer sanctum elder also joked. Don't kick me when I'm down. The final outcome is still uncertain. Huang Cheng sneered. Do you really think that Feng Fan didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve since he was able to become a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking? Naturally, the few outer court elders knew this. The reason why they were mocking Huang Cheng was because he was a villain who was intoxicated by his success yesterday. It seems like this Duan Lingtian didn't let us place our bets yesterday out of kindness. One of the outer court elders pondered for a while before realizing what was going on. If that's the case, this little guy, Duan Lingtian, is pretty good. When the other outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian now, they also found Duan Lingtian much more pleasing to the eye compared to before. Elder Huang Cheng, don't tell me you've offended this Duan Lingtian? One of the outer court elders looked at Huang Cheng and asked with a strange expression. If I'm not mistaken, the few of you didn't use your spiritual secret technique to probe Duan Lingtian yesterday, right? It was rare for Dong Chong to ask. Duan Lingtian is a martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage before he's 40 years old. Isn't that obvious? Why would we need to probe him with our spiritual secret technique? That's right. Moreover, it's impolite to probe him with our spiritual secret technique. He might not be as good as us now, but with his talent, he'll be someone we'll have to look up to when he grows up. If it's not necessary, I don't want to offend him. That's right. The few elders agreed, indicating that they did not probe Duan Lingtian with their spiritual secret technique. No wonder he noticed that his eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility when he looked at me yesterday. It turns out that it's because I probed him with my spiritual secret technique a month ago. Dong Chong smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng clenched his teeth when he heard Dong Chong and the others' words. If he still could not figure out what was going on, he would have lived for so many years in vain. It turned out that Duan Lingtian did not intend to give him merit points. He wanted to trick him. Moreover, there were so many outer court elders, and he was the only one who was tricked. If you want to trick me, you'll have to defeat Feng Fan first. Huang Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. If Duan Lingtian really won, he would have gone for wool and come home shorn. That was 360,000 merit points. If he lost it, it would be a huge blow to him. At this moment, Huang Cheng wanted Feng Fan to win more than anyone else. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian has the ability to compete with senior brother Feng Fan. No wonder he made such a bet. I thought he knew he was going to die today, so he wanted to share his wealth with us. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too treacherous. I've invested 3,000 contribution points on senior brother Feng Fan. If senior brother Feng Fan is defeated, my 3,000 contribution points will be wasted. Why was I so greedy? For less than 100 merit points, he actually invested more than 2,000 merit points. The group of outer court disciples who had bet on Duan Lingtian were filled with regret at this moment. The group of outer court deacons, including Deng Wei, had a ghastly expression on their faces. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was completely out of their expectations. It vaguely threatened the safety of the merit points that they had bet on. Damn it! How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? Deng Wei's expression was extremely ghastly. He had bet almost all of his merit points on Feng Fan. If Feng Fan lost, he would be completely broke. The remaining few thousand merit points could not be used for anything. He had accumulated more than 100,000 merit points for almost 20 years. Duan Lingtian. Yi-Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Yi-Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he did not want Duan Lingtian to die. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands and get rid of his obsession of becoming a devil. This was because only then would he be able to break free from his shackles and soar into the sky. However, when he saw the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, he could not help but feel a little fearful and anxious. I became a devil in order to surpass Duan Lingtian. Do I really have a chance to defeat him after becoming a devil? This was the first time such a thought appeared in Yi-Man's mind ever since he had become a devil cultivator. Senior brother Feng Fan, do your best. Senior brother Feng Fan will definitely win. Senior brother Feng Fan, you're an Earth-ranking powerhouse. You're invincible. Unknowingly, most of the outer court disciples who were watching the battle began to shout with all their might. Some of the outer court disciples were so envious that they could not wait to transfer their strength to Feng Fan. The reason why they were working so hard was naturally because of the merit points that they had bet on Feng Fan. Duan Ling Tian, although I don't know if it's because you're a saint beast or because you're a descendant of a saint beast that your body is abnormally strong. However, if that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today. Feng Fan said coldly to Duan Ling Tian as he listened to the shouts around him. His entire body was filled with energy as he held the heavy sword in his hand horizontally. Based on his words, it was obvious that he could tell that Duan Lingtian's body was abnormally strong. Sometimes it's better not to be too full of yourself. Otherwise, if you can't do what you say, then you'll be the one who's embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. I'll let you have a new understanding soon. Feng Fan sneered as he stomped his feet on the ground. A wave of air swept out from his feet as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings. Rock soaring the 9 heavens, the gigantic sword in his hand vibrated. Apart from the layer of true energy that covered it, there was also a mysterious energy that rose up, causing the aura of the gigantic sword to change completely. It's the Saint inscription. True energy light blades continued to sweep out and collided with the heavy sword in Feng Fan's hand one after another. It was like a violent storm. However, the heavy sword still braved the violent storm and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian was directly sent flying by the heavy sword. He was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He flew several dozens of meters away before he managed to stop himself from stumbling. Duan Lingtian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face turned extremely pale. It's a good thing I cast the sound of death in time and blocked most of the power from his sword. Otherwise, I would have died. Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart, but at the same time, he was glad. It's the 1000-mass saint inscription. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear many scattered exclamations. 1000-mass saint inscription? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized they were probably talking about the saint inscription that was inscribed on Feng Fan's heavy sword. It was the saint inscription that gave Feng Fan unparalleled strength. Once the 1000-mass saint inscription is activated, it can make the saint weapon as heavy as 1,000 caddies. However, to the owner of the saint weapon, it's not a burden at all. There's actually a 1000-mass saint inscription on senior brother Feng Fan's saint weapon. Unbelievable! The 1000-mass saint inscription is a 2-star saint inscription. In the sect, an Earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription costs at least 200,000 merit points. Where did senior brother Feng Fan get so many merit points from? First, it's a human-rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Then, it's an Earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription. Senior brother Feng Fan, don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of some inner court elder? The group of outer court disciples who were watching the battle were shocked by Feng Fan's trump card. 2-star saint inscription? I see. Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a 2-star saint inscription. However, how could an outer court disciple like Feng Fan possess an Earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription? It seems like it's a weapon loaned to him by a powerhouse from Lu Huan's faction. That's not right. No one seemed to find it strange when Feng Fan took out the heavy sword. It's as though the heavy sword is his weapon. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders were looking at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. All of them possessed an Earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription. However, such a saint weapon appeared in the hands of an outer court disciple. Even if this outer court disciple was an Earth-ranking powerhouse, they could not help but feel surprised. Where did Feng Fan get his saint weapon from? He used this saint weapon when he fought in the past, but he never activated the 2-star saint inscription the thousand-masked saint inscription. That's because his previous opponents were not worth it for him to use the thousand-masked saint inscription. Once the thousand-masked saint inscription is activated, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. The few outer court elders, including Dong Chong, sighed. If it was not for the thousand-masked saint inscription, Duan Lingtian might still stand a chance. However, now that Feng Fan had activated the thousand-masked saint inscription, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian did not stand a chance at all. A bright smile appeared on Huang Cheng's originally gloomy face. Once the thousand-masked saint inscription is activated, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The group of outer court disciples was just as happy as Huang Cheng. These outer court disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory in the bet set up by Duan Lingtian. They would only be able to get back their bets if Feng Fan won. Moreover, they would be able to obtain additional bets as well. Zhou Qi smiled. In his opinion, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The rest of the people had similar thoughts as well. I didn't expect Feng Fan to have a 2-star saint inscription hidden in his saint weapon. Once he uses this trump card, the outcome is already decided. Many of the outer court deacons laughed. They had also bet heavily on Feng Fan. Naturally, they hoped that Feng Fan would win. Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape death in the end. Deng Wei looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Duan Lingtian, no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. From the moment you stood in front of me, Feng Fan, your fate was sealed. You'll definitely die. After sending Duan Lingtian flying, Feng Fan was not in a hurry to pursue him. Instead, he played with Duan Lingtian verbally like an eagle playing with a chick. After he was done playing with Duan Lingtian, he made his move and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he had transformed into a giant rock. Boom! The broadsword that had activated the 2-star saint inscription, the thousand-masked saint inscription, charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed and killed Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with the menacing Feng Fan, Duan Lingtian knew that he would not be able to defeat Feng Fan in a head-on clash even if he gave it his all. Therefore, he chose to dodge. At that moment, he managed to escape from the calamity. Do you think it's useful to keep running? Feng Fan sneered. With a lift of his hand, he took out a giant red hammer. The giant hammer seemed heavy, but it was as light as a feather in his hand. It's the Gale Hammer. When Feng Fan took out the giant hammer, a few inner court disciples who came to join in the fun exclaimed in surprise. Gale Hammer? Many outer court disciples were shocked when they heard the inner court disciples' exclamations. Isn't the Gale Hammer the weapon of senior brother Zhou Qi in the inner court? It's said that senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer also has a 2-star saint inscription on it. I've heard about it too. The 2-star saint inscription on senior brother Zhou Qi's Gale Hammer is the Gale Saint inscription. Once it's activated, the Gale Hammer's speed is terrifying. It's said that senior brother Zhou Qi's speed is one of the fastest among the inner court disciples in the inner court district because of the Gale Saint inscription on his Gale Hammer. An outer court disciple whispered and revealed the origin of the Gale Hammer. Zhou Qi's weapon? It also has a 2-star inscription. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. If he still could not guess that Zhou Qi had intentionally lent his weapon to Feng Fan to deal with him, then he would have lived 2 lives in vain. Zhou Qi smiled brightly when he saw Feng Fan taking out the Gale Hammer. He had lent his Gale Hammer to Feng Fan just in case. With the Gale Hammer and junior brother Fan's thousand-masked sword, it'll be a miracle if this Duan Lingtian is still alive. In Zhou Qi's opinion, it was impossible for such a miracle to happen. Duan Lingtian, you can continue to run. I'd like to see if you're faster than me. Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale Hammer in one hand and the thousand-masked sword in the other, looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a piece of meat on his chopping board. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Fan made his move. True energy surged on the Gale Hammer as the Gale Saint inscription was activated. With a whoosh sound, Feng Fan lifted the hammer and smashed it toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1453. When the gale hammer flew toward Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan, who was holding the gale hammer in one hand, was also carried away by the gale hammer. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Feng Fan did not even use any movement technique. He relied entirely on the gale hammer to carry him away. At this moment, even the outer court disciples at the paramount mortal shedding stage who were present could not see Feng Fan's figure clearly. This was because the gale hammer carried him away at an extremely fast speed. That's too fast. Is this the speed of the Gale Saint inscription? Many of the outer court disciples were shocked. The Gale Hammer's Gale Saint inscription and the Thousand Mass Swords Thousand Mass Saint inscription. This Duan Lingtian is going to lose. The group of outer court elders thought to themselves. The group of outer court deacons and the outer court disciples who bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Fan moving with the gale hammer. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle anymore. In terms of strength, Feng Fan had the Thousand Mass Sword, which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, Feng Fan had the gale hammer, which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength and speed, Duan Lingtian was inferior to Feng Fan. He was going to lose. Apart from the outer court deacons and outer court disciples, even the spectators had the same thought. They felt there was no suspense in this battle anymore. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were always exceptions. This person was an outer court disciple whose strength was ranked in the top 100 in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. He was an outer court disciple who had interacted with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect 2 months ago. It was none other than Zhang Ji. 2 months ago, he wanted to blackmail Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect, but he was defeated instead. As the person involved, the strange scenes that occurred successively at that time had left a deep impression on him. In his heart, he even concluded that Duan Lingtian knew a demonic technique. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be able to divert his attacks to another place twice? After that battle, he tried to explain to the people around him many times, but no one believed him. All of them thought that he was a sore loser, which was why he purposely used the excuse that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Only he knew that what he said was true. A month ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Fu, he thought that he would have a chance to reveal the fact that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian did not use demonic techniques that time and defeated Lin Fu with his own strength. Now, Feng Fan was rushing towards Duan Lingtian with the gale hammer. At this critical moment, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would lose. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, felt that there might be variables. For this reason, the moment Feng Fan made his move with the gale hammer, he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, he discovered something was amiss. He was shocked to find out. At this moment, a small black whirlpool appeared in Duan Lingtian's left pupil. The whirlpool was spinning so fast that it seemed as though his soul was being sucked in when he looked at it. I thought, I don't need to use the strange pupil to kill Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian sighed softly in his heart. Initially, he did not plan to use the heaven-defying ability of the strange pupil. However, the 2-2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapons in Feng Fan's hands were so powerful that it completely disrupted his plan and shattered his previous thoughts. At this moment, if he did not use the strange pupil, he would definitely die. As the strange pupil was activated, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Fan's ridiculously fast speed and the gale hammer slowing down in his left eye's field of vision. Naturally, the depletion of his spiritual energy was also very fast. One must admit that Feng Fan's speed was really fast. To be more precise, the gale hammer's speed was really fast. Even though Duan Lingtian had activated the strange pupil with all his might, the gale hammer still arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Since the gale hammer had arrived, it was only natural that Feng Fan, who was holding the gale hammer, had arrived as well. Die! Feng Fan approached Duan Lingtian. Not only did the gale hammer in his hand not slow down at all, but it was like a cannonball crashing toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Even the 1000 Kati sword in his other hand came crashing down again. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Duan Ling Tian. Boom, 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 boom. With the 1,000 Cadi Saint inscription activated, the sound of the sword tearing through the air resounded everywhere it passed. The sound alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. If one were to be hit by the sword, one would most likely explode into a bloody mist in an instant and die without a complete corpse. Not many of the spectating outer court disciples could see Feng Fan's movements clearly. Many of the inner court disciples who could see it clearly narrowed their eyes, as though they could not bear to watch the scene that was about to unfold. The group of outer court elders, apart from Huang Chang who had an excited expression on his face, could not help but shake their heads. Heaven is jealous of the talented. Many of them sighed in their hearts. Die! Die! Deng Wei's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the scene. It was as though he was afraid he would miss out on any detail of Duan Lingtian's death. So what if your innate talent is high? Aren't you going to turn into a pile of dirt on the Dao Martial Saint land now? Zhou Qi had a cold smile on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an emotionless gaze. Spatial manipulation. Just when almost everyone thought Duan Ling Tian was going to die, Duan Ling Tian had already activated his strange pupil to its limit as he stared intently at the 1,000-mass sword and the gale hammer in Feng Fan's hands. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had fully activated the heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil, the spatial manipulation, and his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Just when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy was completely depleted and he felt as though his mind had been emptied, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil suddenly shifted to the side. The 1,000-mass sword in Feng Fan's hand strangely shifted to Duan Ling Tian's side. Like a towering mountain, it fell with a loud crash. A terrifying force swept out and smashed heavily on the solid ground of the training field. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the ground of the training field cracked open. Gravel and dust flew up into the air. It's still not enough. When Duan Ling Tian saw the gale hammer had shifted to the side and was heading toward his left arm, horror dawned on him. He hurriedly mobilized all his energy and moved to dodge the attack. However, he was still hit even though he had the intention to dodge. Fortunately, it only grazed his arm. A large piece of flesh was torn off, but his bones were not damaged. However, the pain of having a large piece of flesh torn off still caused Duan Ling Tian to break out in cold sweat. He was already a little dizzy due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. At this moment, he almost fainted from the pain. No, I can't faint. I can't faint. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up a little. He knew very well in his heart, if he fainted now, everything he had done earlier would be in vain. Since Feng Fan's attack did not hit him, he could, naturally, make a second attack. If he fainted, he would become a fish on Feng Fan's chopping board and be at his mercy. Trying hard to stay awake, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Fan who had brushed past him. At this moment, he could clearly see that Feng Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps, Feng Fan could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why did the 1,000-mass broadsword and gale hammer in his hands that were originally about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian's body suddenly move to the side at the critical moment when they were about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, and they strangely barely avoided Duan Ling Tian? Feng Fan's attack missed, and his body was sent flying by the inertia of the sword and hammer. He had temporarily lost control of his body. At this moment, the vital points on his entire body were completely exposed before Duan Ling Tian. Sound of death. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not miss such a good opportunity. As the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, his right hand that was already on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow shook. In the next moment, a blade of true energy appeared and shot out like an electric arc wang. The electric arc pierced through the air like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It directly slashed Feng Fan's throat, who had just reacted and had a horrified expression on his face, leaving behind a hideous wound. All of a sudden, the wound bloomed, and blood gushed out like a pillar. It was impossible to stop it. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Fan was sent flying by the 1,000-ton heavy sword and gale hammer in his hands. It seemed as though a path of blood had been opened in his wake. In the end, he fell into a pool of blood and no longer moved. Silence. The entire scene was dead silent. Demonic technique. It's demonic technique. Zhengji's eyes widened in horror. Gasp, 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 gasp. After a while, the people present finally regained their senses. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths also rang in the air, one after another. Senior brother Feng Fan is dead? The outer court disciples were completely dumbfounded when they saw Feng Fan's body. How's this possible? The outer court deacon Deng Wei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. How could this little bastard kill Feng Fan? No. Impossible. Impossible. Deng Wei was unwilling to accept this reality. The other outer court deacons also had a bitter expression on their faces. From the moment Feng Fan was killed, the merit points they had bet on had gone down the drain. My 1,000 merit points are gone. They're gone. An outer court disciple beat his chest and stamped his feet as he wailed. It's only 1,000 merit points, and you still have the nerve to yell? I lost a whole 3,000 merit points. An outer court disciple next to him roared with a sullen expression. At this moment, the outer court disciples who had placed their bets had a gloomy expression on their faces. Feng Fan's death meant that the merit points they had bet were gone. They would never be able to return to their crystal cards. At this moment, they even wanted to die. Feng Fan is too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse. He can't even defeat an outer court disciple who has just entered the sect for 2 months. That's right. He's too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse who used 2 Earth-rank saint weapons inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions actually died in the hands of a new disciple of the sect. How embarrassing. Chapter 1454. How's this possible? The smile on Huang Cheng's face had long disappeared. With a gloomy face, he could not figure out how this could have happened. With his strength, it was only natural that Feng Fan's slightest movement would not escape his eyes. Earlier, Feng Fan's attack was clearly going to land on Duan Lingtian. However, at the most critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had actually shifted to Duan Lingtian's side and missed. It was as though he had intentionally exposed himself in front of Duan Lingtian and allowed Duan Lingtian to slaughter him. At that moment, a thought even appeared in his mind. Feng Fan was seeking death on purpose. However, as soon as he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse with a bright future. How could he have taken things too hard? Moreover, he had heard an uncertain piece of news in the past. It was said that the top 5 outer court disciples, who were also listed on the Earth ranking, had all been secretly taken in as personal disciples by the highest level of decision-makers in the sect. Although he, Huang Cheng, was an elder in the outer court, he could not enter the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, in the entire outer court, only the Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, had entered the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, his position was not low. After witnessing the 1,000-mass saint inscription on the saint weapon in Feng Fan's hand, Huang Cheng was almost certain that the rumor he had heard was true. Feng Fan must have had a teacher who had a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, no matter how he thought about it, Feng Fan would not seek death. In that case, all the strangeness would undoubtedly fall on the person who killed Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When he thought about how his 360,000 merit points were already in Duan Lingtian's pocket, he could only feel an evil fire rising from his feet to his head. Yesterday, among the group of outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only accepted my bet. It's obvious that he's trying to scam me. However, Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can take my merit points? Thinking of this, Huang Cheng's eyes flickered with killing intent. After recovering from their shock, the few outer court elders at the side all looked at Huang Chang at the same time. Their gazes were mixed with a bit of pity. That was close. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't accept my bet yesterday. An outer sect elder said with lingering fear. That's right. Yesterday I was planning to invest at least 100,000 merit points. Now, it seems that it's fortunate that I didn't. Otherwise, those 100,000 merit points would have already become Duan Lingtian's. The other outer sanctum elder agreed. I think this Duan Lingtian already knew Fengfan wasn't a match for him. That's why he accepted Fengfan's death duel invitation. Since he's able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, I think he's not a simple-minded person. Another outer court elder muttered. Indeed. His words received the agreement of the few outer court elders, including Dong Chong. Since Huang Chang had seen the strange scene earlier, it was only natural that they had seen it as well. At the critical moment, Fengfan's attack had strangely missed, giving Duan Lingtian the opportunity to take advantage of it. Not only did Duan Lingtian manage to survive from a hopeless situation, but he even launched a counterattack on Fengfan. At that time, Fengfan's body was swept away by the two saint weapons that shot out swiftly. He did not have time to defend himself. In front of Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had become a target that was completely defenseless. Therefore, Fengfan's death came as a complete surprise to everyone. I wonder what kind of technique Duan Lingtian used. Was it a spiritual energy attack? Or was it some other technique? The group of outer court elders was filled with doubts. How's this possible? Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of inner court elder Lu Huan, had also regained his senses from the scene of Fengfan being killed. After muttering to himself in a daze for a while, horror dawned on his face. The scene before his eyes was something that he had never expected even in his wildest dreams. Fengfan was actually dead. Naturally, he did not care about Fengfan's life or death. However, now that Fengfan was dead, this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. It would have been fine if Fengfan was just an ordinary outer court disciple. However, Fengfan's background was terrifying. The person behind Fengfan was ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was even more powerful than his master Lu Huan. In front of that inner court elder, even his master Lu Huan had to be respectful and did not dare to slack at all. However, Fengfan was dead now. He had died because of his request. Zhou Qi could imagine that when Fengfan's master, the inner court elder with a high position, found out about this, he would definitely not have a good ending. Put aside the fact that his master had shifted all his attention to Su Qi and no longer cared about him like before. Even if it was before, it was impossible for his master to offend Fengfan's master because of him. At this moment, Zhou Qi felt as though the sky was collapsing. Wait a minute! Just when Zhou Qi was completely disheartened, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. In the next instant, he seemed to have been reborn. It seems like only the two of us know the reason why Fengfan issued the death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. The others don't know about it. Now that Fengfan is dead, I'm the only one who knows about it. Doesn't that mean I can say whatever I want? The moment Zhou Qi thought of this, the haze in his heart was swept away. All he felt was that the sun was shining brightly, and he was in a good mood. However, when his eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was healing himself after consuming the healing medicinal pill in the distance, his face turned grave again. What's the origin of this Duan Lingtian? How did he manage to kill Fengfan under such circumstances? Don't tell me he really knows some kind of witchcraft? When Zhou Qi thought of this, he shook his head. I don't think it's a witchcraft, but some kind of secret spiritual tactic. A secret spiritual tactic that can confuse others and make them hallucinate so that they can change the direction of their attacks. Whether it was the group of outer court elders, outer court deacons, or Zhou Qi, all of them had the same guess. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian had cast a secret spiritual tactic. They did not think that even if Feng Fan had the intention to change the direction of his attacks, would he have succeeded in doing so under such circumstances? No matter how shocked the onlookers were, Feng Fan was dead. And he was dead. Duan Lingtian had obtained the final victory in this death duel and successfully survived. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not feel good even though he had survived. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if I consumed the 3-star healing medicinal pill that teacher gave me, I'm afraid I'll need at least 10 days to half a month to regrow the huge chunk of flesh that was taken away. However, the moment he thought of the nearly 3 million merit points in his crystal card, he felt that the price he paid was worth it. 3 million merit points. I'm afraid there's nothing in the Moon Illumination sect that I can't exchange for. Duan Lingtian did not forget to rejoice in his heart as he broke out in cold sweat. Also, Feng Fan's Saint Weapon. According to the Moon Illumination sect's rules, the person who was killed in the death duel would have everything that belonged to the winner unless he had something special in his possession. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he endured the pain as he walked to Feng Fan's body. He lifted his hand and picked up Feng Fan's 1,000-mass sword. He could vaguely see a special pattern inscribed on it. The pattern was complicated, and it was similar to the inscriptions on Cloud Continent. This must be the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000-mass saint inscription. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'll have to spend at least 200,000 merit points to exchange for this sword. Now that I've obtained it, I can save 200,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged as he put away the 1,000-mass sword. Subsequently, he extended his hand, intending to put away the Gale Hammer as well. Although he already knew the Gale Hammer belonged to Zhou Qi, he was still pretending. He pretended not to know. Humph! How dare you lay your hands on my Zhou Qi's Saint Weapon? Just when Duan Lingtian's hand was about to touch the Gale Hammer disappeared. At the same time, a mocking voice resonated in the air. A person appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi! Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the Gale Hammer anymore. After half a year, this was the second time Duan Lingtian had such close contact with Zhou Qi. He felt Zhou Qi was still as arrogant and unscrupulous as he was 6 months ago. However, Zhou Qi did not dare to act presumptuously in the sect. Duan Lingtian did not know Zhou Qi could have attacked him directly when he went to take the Gale Hammer earlier. It would have been fine as long as he did not kill or maim him. After all, he had a good reason to attack Zhou Qi to protect his Saint Weapon. The reason he did not attack Zhou Qi was because he wanted to distance himself from the fact that Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to think he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to suspect that he wanted to use Feng Fan to kill Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, Feng Fan's master would definitely not let him go. I really didn't expect someone who was like an ant half a year ago to come so far today. Zhou Qi stared at Duan Lingtian coldly and sneered through true energy voice transmission. However, the people from Mount Hill City are destined to not live long in the Moon Illumination sect. It's the same for the people in the past, it's the same for all of you, and it'll be the same for the people in the future. It's not up to you, Zhou Qi, to decide whether we can live long or not. Compared to Zhou Qi's stealthy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian spoke out loud. Duan Lingtian's words had attracted many people's attention. Zhou Qi's expression changed drastically. He realized that if he continued to stay here, people might think he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put away the Gale Hammer and left in a hurry, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. To Zhou Qi, the most important thing now was to distance himself completely from today's incident. Chapter 1455. As a tool for Lu Huan's revenge, Zhou Qi didn't even collect your corpse when you're dead. How sad. After keeping Feng Fan's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Fan nonchalantly. Then, He walked out of the crowd under everyone's complicated gazes. It was obvious that he was going to leave. The crowd also made way for him. Although most of the outer court disciples present on the scene had placed their bets on Duan Lingtian and had lost a lot of merit points, none of them blamed Duan Lingtian at all. In their opinion, the reason they lost was all because Feng Fan was useless. The reason they had bet so much on Feng Fan was because he was an Earth-ranking powerhouse. They thought he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months. However, when the result came out, it was beyond their expectations. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months, had killed Feng Fan, an Earth-ranking powerhouse who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court for a long time. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, find a time to come to my mansion and return all the merit points I bet on Feng Fan. Otherwise, When Duan Lingtian was walking out, a true energy voice transmission entered his ears all of a sudden. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this voice that was filled with threat. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. His gaze landed on the group of outer court elders and the outer court elder, Huang Cheng, who had placed a huge bet on him yesterday. How dare you look at me in the eyes of so many people? Now, if you don't hand over the 1 million merit points, I won't let this matter rest. Huang Cheng was enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian dared to look at him in the eyes of so many people and disregard his dignity. He immediately demanded an exorbitant price. He demanded 1 million merit points from Duan Lingtian as soon as he opened his mouth. It was obvious that they were treating Duan Lingtian as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. However, after hearing Huang Cheng's words, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly in front of the crowd. Elder Huang Cheng, yesterday you were the one who came looking for me and said that you wanted to bet 360,000 merit points. Now that I've won your bet, you're threatening me to return the 360,000 merit points to you. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you, a dignified outer sect elder, can use your power to bully others? Is there no law in the sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and told everyone about Huang Cheng's threat in front of everyone. These words were spoken so quickly that Huang Cheng could not react in time. By the time he reacted, he realized that everyone was looking at him in a completely different light. Elder Huang Cheng, is what Duan Lingtian said true? An outer sect elder standing beside Huang Cheng asked calmly. If that's true, you've gone too far. That's right. You're an outer sect elder. You're the face of the outer sect. If you can't accept your loss, you'll be embarrassing the outer sect. Another outer sect elder chimed in. If I were you, I'd admit defeat no matter how unwilling I am. Elder Huang Cheng, if you really threaten Duan Lingtian, then you really need to improve your gambling skills. One by one, the outer sect elders chimed in. Upon hearing the group of outer court elders' words, Huang Cheng cursed inwardly. It's easy for you to say that. Subsequently, he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, how dare you slander me? 360,000 merit points might be a lot, but it's not enough for me to take it seriously. Naturally, he would not admit to it in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would have reached the end of his career as an outer sect elder. Slander? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Elder Huang Cheng, we've never met before yesterday. Why would I slander you? Don't tell me it's because you bet 360,000 merit points? I think the loss of 360,000 merit points that you've bet is not as great as the loss of Deacon Deng Wei to you, an outer sanctum elder, right? Deacon Deng Wei is only an outer sect deacon. He didn't even threaten me when he bet 150,000 merit points, which is almost all of his assets. In comparison, you're not as magnanimous as Deacon Deng Wei. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head. When Deng Wei heard Duan Lingtian's compliment, not only was he not happy, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 150,000 merit points was indeed all he had. Currently, there were only a few thousand merit points left in his crystal card. However, it was impossible for him to not be calculative. The reason he did not threaten Duan Lingtian was because he knew threats were useless against Duan Lingtian. He could only think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the crystal card from Duan Lingtian's hands. At that time, not only would he be able to get his 150,000 merit points back, but he would also be able to obtain an additional 3 million merit points. Huang Cheng's face was grave. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Elder Huang Cheng, although you're an outer court elder, I won't succumb to your abuse of power. Unless I'm dead, I won't give you 1 million merit points. 1 million merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that were looking at Huang Cheng changed again. As long as one was not an idiot, one could guess that Huang Cheng must have threatened Duan Lingtian again to get Duan Lingtian to give him 1 million merit points. Bah! Outer sect elder? What an embarrassment to the outer sect. That's right. I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple, and I'm willing to admit defeat. How dare he use his status as an outer sect elder to bully senior brother Duan Lingtian and get Duan Lingtian to spit out his merit points. That's not all. He even wants senior brother Duan Lingtian to hand over 1 million merit points. Isn't he trying to get something for nothing? How can there be such a good deal in this world? A group of outer sect disciples who had also placed their bets cursed loudly. They did not care if Huang Cheng was an outer sect elder anymore. They vented all their pent-up anger. Huang Cheng was dumbfounded. The situation at the scene was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, do you know that slandering the higher-ups of the sect is punishable by death in the sect? Finally, Huang Cheng's face darkened as he shouted sternly. His voice was infused with true qi and suppressed the noise at the scene. Slandering? Duan Lingtian sneered. Elder Huang Cheng, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Do you dare to swear on the tribulation oath that you didn't threaten me? Humph! I didn't threaten you, so I didn't threaten you. Who do you think you are to make me swear on your behalf? Huang Cheng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, That's right. You're a high and mighty outer sect elder who disdains to swear on my behalf. Since that's the case, I'll swear on the tribulation oath that if there's any falsehood in my words, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian naturally had a way to deal with Huang Cheng's shameless behavior. When Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically, he pricked his finger and a drop of blood rose into the air before it merged with the air. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air and entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that bore witness to Duan Lingtian's oath. However, after it bore witness, it did not strike down the tribulation oath to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was clear who was more trustworthy between Duan Lingtian and Huang Cheng. Waves of jeers rose and fell one after another. The gazes of the crowd when they looked at Huang Cheng were even stranger than before. Previously, they were not 100% certain Huang Cheng had threatened Duan Lingtian. However, after Duan Lingtian made the oath, they no longer had any doubts and were completely certain of it. The tribulation of oaths would not lie. That was the might of the heavens. As the saying went, the heavens are watching what people do. The heavens would not side with anyone. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders, including Dong Chong, intentionally kept a distance from Huang Cheng. It was as though they were trying to tell everyone that although they were outer court elders as well, they did not want to be on the same side as Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng was so angry that his face turned red. However, he was at a loss for words. From the moment Duan Lingtian publicly swore on his oath, he knew that no one would believe him. It would be useless no matter what he said. Duan Lingtian, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Huang Cheng glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and sent a true energy voice transmission to him in exasperation. After that, he flew away and disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard Huang Cheng's threat. He did not seem to care at all. Even if the incident did not happen with Huang Cheng's petty character, as long as he did not return the 360,000 merit points, he would not let him go. If that was the case, what did he have to worry about? Seeing that Huang Chang did not bother to explain himself and fled at the last minute, the crowd booed again. Shameless. He's too shameless. Why didn't I know that Elder Huang Chang was so shameless? In my opinion, such a person is not qualified to be an outer court elder at all. He's a disgrace to our outer court. The group of outer court disciples seemed to empathize with Duan Lingtian's experience and began to curse him. Thank you for your support. Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. His voice was filled with true energy and suppressed the noise at the scene. I thought about it seriously just now. I feel that it's not easy for all of you. How about this, except for Elder Huang Chang and Deacon Deng? I'll return half of the merit points that everyone has bet. At noon tomorrow at the martial arts practice field, all of you will bring your written receipts to me and collect your merit points. Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Really? Long live Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He's actually willing to return half of the merit points that we lost. When the group of outer court disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were all excited and grateful. When the group of deacons heard this, their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian, why are you excluding me? Including the merit points that Huang Chang and Deng Wei had bet, he had almost 1,350,000 merit points left. Even if I don't return the merit points to Huang Chang and Deng Wei, I still have to give them 1,250,000 merit points. After calculating carefully, Duan Lingtian felt that he was being extravagant. Forget it. 1,350,000 merit points should be enough for me to squander. These merit points are only useful in the Moon Illumination Sect and the 18 city governors' mansions under the Moon Illumination Sect. They're worthless elsewhere. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian decided to return half of the merit points that the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples had bet. Although it was only half, it was enough to buy their hearts. After entering his room and closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He did not cultivate. Instead, he took out the 1,000-mass sword that originally belonged to Feng Fan and began to study it seriously. To be more precise, he was studying the saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword. The saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword was a 2-star saint inscription called the 1,000-mass saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword seem as though it was possessed by the force of 1,000 mass. Once it was swung out, it would be as fast as wind and thunder. Its power was unstoppable. Duan Lingtian had personally experienced its power. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it until now. It's fortunate that I have the strange pupil. Otherwise, I would have definitely died today, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After studying the 1,000-mass saint inscription for a while, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy as exhaustion swept over him. The spiritual energy that he had just recovered was completely depleted again. It seems like I can only study it again after I've recovered my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The moment the thought left his mind, he had already fallen into a deep sleep on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, in the inner court of the Moon Illumination Sect. Master! After Zhou Qi entered the mansion, he immediately went to look for his master, Lu Huan. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Huan was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes seemed to be constantly shrouded in darkness. As he stood there, he exuded an evil aura. Lu Huan frowned when he saw Zhou Qi rushing over. You should learn more from junior brother Su Qi. You're already so old, but you're still so immature. Master, it's not that I'm immature, but I really have something urgent to attend to. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. Speak. Lu Huan said nonchalantly. Master, junior brother Fengfan is dead. Zhou Qi said. What? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow. Shock was written all over his face. What happened? Junior brother Fengfan issued a death duel invitation to an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. In the end, junior brother Fengfan wasn't a match for that outer court disciple and was killed. After Zhou Qi finished speaking, he pretended to sigh pitifully. God is jealous of geniuses. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. Lu Huan's eyes narrowed. Who's that? He actually has the ability to kill Fengfan? Fengfan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse in the 9 sect alliances. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, he was still a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage who stood at the peak in the 9 sect alliances territory. However, such an existence had been killed. The person who killed him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. He's also an Earth-ranking powerhouse? Lu Huan asked in a deep voice. No. Zhou Qi shook his head. Zhou Qi shook his head. He's not a powerhouse on the Earth ranking. In fact, before he entered the sect, he was just a nobody. No matter what, he's destined to die soon since he killed Fengfan. Lu Huan snorted coldly. Then, he seemed to have recalled something as he muttered. Elder Zhao has been in closed-door cultivation recently. I don't think he'll come out anytime soon. If we can get rid of the person who killed Fengfan before he comes out, we can do him a favor. That's what I think as well. Zhou Qi nodded. What else do you know other than giving advice in hindsight? Lu Huan sneered. He did not believe that Zhou Qi would think that way. Master, I'm really not giving advice in hindsight this time. In fact, even if junior brother Fengfan wasn't killed by that person, I'd have done everything I could to kill him. However, I didn't expect that he would kill junior brother Fengfan before I killed him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly at first. In the end, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Why? Do you have enmity with that person? Lu Huan frowned. Then horror dawned on him as though he had thought of something. Zhou Qi, don't tell me you're behind Fengfan's death duel invitation to that person? No. Zhou Qi immediately shook his head in denial. He knew very well that if he dared to admit it, he would definitely be in trouble. Naturally, he sneered inwardly. I'm not the only one who added fuel to the fire. I'm even the one who asked Fengfan to kill that Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he's too useless and died in the Duan Lingtian's hands. He only dared to think about this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud at all. You really didn't? Lu Huan asked again. Master, I really didn't. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath. Zhou Qi said straightforwardly. He only said that because he was certain that Lu Huan would not really ask him to make an oath. One had to admit that Zhou Qi's tactic of retreating in order to advance was very effective. Lu Huan no longer doubted him. Do you know how Fengfan became enemies with that person? I've heard junior brother Fengfan mention this before. Zhou Qi said, it seems like after he defeated 2 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court, he became arrogant and talked back to junior brother Fengfan. He even humiliated junior brother Fengfan, causing junior brother Fengfan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, junior brother Fengfan sent him a death duel invitation out of anger. Zhou Qi spoke without thinking. He had thought about all of this on his way back. Since Fengfan was already dead, he could say whatever he wanted. How did you become enemies with him? Lu Huan asked with a frown. Master, you've misunderstood me. I didn't become enemies with him. Zhou Qi smiled wryly. What do you mean by what you said earlier? Lu Huan asked a little impatiently. Master, the reason why I said that even if junior brother Fengfan didn't make a move, I'd still find a chance to kill him is because of his origin. His origin means that he's destined to be enemies with our faction. Zhou Qi said. With our bloodline? It has something to do with me? Lu Huan still could not wrap his head around it. Master, that person's name is Duan Lingtian, just like junior brother Su Qi. He's from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He seems to be Feng Hui's disciple as well. Zhou Qi revealed something at the critical moment. Mound Hill City? Feng Hui? Chapter 1457. Are you sure he's from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and Feng Hui's disciple? Lu Huan asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed fiercely. He refused to believe it. Feng Hui had taken Su Qi, who was such an outstanding genius martial cultivator, as his disciple. Then, he took another genius martial cultivator who was even more outstanding than Su Qi as his disciple? What kind of luck was that? Why did he, Lu Huan, not have such luck? He had only entered the outer court 2 months ago. This meant that the outer court disciple called Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old. The fact that he could kill Feng Fan was enough to prove that his innate talent far surpassed Su Qi, the direct disciple whom Lu Huan was proud of. If he had known about Duan Lingtian before this, the first thought that would arise in his mind would be to take him as his disciple, just like how he treated Su Qi. However, it was impossible now. This was because he had killed Feng Fan, Elder Zhao's direct disciple. Elder Zhao was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was someone that even Lu Huan had to curry favor with. He would not dare to take someone who killed Elder Zhao's direct disciple as his disciple, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Master, I saw him when I went to pick up junior brother Su Qi half a year ago. However, I didn't know his innate talent is higher than junior brother Su Qi. Otherwise, I would have brought him back with me. Zhou Qi had been following Lu Huan for many years. Naturally, he knew what Lu Huan thought, so he chose to say what Lu Huan liked to hear. If he had known Duan Lingtian was so monstrous, he would not have spared his life when he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City half a year ago. Every time he thought about this, he regretted it. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. As expected, Lu Huan's expression softened when he heard Zhou Qi's words. However, the fierceness in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. I really didn't expect Feng Hui to be so lucky to have taken in 2 disciples with monstrous innate talent consecutively. What did he do to deserve this? When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Initially, I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if I spared his life. Now, it seems like I was wrong. If that Duan Lingtian grows up, he will definitely become a huge threat to me. Master, do you need me to head to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and kill Feng Hui? Zhou Qi asked. No need. Lu Huan shook his head. It's better to leave Feng Hui to Elder Zhao. Otherwise, when Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that his disciple has been killed, where will he vent his anger? As for that Duan Lingtian, before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, we must get rid of him. In that case, Elder Zhao will owe me a favor. Lu Huan's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. The reason why he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao came out of seclusion was that he was worried that after Elder Zhao came out of seclusion, Elder Zhao would take Duan Lingtian as his new personal disciple regardless of Feng Fan's revenge. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If he became Elder Zhao's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him and his disciples. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely do my best to kill that Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, Zhou Qi said. Master, it's not about doing your best, but you must. Before Elder Zhao comes out of his seclusion, that Duan Lingtian must die. Even if you have to exchange your life for Duan Lingtian's, you must kill him. After you die, Master will remember you, Lu Huan said as he looked at Zhou Qi. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of kindness on his face. When Zhou Qi saw the kindness on Lu Huan's face, there was only coldness in his heart. In order to kill Duan Lingtian and eliminate the root of the problem, Lu Huan did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. At this moment, in Zhou Qi's heart, the little bit of master-disciple relationship between him and Lu Huan had completely vanished into thin air. Previously, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to survive and even help Feng Hui to kill Lu Huan. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. It was an important decision that would affect his future. Master, I won't let you down. Although Zhou Qi felt disgusted when he saw the kindness on Lu Huan's face, he still agreed to it respectfully on the surface. Very good, very good. Lu Huan smiled when he saw how obedient Zhou Qi was. Zhou Qi, you're the first to follow me, and I've always thought highly of you. Don't worry, even if you kill that Duan Lingtian and are sentenced to death by the sect, I won't forget you. I'll erect a memorial tablet for you and enshrine it in the backyard so that you can always be by my side. Lu Huan said with an amiable expression. Thank you, master. Zhou Qi's heart was as cold as ice, but he did not show it on his face. He had to deal with this first. I want to hear the news of his death within 3 days. You won't disappoint me, right? Lu Huan looked at Zhou Qi and gave him a deadline. 3 days. Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhou Qi's heart trembled. However, he could only nod silently. Very good. Prepare to leave. Lu Huan sent him off. I'll take my leave. Zhou Qi retreated. When he turned around, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, Lu Huan, you're the one who forced me to do this. Since you don't value my life, there's no need for me to guard you anymore. From today onward, I, Zhou Qi, will sever our master-disciple relationship. As soon as Zhou Qi turned around, the kindness on Lu Huan's face vanished. He glanced at Zhou Qi's back coldly before withdrawing his gaze. Subsequently, he went to look for Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi, an amiable expression naturally appeared on his face. Master, why are you looking for me so late at night? Su Qi was puzzled. Su Qi, before you left the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, did you know that Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, has a disciple by the name of Duan Lingtian? Lu Huan asked bluntly. Yes. Su Qi nodded. However, that Duan Lingtian is very arrogant. He's only willing to acknowledge Feng Hui as his master. However, he's a martial cultivator from the mortal continent like me after all. His innate talent is not inferior to mine. He's from the mortal continent as well. Lu Huan's eyes narrowed as he asked, Both of you are from the same mortal continent? No. Su Qi shook his head. We're from different mortal continents. Looks like the rumors are true. Every single one of the genius martial cultivators who can walk out of the mortal continent is a monstrous talent blessed by the heavens. People from the mortal continent are either heaven-defying or trash. They're two extremes. Lu Huan muttered. Master, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about him? Su Qi asked, puzzled. He killed Feng Fan. Lu Huan did not hide anything from Su Qi and told him the news he had just heard from Zhou Qi. What? Su Qi's expression changed drastically when he heard about this brat. How's that possible? Feng Fan is an earth-ranking powerhouse. How's it possible for that Duan Lingtian to kill him? When Lu Huan saw the change in Su Qi's expression, he realized Su Qi must not have known that Duan Lingtian was so gifted. It's true. Right now, it's not just the outer court district. I'm afraid the news has spread in the inner court district as well. Lu Huan said. A complicated expression appeared on Su Qi's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He suddenly realized the distance between him and Duan Lingtian seemed to be increasing. In the outer court district, in a remote mansion, outside a pavilion at the side of the front yard. Elder Feng Fan is dead. A sturdy man with a shocked expression on his face said in disbelief as he strode over with a majestic gait. What an interesting brat. In the face of the sturdy man's report, the old man who was sitting quietly in the pavilion and tasting his tea merely smiled faintly. It was as though he was not surprised by this outcome. "Elder, aren't you surprised?" The sturdy man could not help but ask. "There's nothing to be surprised about. That brat doesn't look like someone who would willingly seek death." The old man was dressed in white. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. As he sat there, it was as though he had become one with the pavilion and the entire heaven and earth. "Elder, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao's favorite. If Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that Feng Fan has been killed, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go." The sturdy man said again. "That's a problem." The white-clothed old man nodded. After a moment of silence, he smiled indifferently. "I don't know why, but I'm actually very confident in him. I'm also a little curious as to how he'll get past Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng was Feng Fan's master. He was also a powerful inner court elder. There were almost 20 inner court elders in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court. However, Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 20 inner court elders. One could just imagine how powerful he was. "Elder, aren't you afraid that he'll die?" the sturdy man asked. "I've already said that I'm confident in him. All right, you may leave now," the white-clad old man said. "Yes." Although the sturdy man did not know why the old man was so confident in the outer court disciple whom he had only met once, he still left. He could not and did not dare to disobey the old man's words. After the sturdy man left, a saint stone appeared in the old man's hand. This saint stone seemed to be of a higher grade than a 6th-grade saint stone. How can someone who can casually take out a 4th-grade saint stone be an ordinary person? I wonder where that brat came from to actually be able to take out a 4th-grade saint stone. However, this 4th-grade saint stone is indeed more helpful to me than a 6th-grade saint stone. At the very least, I don't need to interrupt my closed-door cultivation to exchange for saint stones and affect my cultivation. The old man played with the 4th-grade saint stone in his hand as he muttered to himself. Boom! Late at night, along with a loud bang, Duan Lingtian felt a sharp pain all over his body. He was forced out of the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Who's there? Chapter 1458. It's me. At the same time, a calm voice resonated from outside. This voice was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Qi. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his face turned grave immediately. He took 2 steps forward and opened the door. Looking at Zhou Qi, who was outside, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he asked nonchalantly, "How dare you barge into someone else's residence without even informing me? Didn't your master, Lu Huan, teach you the rules?" Duan Lingtian was not afraid that Zhou Qi would dare to make a move here. The Moon Illumination Sect had a rule that unless there was a reason and the inner court disciple was in the right, inner court disciples were not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court area. Those who violated the rule would be severely punished. If it had been before, Zhou Qi would have been enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he looked calm at this moment. It seemed like he was not angry at Duan Lingtian's words at all. Zhou Qi's calmness surprised Duan Lingtian. Theoretically, Zhou Qi should not be such a good-tempered person. Theoretically, as a member of the inner court's elder Lu Huan's line and Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi should have wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Moreover, the way Zhou Qi looked at him when he was in the training field today was as if he wanted to kill him. How did he change so much in just half a day? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly vigilant in his heart. "Let's talk inside," Zhou Qi said. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, he had already walked into Duan Lingtian's room. Duan Lingtian frowned, but he relaxed in the end. He turned around to look at Zhou Qi and asked nonchalantly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Duan Lingtian, my master, Lu Huan, wants me to take your life in 3 days." Zhou Qi looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Then, with a calm face, he said, "If you kill me, according to the sect's rules, you will not be able to escape death. My master told me to exchange my life for yours." Zhou Qi said, "Your life in exchange for mine?" This time, Duan Lingtian was moved. Although he knew since long ago that the inner court elder, Lu Huan, was not a kind person, he never imagined that he would be so terrifying. He actually wanted to exchange his disciple's life for his own. What was his disciple worth in his eyes? Tools? Tell me why you've come. Since you've come to tell me all this, I presume you don't want to listen to your master's orders. Duan Lingtian said calmly, "The reason I'm here is very simple. I want to remind you that Lu Huan is a madman. I followed him for more than 10 years, but when he wanted to abandon me, he didn't even bat an eyelid." Zhou Qi said slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "He's a madman, but aren't you a madman as well?" Duan Lingtian sneered. 8 months ago, Zhou Qi had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in an awe-inspiring manner. The moment he made his move, he had killed 2 innocent people. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't come here with the intention of making peace with you. I just want to remind you that Lu Huan is a person who won't stop until he has achieved his goal. As for the reason I'm reminding you, it's because I don't want him to have an easy time in the future." Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he said hatefully, "If you don't kill me within 3 days, how do you plan to explain yourself to him?" Duan Lingtian asked. "You don't have to worry about that. I've achieved my goal, so it's time for me to leave. No matter how much you hate me, it doesn't matter to me. After all, I did want to kill you before. If Lu Huan didn't ask me to exchange my life for yours, I wouldn't have let you go in the future." Zhou Qi said, "However, everything has changed now. I don't hate you. I only hope that you can survive and cause more trouble for Lu Huan." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He realized Zhou Qi no longer regarded Lu Huan as his master. However, it was normal when he thought about it. A master who would sacrifice his disciple's life to achieve his goal was not worth it. "There's one more thing that I must remind you. Feng Fan, whom you killed, was the only direct disciple of Zhao Feng, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect." Zhou Qi continued to remind him. "Feng Fan's master was the inner court elder, Zhao Feng?" Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he could guess Feng Fan's background was not simple from the family background Feng Fan had shown, it did not cross his mind that he was the direct disciple of an inner court elder. Moreover, that inner court elder's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. "Isn't he from your faction?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He had always thought Feng Fan was from Lu Huan's faction. However, it seemed like that was not the case. What a joke! Someone as powerful as Lu Huan's master? Zhao Feng's position in the Moon Illumination sect was much higher than Lu Huan's. It was impossible for such a person to be from Lu Huan's faction. Even if he was from Lu Huan's faction, he would be Lu Huan's senior. It was impossible for him to let his only direct disciple take such a risk. Of course not. Zhou Qi shook his head. Even Lu Huan would have to bow and scrape before Elder Zhao Feng. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who instigated Feng Fan to issue you the death duel invitation. However, all of this is not important anymore. What's important is that you've killed Feng Fan. You'll definitely enrage Elder Zhao Feng." Zhou Qi said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the ins and outs of the matter. He was a little surprised by how straightforward Zhou Qi was. "You even told me this. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Elder Zhao Feng exactly what you said? It's useless even if you tell him. It's an indisputable fact that you're the one who killed him." Zhou Qi said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was speechless for a moment. After all, what Zhou Qi said was indeed the truth. Even if Zhao Feng vented his anger on Zhou Qi, it was impossible for him to let him go. However, if Elder Zhao Feng comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he might not kill you. Zhou Qi said again. "He might not kill me?" Duan Lingtian frowned. What do you mean? I've killed his only direct disciple, but he won't kill me? Yes, you've killed his only direct disciple, Feng Fan. He loves Feng Fan very much. However, didn't he take Feng Fan as his disciple because he valued Feng Fan's innate talent? If Feng Fan was just a mediocre person, how could he take him seriously? Zhou Qi said, therefore, after he finds out that you've killed Feng Fan, there's a high possibility that he won't kill you. Perhaps he'll want to take you as his new direct disciple. After all, in terms of innate talent, Feng Fan can't compare to you at all. Take me as his direct disciple? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face. However, when he thought about it carefully, if Zhao Feng was not a person who valued relationships, he might really do that. If Zhao Feng really did that, he would definitely look down on Zhao Feng. If someone he looked down on wanted to take him as his direct disciple, it was only natural that he would not agree to it. This is what I want to tell you. If Zhao Feng is determined to kill you to avenge Feng Fan, then it's fine. However, if he wants to take you as his direct disciple, you must agree to it because as long as you become Zhao Feng's disciple, Lu Huan won't dare to harm you under Zhao Feng's nose even if he has 100 guts. Zhou Qi said with a serious expression, Lu Huan wants me to kill you within 3 days because he's worried Zhao Feng will come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. He wants to kill you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, so it's impossible for you to become Zhao Feng's direct disciple. Moreover, if he kills you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll be doing Zhao Feng a favor. To him, as long as you're dead, he'll only benefit from it. Zhou Qi said, I must agree to become Zhao Feng's disciple? Duan Lingtian sneered. Zhou Qi, are you making a decision for me? Naturally, you'll make the decision yourself. I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, both of us have a common enemy, Lu Huan. I hope that you'll be able to survive as well. As long as you grow stronger, you'll definitely become Lu Huan's nightmare. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were burning with passion. At that time, even if I'm not in the Moon Illumination sect, I'll still be happy to hear about this brat. Not in the Moon Illumination sect? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. Do you think I'll still have a place in the Moon Illumination sect if I don't kill you within 3 days? Even if Lu Huan doesn't kill me, he'll definitely find ways to target me. He's my master in name. Nobody will say anything even if he cripples me. As Zhou Qi spoke, his body suddenly trembled as though he had thought of something terrifying. I've said what I should. I've persuaded what I should. I know it's impossible for us to bury the hatchet. If you manage to survive, you can seek revenge from me in the future. As long as you can find me, I'll accept my death even if it's in your hands. Zhou Qi said to Duan Lingtian before he left. His words were extremely straightforward. I'll definitely not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes as he said nonchalantly. Zhou Qi left. He came suddenly and left quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes and disappeared into the night like a ghost. My spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, and it's only been a while, but I feel sleepy again. Looks like I won't be able to do anything for the next few days. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian sighed and returned to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. After Zhou Qi left Duan Lingtian's residence, he left the outer court under the cover of the night. Not only did he not return to the outer court, but he also headed out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate instead. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to leave the Moon Illumination sect and be as free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. With my Zhou Qi's cultivation base, I don't believe that there's no place for me in the 9 sect alliances district. In the future, I'll be an unrestrained sectless cultivator and won't have to bow to anyone. Chapter 1459. Soon after, Zhou Qi left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Goodbye, Moon Illumination Sect. Perhaps I'll come back here after I've broken through to the Saint stage. At that time, I'll ask Lu Huan personally if he regrets his decision today. After leaving the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, Zhou Qi had also escaped from the flight-prohibiting formation. He soared up into the air and flew for a distance before he came to a halt. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he turned his head to look at the Moon Illumination Sect's estate in the distance and muttered to himself, "I can tell you now that I won't regret it. It's impossible for me to regret it." Just as Zhou Qi finished speaking and was about to leave, a ghost-like, faintly discernible voice sounded by Zhou Qi's ear, causing his expression to change drastically. In a flash, Zhou Qi saw a person appearing in the air before him. Master. Zhou Qi's face turned pale when he saw the person who appeared before him. Why are you here? If I didn't come, wouldn't I be letting an unfilial disciple like you leave? The person who appeared was none other than Lu Huan. He sneered. You followed me? Zhou Qi asked after he took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Qi realized Lu Huan had heard his words. Due to this reason, he no longer said anything since it was useless. He knew Lu Huan's temper. He would not let him live. However, the moment he thought about how Lu Huan had followed him, he could not help but feel furious. As it turned out, Lu Huan did not trust him at all. I didn't follow you. I just wanted to confirm if you'd follow my orders. It seems like you've disappointed me. Lu Huan said nonchalantly. Disappointed? Zhou Qi knew he would definitely die today, so he decided to let it go. He mocked without any scruples. You want me to exchange my life for the life of the person you want to kill? Do you think I'm disappointing you just because I'm unwilling to? Is my life so worthless in your eyes? Being able to perish together with a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Ling Tian is not an insult to you. Lu Huan's tone was still calm. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The consequence of that is that I'll get rid of you. If there is an afterlife, remember not to go against your master's words, no matter what your master asks you to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huan attacked at lightning speed without waiting for Zhou Qi's reply. In front of Lu Huan, Zhou Qi could not fight back at all. He was killed in the blink of an eye. His entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He died without a burial place. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhou Qi would be killed by Lu Huan as soon as he left the Moon Illumination Sect. Duan Ling Tian was currently recovering his mind power in the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda. The exhaustion from the mind power caused him to fall into a deep sleep. He only woke up 2 days later. His mind power had recovered by about 70 to 80%. Of course, 2 days referred to the time in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the outside world, only 1 night and 1 morning had passed. After exiting the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian left his small courtyard and once again arrived at the martial arts practice field. There was already a group of people waiting for him in the martial arts practice field. These people were the outer court deacons and outer court disciples who had placed a huge bet in the gambling house that he had set up. When they saw him, all of them had excitement written all over their faces like hunters who had seen their prey. Everyone, please line up properly. Take the receipt that I gave you back then and come here to collect your merit points. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at the martial arts practice field, he told the crowd. After spending more than an hour, Duan Ling Tian finally returned half of the merit points that everyone had bet. After returning the merit points, Duan Ling Tian asked for directions and headed straight to the merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination Sect. The merit pavilion in the Moon Illumination Sect was similar to the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. One could use their merit points to exchange for all kinds of necessities such as Saint-grade martial tactics, Saint weapons, pills, and so on. Not only that, they even had Dao talismans and Saint weapons that were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. In the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect, as long as one had enough merit points, one could exchange for anything that one wanted. Apart from human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics, one could also exchange for Saint-grade martial tactics as long as one had enough merit points. Only human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics could not be taken away and could only be borrowed. It would cost 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. 1. 75 million merit points. It should be enough for me to squander. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect. The Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect was located in a convenient location. It was located at the intersection of the outer court and inner court. It was very convenient for outer court disciples and inner court disciples to come here. It seems like the Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is also built based on the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and stared at the Merit Pavilion in front of him as he muttered to himself. Apart from the difference in size, the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect and the Merit Pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City were exactly the same, including some details. However, after entering the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. Compared to the Merit Pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect was very different. The Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect was divided into 5 levels. The first level was a place for the sect's disciples to trade. The sect's disciples could exchange their items for merit points with their fellow disciples, or use their merit points to buy the items that they wanted. To put it bluntly, the first level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect was a small market that used merit points to trade. However, when Duan Lingtian walked in, he realized that the sect's disciples on the first level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect were mostly inner court disciples. This could be seen from the tokens hanging on their waists. Due to this reason, nobody recognized Duan Lingtian when he walked in. When he fought with Feng Fan, only a small number of inner court disciples were there to watch the battle. For this reason, even though his name had spread far and wide in the inner court district, most of the inner court disciples had never seen him before and did not know what he looked like. I'll walk around the first level of the Merit Pavilion and see if there's anything good. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, it was mostly because he found it refreshing that the sect's disciples would trade with merit points. The value of merit points in the Moon Illumination Sect is much higher than Saint Stones. In the Moon Illumination Sect, apart from human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics, there's almost nothing that can't be exchanged with merit points. As for Saint Stones, they're only useful to the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples when they cultivate. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Duan Lingtian stood on the first level of the Merit Pavilion and looked around. He did not attract anyone's attention at all. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see many inner court disciples had set up stalls at the corners and sides of the first level of the Merit Pavilion. There were many strange things on display at these stalls. Perhaps they did not even recognize many of these things. They took them out because they wanted to see if any of their fellow disciples who knew their stuff would use their merit points to buy them. Hualao. Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and said, "Take a look and see if there are any materials needed to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If there are, I'll buy them." Previously, Hualao had told him about the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, those materials were only a part of it. In Hualao's opinion, they were the more superficial ones. There were many materials that Hualao did not mention. This included the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball and the material that he had bid for in the Rare Treasure Pavilion in Mount Hill City previously. It was enough to repair 10% of the materials on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After hearing Hualao's response, Duan Lingtian began to walk around the first level of the Merit Pavilion. One had to admit that he was quite lucky. After walking around, Hualao really found a few materials that could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were all high-grade materials. According to Hualao, one of the materials was even more precious than the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball. Although I don't know why this thing is here, I'm sure it's a fragment of the Nuwa rock. Hualao told Duan Lingtian. The Nuwa rock. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had only heard from Hualao that there was a material that was even more precious than the five-clawed divine dragon's Dragon Ball on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. However, he did not know what kind of material it was. Now that he heard Hualao mention the name of the material, he was completely dumbfounded. What was the Nuwa rock? It was a divine object from ancient myths and legends in his previous life. According to the legends, the Nuwa rock was a rock that Nuwa used to mend the sky. Not only that, but there was also a legend in his previous life. The great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, had jumped out from the Nuwa rock. Although Hualao said it was only a fragment of the Nuwa rock, it was still enough to shock Duan Lingtian. With Hualao's hint, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a small stall. There was a skinny inner court disciple standing behind the stall. With just one look, one could tell that he was a shrewd person. His sparkling eyes seemed to be telling one that he was a profiteer. "Junior brother, you have a good eye. What I have here are all treasures." When the inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian looking over, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted him. "Treasures? Are you serious?" Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to walk to the front of the stall and squatted down. However, his gaze was far away from the fragment of the Nuwa rock. The fragment of the Nuwa rock looked like a fragment of an ordinary rock. It was very rough and was left in an inconspicuous corner. If it was not for Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian would not have noticed its existence at all. It was because its presence was too weak, ridiculously weak. "Senior brother, how can these things be considered treasures? I've just entered the sect not long ago. Don't lie to me." Duan Lingtian looked at the inner court disciple behind the stall seriously and said vigilantly, "Just entered the sect?" Chapter 1460. Usually, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect would not have many merit points. However, when the inner court disciple thought that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, he pulled himself together and served Duan Lingtian, the customer, seriously. "Don't worry, junior brother. The treasures I have here are absolutely honest. This dried branch looks quite special. It's not bad to buy it to make a fire." Duan Lingtian picked up a dried branch from the stall and muttered to himself. This dried branch was one of the materials that Hualao had his eyes on. Naturally, this material was not as good as the Nuwa stone fragment. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he saw two materials that could repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in an inner court disciple's stall. Buy it to make a fire? When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then, he said solemnly, "Junior brother, don't underestimate this thing. It's not that simple." "Not that simple? I really can't tell." Duan Lingtian pursed his lips. He had a look of disbelief on his face. "If it's too expensive, I won't buy it. I'll go somewhere else to look." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. "Junior brother, I'm not lying to you." When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had not opened his stall for a long time. Now that he finally had a spendthrift, naturally, he would not let him go so easily. "Then, why don't you tell me what's so special about it?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "This thing looks like a dried branch, but it's not something that can be burned by just any kind of fire. There are many one-star saint refinement masters in the inner court. However, even the flames that they use to refine weapons and pills can't burn it." The inner court disciple said seriously, "Really?" Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised and asked, "Of course it's true." The inner court disciple hurriedly said, "Junior brother, if you're unwilling, you can find a one-star saint refinement master to come over. Let's not talk about those who are far away. Even on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, there must be one-star saint refinement masters. As long as you pay him a small amount of merit points, I don't think he will refuse to experiment for you." Duan Lingtian frowned and seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long while, under the expectant gazes of the inner court disciples, he relaxed his brows. All right, I believe you. I don't have that many merit points to hire a one-star saint refinement master. However, senior brother, I don't have many merit points on hand. If this thing is too expensive, I can't afford it. Duan Lingtian frowned again and said, although he had over 1,000,000 merit points in his hands, he didn't intend to squander them recklessly. Perhaps there was something in the merit pavilion that he couldn't exchange for. He didn't want to waste too many merit points on the first floor of the merit pavilion. It's not expensive at all. The inner disciple shook his head and said, not expensive? How many merit points is that? Duan Lingtian asked. 5,000 merit points. The instant the inner court disciple's words left his mouth, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was as though he wanted to see how much Duan Lingtian could bear. When he found out that the purple-clad young man before him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect, his first thought was that this person did not have any saint stones on him. However, as he thought about it, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that many outer court disciples were from the city governor's estate of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. Junior brother, you can have a gift. However, you can only pick the ones that I let you pick. No problem, as long as there's a gift. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It was as though he did not care about the gift at all. The inner court disciple cursed in his heart again before he pointed at the corner of the stall. Junior brother, just pick one from the pile of things. Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the stall. It was the corner where the Nuwa stone fragment was located. It can't be? Just these pieces of junk? Duan Lingtian frowned. Senior brother, you're actually exchanging these pieces of junk for merit points? You're cheating me, aren't you? Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you, so don't call them junk. The inner court disciple purposely pulled a long face as he said, moreover, you said earlier that it's fine as long as there's a gift. You didn't ask for anything. Don't tell me you're regretting it now? I'm really regretting it. Although I know senior brother is stingy, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Junior brother, it's a done deal. Don't go back on your words. The inner court disciple said with a cautious expression. Duan Lingtian sighed and squatted down to look at the corner of the stall. He flipped through the items one by one and casually tossed them aside. When he picked up the Nuwa stone fragment and tossed it aside, his heartbeat quickened. Seems like there's nothing good here? Duan Lingtian said with a frown as he flipped to the end. When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. If there was something good, would he be willing to give it away as a gift? Forget it, I'll just pick one. Duan Lingtian casually picked up the Nuwa stone fragment and said to the inner court disciple, Senior brother, I'll take this broken stone fragment. Is there a problem? Seeing that the stone fragment that Duan Lingtian picked up was a strange stone fragment that was impervious to water and fire, the inner court disciple nodded and said, no problem. However, junior brother, since you've picked it, you're not allowed to go back on your words. I won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually took out a crystal card to transfer 500 merit points to the inner court disciple. The merit points limit in the crystal shell would not be displayed unless the owner activated it with his true energy. Therefore, the inner court disciple did not know that the crystal shell in Duan Lingtian's hand contained more than 7 million merit points. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death. I've got the two materials. After putting away the two materials, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. Junior brother, is there anything else you need? After coming to the merit pavilion for half a day, a smile appeared on the inner court disciple's face as he completed his first transaction. Senior brother, the things you have here are too expensive. I can't afford them with the remaining merit points I have. I'll go look at other stalls. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. At the same time, he turned around and left to buy a few other materials that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As for the other materials, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and only spent 1,000 merit points to buy all of them. He displayed the art of bargaining incisively and vividly to the point of perfection. Hualao, with these materials, how much of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be repaired? Duan Lingtian asked. If we don't have the Nuwa stone fragment, not much can be repaired. However, with the Nuwa stone fragment, we can repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Hualao said, about 70%. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. His face was filled with surprise. He did not expect the materials he bought on the first level of the Merit Pavilion to be so helpful in repairing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It could actually repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Before this, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired by 10%. In other words, today's harvest could repair 60% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao. Based on this speed, the opening of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is just around the corner, right? Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. He was looking forward to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was looking forward to the better cultivation environment and the slower flow of time. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally at this. Of course, he also knew that such a comparison was meaningless. The most precious Nuwa stone fragment was a gift on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. It did not cost him any merit points at all. After returning to the counter and swiping the 15,000 merit points from his crystal card, Duan Lingtian put on his spatial ring again and put away the materials that he bought on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. Thank you, Elder. Before he was ready to go to the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man behind the counter. This old man's spiritual energy was stronger than anyone he had met before. Of course, the anyone referred to those who had displayed their spiritual energy in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not know how strong their spiritual energy was since they had not displayed their spiritual energy before. Because of this, Duan Lingtian guessed that the old man was an inner court elder. I wonder if that elder Dongfang is comparable to him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Dongfang was the grand elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court district, Dongfang Quan. Duan Lingtian had gone to look for him before and had met him once. Since he did not probe Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian did not know how strong his spiritual energy was. At that time, he had used a 4th grade Saint Stone and 10 5th grade Saint Stones as the price to ask Dongfang Quan to make a statement. It was the statement that was made a few days before the death duel between him and Feng Fan. At that time, many people were surprised by it. It did not cross their minds that the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, would make a statement that he was willing to witness the bet that Duan Lingtian had made. He was also willing to fulfill the bet on behalf of Duan Lingtian after he was killed. Many people had also speculated about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan. However, it had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian had relied on the 11 Saint Stones to establish a relationship with Dongfang Quan. Of course, it was mostly because of the meaning behind the 11 Saint Stones. Generally speaking, the Saint Stones that circulated in the area around the Moon Illumination Sect and even the entire 9 Sect Alliances district were 6th grade Saint Stones at most. Usually, 7th grade Saint Stones could also be produced from 7th grade Saint Stone mines. As for 5th grade Saint Stones, very few people would continue to circulate them even if they flowed into the 9 Sect Alliances district from the outside. Most people would use them for cultivation. It was common knowledge that the higher the grade of Saint Stones, the lower the speed of cultivation. However, the higher the grade of the Saint Stone, the longer one could maintain a high-intensity closed-door cultivation without having to stop halfway to exchange for Saint Stones. There were many martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who missed the best opportunity to break through because they needed to exchange for Saint Stones halfway. Therefore, high-grade Saint Stones were also sought after by martial and Dao cultivators with a profound cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base of martial and Dao cultivators, the longer their closed-door cultivation would be. It was not impossible for them to be in closed-door cultivation for decades or even centuries. Among the 11 Saint Stones that Duan Lingtian had given to Dongfang Quan, there were 10 fifth-grade Saint Stones and 1 fourth-grade Saint Stone. Fifth-grade Saint Stones could only be produced from a sixth-grade Saint Stone mine controlled by a sixth-rate force. Although it was rare for it to flow into the 9-sect alliance's district, it was not like it did not exist. However, there were only a few 3-star Divine Strider talismans. A 1-star Divine Strider talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration as a 2-star Divine Strider talisman. A 3-star Divine Strider talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Saint? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as excitement appeared on his face. I must buy a few of these talismans to protect myself. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the price tag of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, completely extinguishing his enthusiasm. 300,000 merit points? This is a blatant robbery. Duan Lingtian could not help but curse in a low voice. However, although Duan Lingtian cursed, he still picked up a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Although he felt the pinch, this was indeed a good item. Could even save his life during a critical moment. 300,000 merit points are gone again. Coupled with a bunch of Saint grade pills, that's a total of 500,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian finally experienced the feeling of spending money like water. At this moment, he even regretted his generous promise to return half of the bet to the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples yesterday. Naturally, as soon as the thought of regret rose in his mind, he suppressed it again. No matter what, it was already in the past. Moreover, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him to do. At the very least, he would have formed quite a good relationship with the outer court. Also, this 3-star Golden Energy Talisman can block the attack of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for 15 minutes. Although it's slightly cheaper than a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, it's still as ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. A 3-star Dao Talisman was really valuable. However, as a defensive Dao Talisman, the Golden Energy Talisman was slightly cheaper than the Divine Strider Talisman. Not only was the difference between a 3-star Golden Energy Talisman and a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman huge, but there was also a difference of 10,000 merit points between a 2-star Golden Energy Talisman and a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. A 2-star Golden Energy Talisman was worth 20,000 merit points. A 2-star Divine Strider Talisman, on the other hand, was worth 30,000 merit points. A 1-star Dao Talisman is still cheaper. It only costs 2,000 to 3,000 merit points. However, the effect of a 1-star Dao Talisman is not that great. Apart from this 1-star Divine Strider Talisman that can block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator, this 1-star Golden Energy Talisman can only block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, these 1-star Dao Talismans were not very meaningful. If there were defensive Dao Talismans and speed Dao Talismans, naturally there would be offensive Dao Talismans as well. There were so many offensive Dao talismans that Duan Lingtian was dazzled by them. However, Duan Lingtian soon confirmed one thing. The price of the offensive Dao talisman was much higher than the speed Dao talisman, the Divine Strider talisman. Moreover, there were only 2-star offensive Dao talismans on sale at most. There were no 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Once a 2-star offensive Dao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. For Martial or Dao Cultivators below the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, apart from those who could fight opponents above their level, as long as they were hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman, they would be half-crippled even if they did not die. The price of a 2-star offensive Dao talisman is the same as a 3-star Vajra talisman. How ridiculous! Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue. However, he also took one of the 2-star offensive Dao talismans and was prepared to buy one. In just a short while, he had already bought items worth 700,000 merit points on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Fortunately, there was no one else on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked and envious. However, when Duan Lingtian brought these items to the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion to settle the bill, the 2 inner court deacons were still dumbfounded. Are you sure you want to buy these? One of the inner court deacons asked in disbelief. He had no choice but to ask. Even if he was an inner court disciple, it was impossible for him to be so generous. Moreover, the young man in front of him had an outer court disciple's token hanging on his waist. It was obvious he was only an outer court disciple. I'll pay by card, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he swiped 700,000 merit points from the crystal shell. When he swiped it out, he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. When the 2 inner court deacons saw the 700,000 merit points had been transferred to their account, they looked at each other and saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 1463. After the 2 inner court deacons witnessed Duan Lingtian leaving the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion, he continued to ascend to the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. His silhouette gradually disappeared before their eyes. Don't tell me he's an inner court elder's last disciple? One of the inner court deacons muttered. Only an inner court elder's last disciple would be able to take out so many merit points for a mere outer court disciple. A last disciple was the last disciple who would no longer take in any disciples. A last disciple was someone who was doted on by everyone. His master valued him so much that his master would not hesitate to use all the resources to nurture him. Even an inner court elder's last disciple might not be able to spend so much. That's 700,000 merit points, not 70,000 merit points. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he obtained them. The other inner court deacon smiled wryly. He was an inner court deacon after all. His position in the Moon Illumination sect was comparable to an outer court elder. However, he only had less than 500,000 merit points in total. It would have been better if they did not compare. Now that they did, it was infuriating. Let alone seeing an outer court disciple casually obtaining 700,000 merit points. He had never even heard of it before. While the 2 inner court deacons were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's generosity, Duan Lingtian had already ascended to the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, which was also the last level. There was also a counter at the entrance of the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. An old man with a white beard in a white robe was sitting behind the counter. The old man's body was sturdy. As he sat there, he looked like a giant crouching beast. At first glance, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. When the old man's spiritual energy swept over, Duan Lingtian felt like he had nowhere to hide. What a powerful spiritual energy! It's not inferior to Elder Fang Gong at all. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. The strength of the white-robed old man's spiritual energy on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion was not inferior to Fang Gong, the inner court elder on the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion. It was apparent that he was also an inner court elder. Are you Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian walked up to the counter and took off his storage ring without waiting for the old man to speak, the burly old man in a white robe opened his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with great interest. His eyes were full of amazement. "Elder knows me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be recognized. Could it be that this person also went to the outer area yesterday and saw the life and death duel between him and Feng Fan? "That old fellow, Feng Gan, sent me a voice transmission talisman earlier, saying that you've come to the Merit Pavilion. He praised you so much. Now that I look at it, you're indeed a man of striking appearance. As for the rest..." Before the white-robed old man could finish his sentence, a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body and swept out. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian, as though it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to suddenly use his aura to oppress him. He was caught off guard. The powerful aura came head-on, causing him to feel oppressed. However, his body was so strong, and his will was so tenacious that he would not be affected by the old man's aura. "No matter how the wind blows, I'll remain unmoved like a mountain." Seeing that his aura did not make the purple-clad young man in front of him take a step back, and there was no change in his expression, a hint of surprise appeared in the white-robed old man's eyes. Looks like that old fellow, Feng Gan, did not exaggerate. It was obvious that he acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. "Elder Feng Gan, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple," Duan Lingtian said humbly. "An ordinary outer court disciple?" The white-robed old man snorted. "I've never seen an ordinary outer court disciple who can defeat Feng Fan, who's ranked on the Earth ranking. Moreover, he even killed him. Young man, it's good to be talented. However, if you're too humble, you'll lose the drive that young people should have. Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Duan Lingtian was sweating profusely. Did this elder think that he was not showing off enough? "All right, put down your spatial ring and go in." The white-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down his spatial ring, he walked into the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Before he entered, he had already guessed that the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion was where all kinds of Saint-grade martial tactics were stored. This was because this was the last level of the Merit Pavilion. He did not see any Saint-grade martial tactics on the previous 2 levels. One of the main reasons he came this time was the Saint-grade martial tactic. To be more precise, it was the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Before he came, he already had a target in mind. Therefore, he did not spend too much time choosing after he arrived. Even on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect, there were only a few human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately fixed on one of them. To be more precise, he was staring at the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic. Beside the Saint token, there was an introduction paper that introduced the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic in the Saint token and the techniques contained in the Saint-grade martial tactic. Peng soars in the 9 heavens, heavy as Mount Tai, golden shirt, this is it. As it turns out, the Saint-grade martial tactic that contains these 3 techniques is called the Golden Peng Mass Tactic. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the introduction beside the Saint token. The Golden Peng Mass Tactic was the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that Feng Fan, who died in his hands yesterday, cultivated. The defensive technique, Golden Shirt, in this set of Saint-grade martial tactic was the upgraded version of the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Currently, Duan Lingtian had cultivated the Silver Shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Unless he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not be able to make any progress. Once he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not have to start from scratch. He could directly transform it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, the Golden Shirt. Its power was no different from the highest stage of the Silver Shirt. Before coming to the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to choose the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the Golden Shirt. Apart from the golden shirt, he also had his eyes on the heavy as Mount Tai. The heavy as Mount Tai was a close-range offensive martial tactic. He had personally experienced its power before. Ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, close-range attacks had always been his weakness. He could only rely on the close-range attack, the sound of death, that was contained in the Saint-grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated. The Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, was a set of Saint-grade martial tactic that focused on long-range attacks. Therefore, compared to the heavy as Mount Tai, the sound of death was slightly inferior. On the other hand, the Saint-grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass Tactic, focused on close-range attacks. Feng Fan's Thousand Mass Sword is already in my hands. Once I cultivate the heavy as Mount Tai, even if I've just started cultivating it, the power of the sound of death will be far more powerful than the sound of death when combined with the Thousand Mass Sword. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The Thousand Mass Sword was inscribed with the two-star saint inscription, the Thousand Mass Saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword as heavy as 1,000 caddies, but it would not burden the user at all. This is it. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he reached out to grab the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass Tactic. The moment the saint token entered his hand, Duan Lingtian's expression changed for no reason. He quickly retrieved the saint token and took 2 steps back. At the same time, his other hand swept across the place where the saint token was at lightning speed, stirring up a gust of wind. However, this hand was still too slow. Duan Lingtian was the first to take the saint token. Humph, you're just an outer court disciple. How dare you compete with me for the Golden Rock Mass Tactic? Before I borrow it today, don't even think about borrowing it. A cold snort was heard. It was a young man who had appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He was looking at Duan Lingtian with contempt. At the same time, he looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that the person who took the saint token after him was an inner court disciple. This could be seen from the inner court disciple token hanging on his waist. If it was a polite inner court disciple who said that he was in a hurry and wanted to borrow the Golden Rock Mass Tactic first, Duan Lingtian might be willing to let him borrow the Golden Rock Mass Tactic first. However, this inner court disciple wanted to snatch the saint token that was in his hand from the beginning. Then, he even spoke to him in a condescending tone as though he was ordering him to do so. At once, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He had always been a person who was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Therefore, in the face of this rude inner court disciple, he only glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He turned around and walked to another area in the Merit Pavilion. There were no saint-grade martial tactics in that area. Instead, there were jade tokens that recorded all kinds of information. These jade tokens were all-encompassing. They were exactly what Duan Lingtian needed. Although he had been in the Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he still did not know much about the Dao Martial Saint Land. Through these jade tokens, he could learn more about this mysterious and vast Dao Martial Saint Land. How dare you ignore me? When the inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian leaving with the saint token after glancing at him indifferently, he was stunned at first. When he regained his senses, he was instantly enraged. He did not expect to encounter such an outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him when he came to the Merit Pavilion to borrow the second half of the Golden Rock Mass Tactic. In the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, the only people who could make him wary were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking. He did not care about the other outer court disciples at all. He had seen the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking before. He was certain this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him was not one of them. If it was not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Merit Pavilion, he would have taught this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him a lesson. Boy! Everyone has to pay the price for their stupid choices. I'll give you one last chance. Hand the saint token over obediently and kneel down to apologize to me. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it if something happens that makes you unhappy after you leave the Merit Pavilion. Chapter 1464. Idiot. Faced with the inner court disciples' repeated provocations and threats, Duan Lingtian finally could not help but turn around. He glanced at the inner court disciple nonchalantly and spat out 2 words. Idiot. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, the inner court disciple was dumbfounded. Did this fellow just call him an idiot? An outer court disciple actually dared to call him an idiot? In an instant, the inner court disciple could only feel the fury in his heart on the verge of bursting out. However, by the time he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already picked out a few jade tokens and was heading to the entrance of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, the inner court disciple suppressed his anger and followed after him. Soon after, he arrived at the counter in front of Duan Lingtian. He picked up his spatial ring and left. It was obvious he did not intend to borrow the golden rock mask tactic. The white-robed old man behind the counter did not stop him. The reason he did not stop him was because the inner court disciple did not take anything from the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion and did not touch the jade tokens that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic in the Merit Pavilion. Elder. When Duan Lingtian took out the Saint token that contained the golden rock mask tactic and a few other jade tokens and placed them on the counter, he could sense the cold killing intent in the inner court disciple's eyes as he walked down the stairs. However, he completely ignored it. Duan Lingtian, had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Golden rock mask tactic? That's a pretty good human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. The old man picked up the Saint token and took a look at it before he nodded. Then, he looked at the other jade tokens. These jade tokens are just ordinary jade tokens that record some information. However, since there's a lot of information in them, each one costs 1,000 merit points. This golden rock mask tactic costs 30,000 merit points to borrow once. You can borrow it here. After you've paid the merit points, you can start borrowing it. The old man said to Duan Lingtian, "Let's pay them all together." Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card and swiped more than 30,000 merit points. After putting away the jade slips that recorded various information, he picked up the Saint slip that recorded the Saint-grade martial tactic, golden rock mask tactic, and began to read it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt a vast amount of information surging into his mind and becoming part of his mind. He had memorized the entire golden rock mask tactics. This was his unique ability. Ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators would need to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao techniques 5 times before they could fully master them. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, only needed to do it once and he could memorize it all in an instant. Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to delay for a quarter of an hour, recalled the words of the white-robed old man behind the counter. He couldn't help but smile. Young people should have the spirit of young people. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he made up his mind. Then, under the astonished gaze of the white-robed old man, Duan Lingtian put down the Saint slip. "Elder, I finished reading it." You finished reading it?" The white-robed old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. "Did you read it when you were inside?" Many people who came to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics would start at the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. As long as a person picked up the Saint slip in the Merit Pavilion, regardless of whether he came out with the Saint slip in the end, he would have to pay the corresponding borrowing fee. This was to prevent people from secretly borrowing the Saint-grade martial tactic without paying merit points. As the guardian of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, other than collecting merit points, the old man's job was to monitor the situation on the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Just like the inner court disciple who had left earlier. Since he had not touched the Saint slip or jade slip in the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, the old man did not stop him when he left. If he had touched the Saint slip or jade slip and wanted to leave, the old man would have stopped him immediately and made him pay the corresponding merit points. In the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian smiled. "Elder, what do you think? Good lad. You gave me a fright. I really thought you had finished reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mask tactic in an instant. It turns out that you had already read it when you were still inside," the old man said as he shook his head. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to finish reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in such a short time. If he found out that not only did Duan Lingtian finish reading the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, but he had even finished reading all 5 stages of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. This was what made Duan Lingtian different from other people. He could memorize all the Saint-grade martial tactics in the Saint slip in the blink of an eye. This gave him a unique advantage in this regard that was not something ordinary people could compare to. Just like now, he had spent 30,000 merit points to memorize the contents of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in one go. He did not need to borrow it again in the future. Compared to ordinary martial cultivators who wanted to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic, he saved a total of 120,000 merit points. After all, an ordinary martial cultivator would need to borrow it at least 5 times if he wanted to cultivate the Golden Rock Mass tactic to the highest stage. If he borrowed it 5 times and spent 30,000 merit points each time, it would be 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled and did not explain further. What could he say? Could he say that he had memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactic and did not need to borrow it again in the future? Even if he said that, the old man might not believe him. "Elder, I'll take my leave first then." Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the old man and prepared to leave. That inner court disciple earlier is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian when he was about to leave. It was rare for him to do so. It was obvious he had been watching the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the inner court disciple from the beginning until the end. "Although it's not important to me, thank you very much, Elder." Upon hearing the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. "It's not important." The old man was stunned. Isn't there a rule in the sect that inner court disciples are not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court district? Let alone the fact that he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Even if he's at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage or even the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would he still dare to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian smiled. The old man was stunned. "So that's what you think. However, if that's what you think, you're sorely mistaken." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be puzzled. The Merit Pavilion is located at the intersection of the inner court district and the outer court district. Strictly speaking, this is not considered the outer court district. Naturally, it's not considered the inner court district but the middle district. The old man said, "Inner court disciples are allowed to attack outer court disciples here. As long as they don't kill or even cripple the outer court disciple, there's almost no restriction." "I see. If that's the case, this is indeed very important to me." Duan Lingtian did not expect this to be the case. He thanked the old man again. Originally, when he had a conflict with the inner court disciple, he had already prepared himself for the other party's revenge. Naturally, he only thought the other party would not dare to attack him before he entered the inner court. As long as he entered the inner court, he would not necessarily be afraid of the other party. However, after listening to the old man's words, he realized he was wrong. As it turned out, the Merit Pavilion was not considered the outer court district. Outer court disciples were not protected by the sect's rules here. Early Saint Rudiment stage? However, after learning that the inner court disciple was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was no longer worried. After Duan Lingtian left the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, he continued to walk down. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Just when he was about to continue walking down, one of the inner court deacons behind the counter at the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion called out to him, "Are you Duan Lingtian?" The inner court deacon's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious his companion was curious as well. It was obvious they had already vaguely guessed Duan Lingtian's identity, but they were not certain. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the 2 inner court deacons' shocked gazes, he left the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion and continued to walk down. "So he's really Duan Lingtian. No wonder he's so generous." "That's right. He gave away 700,000 merit points in one go. I heard he made a net profit of 3 million merit points yesterday. Today, he even generously returned half of his merit points to the people in the outer court district who gave him merit points. As they spoke, the two inner court deacons sighed again. Elder Fong gone. When he passed by the second level of the merit pavilion, Duan Lingtian greeted the old man who had already opened his eyes and was looking at him with a smile. Then, with the old man's nod, he went to the first level of the merit pavilion. When he arrived at the first level of the merit pavilion, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had entered a wet market. Many inner court disciples were shouting and peddling. There are some stalls that weren't here when I arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced around the first level of the merit pavilion and noticed that there were many new stalls. He immediately called out to Hualao and began to wander around the first level of the merit pavilion again. Unfortunately, he did not come across the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Looks like I've run out of luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He stepped out and left the merit pavilion. After taking a few steps, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. This was because he noticed that someone was walking towards him with ill intentions. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized this person. It was the extremely arrogant inner court disciple that he had met on the 4th level of the merit pavilion. After leaving the merit pavilion, this person had obviously been waiting for him here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. The inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. From his words, it was obvious that he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian for a while. Don't dare to come out? You think you're worthy of scaring me into not coming out? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.